Hello, everyone, and welcome to another edition of Mormon Stories Podcast. I'm your host, John DeLynn. It's June 3rd, 2025. I'm here with my co-host, Margie. Hey, Margie.
Hello.
And today we have in studio someone whose last name you may not have heard before on Mormon Stories Podcast. We have Laurel Hell. Hey, Laura.
Hi.
Laurel. Welcome.
Thank you.
Now, is Hell your...
No, it's my chosen name.
It's your chosen name.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, I can't wait to hear why you chose that name. But I'll just give a quick teaser. Laurel's story is so fascinating for so many reasons. We're going to be talking about, I don't know how else to say it, but sex trafficking with pioneer ancestors. We're going to be talking about having a dad who's a Mormon bishop who receives revelation that he's supposed to take one of his ward members as a plural wife while he's bishop, and the disciplinary actions that follow. We're going to be talking about a faith journey like many that you'll see on Mormon Stories Podcast, mission experience in Poland, 10 years in the YSA program. What's it like to be a single woman in the Mormon Church's single adult program, and just it's not working. Laurel's been Relief Society president at least 2 or 3 times. And most importantly, I think we've got a really cool story about healing and growth after you realize that the church isn't going to be necessarily meeting all your needs, to put it lightly. How's that?
Yeah, that's exactly right. You covered it.
Any big teasers I left off, Laurel?
No, we'll just let everything be a surprise when it is.
Okay. All right. Well, anyway, buckle up. We're excited for this interview. So, Laurel, where do you want to begin?
It was a dark day in Denmark many, many centuries ago. That is actually where I would like to start.
With your Mormon ancestors?
Yes.
Okay, yeah.
I have 6 generations of Mormon ancestry on both sides of my family. Many of my ancestors immigrated from Europe to join the Mormon Church. And after I had left the Mormon Church, spoiler alert, I guess, after I had left, my grandmother died, and we were going through all of my grandpa's books, and I was just really interested in what I was going to find in some of these, not modern. These are some of the older, maybe less orthodox nowadays books. And we also are very into church history, so we have our ancestry done. My dad would say we have our ancestry done back to Adam because of, or maybe that's his priesthood heritage, but we have it back to the 1600s. So we've really had that passion in our family. And there is a book that is written about a lot of the Danish ancestors, the Mormon ancestors who came over from Europe, and other ancestors as well. And I started to kind of put some things together, and my grandfather had written some notes in the margins about our ancestors. And this story is it just really hurt my heart, because I think as a Mormon, I probably would have, seen it as a very faith promoting story, but it actually seems like a tragedy to me for a number of reasons. So there was a family who joined the church, but everyone in the family joined the church except for the 22-year-old daughter. It says in the book that she was not converted to the faith. And I just thought that was really interesting, because after leaving the church, I realized, wow, I can totally picture what this was. She's like, you guys have all been duped, and I'm not coming with you to America. What are you doing? And it just was so sad. And the funny part about it is that it is exactly like today, where the people who recorded the story, they wrote her narrative for her. So they said she probably regretted not joining the church because she ran after the boat with tears in her eyes until it turned the corner or whatever. Basically, as far as she could go, she ran after them crying. And that is so sad to me, because her whole family just left her to join what she probably thought was a dangerous religious movement. And she was left behind. But actually, just a few days ago, because I've been really curious about this woman, I found her on Family Search, and She got married. She had kids. She had a great life from what I can see so far. And I really would love to like find the rest of her story and her ancestry to see like, what did she do? Now, the other side of the family, they left on the boat.
For America
To join the church. I read that 60 children died of measles on that boat ride. So that's a tragedy. There was a measles outbreak on the ship and so many children died. And there was a particular ancestor that I just like really feel for. She was 14 when she left. They got to the Americas. She crossed the plains, and they said even when her shoes wore out, she was walking barefoot. She kept crossing the plains to Utah. She would even carry her younger sister on her back. And less than a year after she arrived, so she was then, she was 15 at the time. She got married to a man in his 30s. He was, I think, 36. And I had to do a lot of digging to figure this out and the math, but they were married on the same day that he was married to another bride who was 16. So it was a double.
Probably not his first and second wife. Probably.
I don't know. I tried to find that. I think these were his first wives, but they really bury that on Family Search. You actually have to dig around, and they do not say, here are his wives. They say, here's his wife. And then if you go to the second wife, he is listed as a husband, but you click on him and it's not there. Yeah. And this is true, actually. I've seen this in the charts on Family Search, on a lot of them, that the first wife is the one showing, and you have to click show more. And I'm a software designer. I'm a UX designer, and I know what that means.
It's not accidental.
It's not accidental. It's buried. So, like, if you want somebody to get to relevant information, you don't hide it. You make it easier. And
the less clicks,
I'm sorry,
the better,
but
right?
this is very relevant information. So I found that to be an interesting strategy that they took.
And in your outline, you characterized that whole process of her being converted overseas, traveling here, and then getting married as a 15-year-old. You characterized that how? That's
sex and human trafficking. And it's also labor trafficking, because all of the saints were required to work. So, and we know that at this time, they were actively lying about polygamy in Europe. So there's no way that this girl knew what she was in for at all. And I don't think any of the family members would have had any idea that their daughters were going to be married off in polygamous marriages.
Yeah, I sometimes get in trouble when I say that early church leaders were guilty of sex trafficking.
Why?
And I try not to use, because that's one of the most harsh. There are only a few harsher words like cult or rape. You know what I mean? Like,
it's almost like you're saying what it is.
I know.
It's so weird.
Well, it's hard when I hear that story, and she's 15 and probably doesn't speak the language, and she's married off to a powerful man as soon as she gets here, and she's like one of two or three. She probably doesn't know him very well. Like, it's hard to argue with that characterization.
I am not going to mince words on this interview. I will say I'm a very straightforward person. It is sex trafficking.
Yeah.
It is.
Yeah.
And, Keith Rainier was guilty of sex trafficking, and that is why he's in jail.
Yeah, yeah.
I made a chart comparing Joseph Smith and Keith, and it was scary similar. It's like a 1-to-1 on like 20 really essential points. So
yeah.
It's like, if I don't care, it's not one of those things where you judge it by the time. Like, it's okay to say that is what it is, because that is the world that we live in.
Yeah. And if you read the Nauvoo Expositor and what William Law wrote, he pretty much describes sex trafficking.
Yeah.
If you believe Joseph's first counselor in the first presidency, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah. So anyway,
it's interesting because this nest that you've already created at the beginning, right? It shows the real dark side, right?
Yes.
To the Mormon experience.
It absolutely does. And I am mostly going to talk about the dark side of the Mormon experience today because, there's been plenty of guests who, they're like stating their intentions that they want everyone to be happy. And I'm just like, I want to burn this motherfucker down. Metaphorically. Like, I think it's that bad. I'll talk about the caveats in that and all of that. But yeah, so it's a dark side, and it also shows the lies that were happening from the beginning, Yeah.
You might be the first 2 or 3 time Relief Society president to drop an F-bomb on Mormon Stories podcast. I'm just being silly. Okay, so that's your pioneer ancestry. Of course, they didn't tell you that when you were a kid, but...
Well, the thing is that my family loved the stories, and we would have family reunions worshiping our ancestor, the one who originally joined the church, and he had 2 wives. I am the product of a second wife. Mm-hmm. Thank you. Yeah. And they wrote a song. So they rewrote the lyrics to, I can't sing it because then I'll say my family last name. But basically it was a church song and they rewrote the lyrics worshiping this man. It was so weird. It was the weirdest family reunion ever. So I think they would have told those stories. They just would have not seemed bad to me at the time. I would have thought, what a tragedy that girl never joined the church and wasn't saved, So.
Yeah. All right. Well, so where does your personal direct Mormon story begin?
Well, I was born in 1988, a very good year. I'm the youngest of 8 children, and I was born and raised in the Bay Area in California. So my dad had gone to Stanford for his undergrad, and then after his mission in Japan, he went to BYU for 1 year to find a wife, which he did. So he married my mom, who was an innocent little Idaho girl, and they returned eventually to California. He did a master's in computer science at Stanford, and they stayed in the Bay Area. So,
and part of you changed your name. We'll get to that later. But a fortunate thing about changing your name is you can tell your dad's story without really calling him out too much. Is that kind of okay?
Yeah,
things are about to get rough for your dad and you.
Yeah. We'll leave it at that.
But,
right.
But he was a kind of a Silicon Valley tech guy then.
Yeah. Yeah, he's a computer engineer. He's really intelligent, very, very skilled in math. And he was kind of in the early programs of computer science at Stanford. And so it was a really good time to be in Silicon Valley because it was right before everything kind of exploded in the 80s. So he really got in on the ground level, you could say. And he's a really hard worker, really good at what he does, and I think he had a really good time with that. So, yeah.
So your parents were married in the temple?
Yes, my parents were married in the Idaho Falls Temple.
Because your mom's from around that area?
That was the only temple in Idaho, I believe, at the time. Okay. I think they even, we had encyclopedias, and there were only 6 temples for a very long time, if I remember correctly.
Yeah. Okay, so your parents get married, and they go to Palo Alto?
Yes.
And your dad starts a tech career. Mm-hmm. How many children did your parents have?
8. Yeah.
What?
Yeah. And I'm the last one.
You're 8 in the birth order.
Yeah.
And your mom had 8 kids in how many years?
Oh boy. Well, we're 17 years apart. She actually was pregnant 15 times. And she had 7 miscarriages. Is that the right math? Wow. Yes. So that was a really hard thing for her. And, her perspective is that she'll have a chance to raise those babies in heaven. But that was really hard for her, for sure. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Okay. Do you want to say what ward stake you settled in the Bay Area?
Sure.
I lived in Foster City for a year, by the way, when I was a kid. I don't know
Anyone who was in this ward probably knows this gossip about my dad, but yeah. We were in Los Gatos, which is right at the edge of the Santa Cruz Mountains. So it's about 17 miles from Santa Cruz, from the beach. So that was an awesome place to live. And it's right next to San Jose. So about an hour south of San Francisco, 30 minutes from Santa Cruz.
Does the name Stuart Mattis mean anything to you?
That does sound kind of familiar, but
this is totally random, but he was a gay returned missionary who died by suicide.
I know the story. Yeah.
But he died by suicide at his local ward building, and I thought it was Los Gatos.
I didn't know that was California even. So,
yeah, that was it was 2000.
Wow. Okay, I'm gonna look more into that.
But that would have been after like you were born.
I don't believe that happened in my ward because I would have been there. I would have known.
Okay.
I would have been in 6th grade. So I definitely would have known about that.
Okay. All right. So youngest of 8.
Yeah.
Burgeoning Mormon family, dad's in tech. Mm-hmm. How was the Mormon culture of your household? Were super strict, loose, fun, harsh?
Extremely orthodox.
Okay.
I mean, I've heard more orthodox stories, but like I'll go down the list, right? All of the normal things, obviously, no alcohol, coffee, tea, cigarettes, any of that stuff. But we also couldn't watch R-rated movies. That's pretty standard. We didn't drink any caffeine, which I thought was a Mormon rule until I went to college, and I was kind of in shock that people were drinking caffeine. And I think I was a little pious about it.
So no Coke, Pepsi, Dr. Pepper?
None of that, no.
Okay, yeah.
And we couldn't watch movies on Sunday. I was rereading my journals kind of in prep for this. And I mean, I have this really sad entry where I'm just ragging on myself. And I'm like, I just can't believe how bad I am. And I hate that feeling when someone looks at you and they're not mad, but they're disappointed. And then like it gets to the bottom of this giant paragraph. And I'm like, I watched a movie on Sunday. I don't know why I did it. I just put it in and I felt horrible.
It was like a VHS tape.
I guarantee it was like The Lion King or something. So yeah, really orthodox. And because of our heritage, I think, a lot of that was just mixed in, that sort of church is everything. So.
And there's Orthodox happy and fun. There's Orthodox balanced, fun and hard. And then there's Orthodox strict and harsh. Were y'all on a spectrum somewhere?
We were not on a spectrum. We were on the strict and harsh side. My dad was abusive. He was physically abusive to the older kids. And he mellowed out a bit by the time it got to me, but he was also emotionally abusive. It took years. Like, I get along with my dad fabulously now. Like, I really love our relationship, but it was so hard growing up. I hated him. I totally hated him. And I didn't even get the same level of abuse as the older kids did. But there was a time he broke a plate on my head because I slammed a door. There was a time he lifted my sister off her feet by her ears. And he just had the worst rages imaginable. And yeah, there was a time we were cleaning the church and I was annoyed that he was telling me to do something that nobody would see, like a bush, like something outside or something. And he was yelling at me on the ride home, and I just reread this excerpt as well. And he started.
This is in your journal.
This was in my journal. Yep. I just reread this today. He started speeding really fast and like blasting the radio. And I was crying and I like yelled at him to slow down. And I was like, "You're going to kill us." And he said, "Well, what would that matter? Your life's not worth anything." And I said, "It's worth something to God." And he said, "No, it's not. Your soul is, but not your body." And I was just like, rereading that was like, wow, so that was just his attitude, the way he was. And I'm a strong person, so we really butt heads. And yeah.
What seems one of the many things that seems remarkable about that story is that you're on good terms with him now. So it's not like you're just cut him out of your life and throwing him under the bus forever. You're actually, you love him, get along with him, but was your experience growing up.
Yeah. He changed a lot. And I'll get into that because it's a part of my story, but he did actually change a lot. And I'm really grateful for that. So, yeah.
Absolutely. I also think it's so formidable too. Oftentimes when you see let's just say, adult children in relationship with parents that have been abusive on some level, you feel that in order to have that happen, what would I say? Like the adult child does a lot of feeling for the parent, or really, which is not necessarily a bad thing, but let's just say over really naming what happened, right? And making it real. And I'm sensing from you that you've done that. Like, it's really important. And I think that's in therapy, that's an important part, is being able to name your pain, name reality, what happened, what it felt. And so I love that as like the first essential step actually to healing. You'll get nowhere if you cancel out your pain and just move to forgiveness or move to understanding. So yeah, I think that's really an important part of the telling of it.
I completely agree. I do feel for him. So I think that's been essential for me too. Yeah. I think empathy is a really good place to start. But I will not overlook the bullshit either. And I just feel like it is important to talk about that, to acknowledge that. And to be honest, I really feel like I acknowledged things in the moment as a kid. If something was unfair, if he made up a new rule that he'd never told us but was punishing us for not keeping the rule, I would tell him it's not fair. And I think that was why we butt heads so hard. But I also think it was why, I think my strength made him not able to take things out on me as much, because the defiance is almost necessary. You can't control me, and that's, I think, a core, and it's an essential attribute that I have that allowed me to get out of the church. So yeah.
Do you, is there anything worth saying about his background that informs how he was in those years? And again, I'm not trying to out him or identify him in any way. And I'm also not trying to make excuses, and I also don't want to take us away from your story, but is there anything worth mentioning there?
Well, my grandparents fought constantly.
His parents. Yeah.
I don't know if they were abusive to him. But because I came along a lot later, and grandparents mellow out a lot as they get older. But again, this is a place where we can say it's a different time, but that doesn't make it right. It just means, if you're whipping your kids with a belt, the next generation, maybe they're not whipping their kids with a belt, which he did, by the way, once, but they are perpetuating what they've experienced.
Yeah.
So
in different ways.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. So anything else worth mentioning, let's just say prior to your baptism, in terms of important things in your life or your family's life?
Yeah. So when I was in kindergarten or first grade, my oldest sister went on a mission to Brazil, and as a result, I developed a very serious anxiety disorder, separation anxiety disorder. She was obviously an important adult figure in my life. And she was just gone for so long, and we didn't have email yet. So we were just writing letters, and I would send her, pictures from school that I drew and stuff. But I think I just had this subconscious feeling that maybe she died or something was wrong there. I wouldn't ever see her again. And I became extremely attached to my mother for years, and terrified of everything in life, going to school, I'd fake illness just to stay home. And I couldn't sleep at night. I would have panic about not having enough sleep. So it'd go in this cycle. And it was I just needed to know my mom was alive and well. And if they would leave for a date night, I would think they would die. I was just sure they were going to get in a car crash and die. And just I would sometimes lay on the floor looking under the crack of my parents' door, because my mom would stay up reading. And as long as her lamp was on, I felt okay. And as soon as it went off, I just went into a panic. But I knew that I just knew that this was not normal. I felt very aware of what a problem it was. I did ask for a doctor once and was not given any options for mental health or medication or anything. And I just didn't want to be that way. And I prayed constantly, and it was never taken away. So, yeah.
You mentioned in your outline that you developed a form of self-soothing. Do you want to talk about that? You mentioned
Sure.
it. So, I mean,
yeah.
it's only 'cause it's in the outline.
Yeah.
Well, can we first acknowledge before you go into soothing, like that's a lot of anguish. That's a lot of anxiety and intensity for a child.
It was a lot. Yeah. And obviously, like, my situation at home wasn't great. Like, it's not, there was a lot of tension there. There was a lot happening. Yeah. And not only did my sister leave, but then my brother left, and then my next sister left, and nobody ever came back and stayed, because that's what Mormonism does, and I just felt like I was losing these really important people in my life.
Oh, yeah. I can see that. Yep.
Yeah. And I did eventually like recover from this, thanks to a good experience at science camp, basically making new friendships and forming connections with counselors and stuff like that. It basically went away overnight. It was crazy. But yeah, as a result of all of that anxiety, I masturbated a lot. Like, as long as I can remember, I masturbated. And it was a self-soothing mechanism. It was just an important way for me to release my anxiety and the tension in my body, which is one of the values of masturbation. Masturbation is very healthy and very normal for children and adults. So, yeah. When it was time for baptism, I was terrified. I did not want to get baptized. And I said that many times.
Do you know why?
Yeah, I think I was just scared. I don't think it was like, I don't want to commit to this. There's no way a child knows what they're committing to. But I was really, really scared of the bishop's interview, because I thought he was going to tell me I couldn't get baptized and that I was a sinner. And, I already had so much fear in my mind and my body at that time. And so I hid in the bathroom in the mother's stall until my mom forced me to come out and do my interview. That's how scared I was. I was in the bathroom crying. And I think also maybe I didn't want to get dunked. Like, I don't know. I just knew that I didn't want to, and I was very scared of it, but I was not given options.
So you did it.
I think what's interesting that I'm sensing, you tell me if it's true or not true, if you actually did feel, is just you're saying that you had a will, that you were able to kind of stand up and say when you thought things were wrong, or but I'm also hearing like this largeness of your world in your family. Like, a lot was not a choice. A lot was happening to you that in some ways you were not okay with it, right? And I hear that in your baptism. I hear it with this idea of siblings like kind of leaving, but for a child, it's like they disappear and you don't know where they are, right?
Yeah.
Would you agree with that?
Yes.
This out of control feeling and feeling like
Absolutely. My whole life felt that way in Mormonism, but especially as a child, if everything felt out of my control. And the disorder, like, I was like, I don't want to have anxiety, but I do, like, and God's not taking it away. Like, everything just really did feel like it's not my choice, So, that's very accurate. And I did have a strong will. I remember my grandma saying once, "You sure know what you want." And it was definitely said as an insult. And now I think back, I'm like, where do you think I learned that from? She was a total stubborn bitch. She was awesome. She's so cool. And I learned so much from her, and I got her feistiness. But again, you don't always have the control. And in the church, if you believe it's true, even if you want something different, you don't really have a choice. This is a concept. I was in a ex-cult therapy group that was awesome. Well, it's a counseling group. You can't really call it a therapy group, I guess. But it's like people from all kinds of cults and high demand groups and abusive family dynamics that were kind of culty. And one of our co-hosts was Yanya Lalick, and she's been on a bunch of cult documentaries. She's awesome. I don't know if you've ever had her on, but you should.
We've talked about her a little bit.
Yeah, she's great. But one of my favorite books of hers is called Bounded Choice. And bounded choice is basically the concept of how and why people make seemingly irrational decisions to us as outsiders of whatever group it is. They make seemingly irrational decisions because of their faith or belief. And it's also how like a group like that will give you just enough choice to make you think that you are making decisions for yourself, but really they're controlling everything you do. So if you think about women in the church who think that the church is the most empowering group for women in the world.
Which was said recently by a church leader. Yeah.
Which was said recently and was ridiculous. That's like an example of that. The women are like, I'm choosing to be here. I'm choosing not to have the priesthood. I would never want the priesthood. You know, that is a bounded choice. They don't even know they're being controlled. Mm-hmm. And it's like a glass box. It's more than a glass ceiling. It's a glass box. In all directions, you can only move so far before you're hitting the boundaries that the group has given you.
Yeah.
Right.
That is my entire experience in Mormonism.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. So what comes next in your story after baptism?
So I might talk about my dad a little bit because this is around the time that a new woman started to appear in our lives.
So your mom's busy raising 8 kids.
Yeah. And
your dad's a powerful tech guy.
My dad is really good at his job, making pretty good money. I always felt like we were poor, so I don't really know how much money he was making. There were times that he lost his job as well, but he's just the most frugal person on the planet. So I just always felt poor. Mm-hmm. I'm sure we weren't, but I don't know. Yeah. Maybe sometimes.
But maybe the way his relationship with money was definitely on the frugal side. So it felt like this scarcity model. You didn't have enough.
Scarcity model. And I think that was part of his controlling, the way he controlled his wife and kids and family. And I'll just do a quick sidebar. I remember the day they made me start paying tithing and it felt wrong. I was like, wait, I earned this. Why do I have to give my 10 cents of my dollar? It just like hurt my soul. There was a little bit of moral outrage, but it's also like, yeah, but it's the right thing to do. So I think that starting point of my money being stolen from me by this organization, like it really just, I always felt like I didn't have enough. Like my whole life I've known I was going to work. Like I've never wanted to be reliant on a man. Like I'm just like, I need my own money and I want to make money. Like that became a really important thing for me. So yeah.
Got it. Okay. So you were going to tell us more about your dad and what was going on.
So a
woman came into his life.
Yes. I don't know exactly the timing. I know that the first time I wrote about her was when I was 8, but she was already in our life before that. My dad and mom participated in a roadshow.
Which is like a play, a church-sponsored play or musical.
Right. So it was basically a musical. And for some reason, they decided to pair up partners, like they decided to split up couples and pair whoever with whoever. And this was a stake roadshow, I believe. So this woman actually was not in our ward. She was in the stake, though, if I remember correctly.
Different congregation.
For our
Never-Mormons.
Yes, I will try to expound more because honestly, I love our Never-Mormons and I'm doing this for the ex-Mos and the Never-Mormons, not for the current Mos. I'm sorry, but you guys have your own content.
That's clear.
It's called church.
It's good. It's good. We're here for it. We're here for it.
So my dad was partnered with this woman. And we'll call her Sarah Lee.
In the roadshow exercise.
Yeah.
Okay.
In the roadshow. And so they were dance partners.
Okay.
This seems a little sketchy already, right?
Yeah.
You're with different spouses. It's like.
So she was married to someone else.
She was married.
Okay.
I'm sure that through dancing with her and being with her all the time, he started to like her. She was in an abusive marriage. her husband was very abusive to her and the children. This was a much different level than my dad's. And my dad became a bishop. I can't remember if it was after he met her or before, but while he was a bishop, he was counseling her. And just a reminder that bishops are not vetted or trained to be therapists, especially when it comes to relationships and any of the above.
And marriage counseling.
And definitely not marriage counseling, but and he essentially convinced her to leave her husband, but I think that was for the best because he was abusive. So that, I believe, was a good outcome for their family. But I also think he did it with ulterior motives.
He had feelings.
He had feelings. So eventually, we'll say that he felt that he got a revelation that polygamy was going to come back and that she was going to be his next wife, his second wife. And you have to remember that we have a big history, we have a family history of polygamy, right? And he knows the church history very well. I thought I knew the church history well, but I did not know all of it. So
also, polygamy is still in our scripture. Doctrine and Covenants 132 calls polygamy the new and everlasting covenant. So
the only way to get exaltation is through polygamy and in the doctrine of the Mormon church.
Yeah. So it's natural for your dad's brain to go there, especially if he's feeling for a second woman, right?
I am kind of shocked that more people don't go there, actually.
Can I be honest with you about something?
Yes.
I had this same revelation when I was on my mission.
Oh, that's hilarious.
I don't know if I've ever really talked about this. I didn't act on it.
Yeah, I want to hear more. I must hear more.
No, I did. I really did. It's in my journal. There was a girl I thought was cute in this Guatemalan village, and I thought she was cute. And I started thinking, wow, maybe I'll end up with her. But I didn't think I'd ever come home and have my wife be a Latina.
Right.
So in my mind, my missionary mind, just for 30 minutes, it was like, maybe I'm going to go home, get married to, my American wife.
Right.
But then someday this other girl will come into my life when polygamy is. I swear my brain did that. Yeah. I didn't act on it. We didn't do anything, but my brain went there. That's all I'm saying.
The best part of it is the racism of it all.
Right?
Oh, I know.
Believe
me.
Possibly
this is
be
the most
first.
This is the most
believe me, I know.
Mormon revelation I've ever heard.
It's super gross.
There are many levels.
But I'm just being honest.
I love it. I love the honesty because it really does. I mean, it absolutely outlines the shadow side of Mormonism. It's
absolutely.
And these things we don't think about them. They come into our minds because we're indoctrinated,
Yeah.
And I'll bring this up later, but I had my own revelation in the temple that was obviously just my desires.
Right.
And so because of that, I think I have empathy for my dad. I mean, there's a lot of reasons I have empathy for his experience, but I know that is what happens. And that is why it is so dangerous to have this concept of personal revelation because
I can't tell you how many Mormon women I've met who either developed feelings for another man or just didn't like their husbands, and they received revelation that their husband was going to die prematurely. Happens all the time, stuff like that.
Doesn't this sort of support, or Jonathan Haidt? That idea you feel things. It's really you feel things, and then you look for kind of the reason comes in to actually.
Yeah.
I love Jonathan Haidt, and I love The Righteous Mind. It was actually one of the most important books I've ever read because, look, even though I'm very ex-Mormon, probably anti-Mormon, it really helped me to appreciate the value of religion, at least in our evolutionary, journey as humans. And it just helped me kind of let go of some of the anger that I felt toward religion. So he's awesome.
Yeah, he is.
Yeah.
So your dad receives a quote revelation.
Yes.
That a second woman should be in his life somehow while still being with your mom.
Yeah. And so I will point out that Sarah Lee, that's what I'm calling her, that Sarah Lee was a convert to the church as an adult. And I believe that makes people more susceptible to manipulation. a different type of manipulation. It's less the manipulation from the organization itself, but more open to manipulation from individuals, because what they heard is the story of Joseph Smith, the story of prophets, the story especially of, what's the word? When you are calling a bishop and you have
discernment?
Discernment, yes.
Yeah.
Discernment. And so they really believe in individuals, like a bishop could be right about something like that.
Bishops speak for God.
Right. Bishop speaks for God. A mission president could be right. You know, the one who wanted to marry the sister missionaries. It's like, you feel like there's discernment. There's no way he could get called if this was wrong or a sin.
Yeah. Leaders are called of God.
Yeah.
And they speak for God.
Yes.
So if they say something a little bit off, you go with it because obedience and faith.
And that's really, really dangerous.
Yeah.
It's dangerous for children, it's dangerous for teenagers, and it's dangerous for adults. Especially when there is no training, there are no background checks or any of this.
Yeah.
So a few years ago, I decided to call Sarah Lee. I emailed her actually. And I just decided I wanted to ask her perspective on how things were. And she feels like she was manipulated, which I had never known before, because I always viewed this, when I found out, which was when I was an adult, I always viewed it as an affair, just like a consensual affair. But she was very subtle about the way she said it, but she said, your dad can be very convincing. And, there's a lot around that, but I'll kind of go back to when he sort of received this revelation or whatever. He told my mom she was really confused and really sad, but she believed him. And
he was bishop at the time.
He was. Yeah. If I remember correctly, I believe he was bishop at this time and for years during it, until someone found out. So he was obviously hiding it, but he felt completely justified because he believed in this revelation, and it's in the scriptures. Yeah. So there is so much evidence to back it up that, like, of course, this seemed like a no-brainer for him. I just have to say, like, you noted accurately that it's dangerous for the people around someone claiming divine revelation. It can be dangerous for the person who thinks they're receiving the divine revelation. Absolutely.
Because they can often believe what they're feeling, and then it can wreck their lives and the people around them too.
Yeah, I mean,
I don't mean to make them a victim, right? But
obviously, Lori Vallow, Chad Daybell, this is the most extreme case that we have in the recent days. Yeah. But it's plausible. Yeah. That's what's crazy is it's not so crazy that it seems implausible, because when people believe they have revelations and when they really want something bad enough, especially when it's sexually driven, like, you can justify almost anything. So if you think God is justifying it, basically. And by the way, if you think this is just like lay members, there was a Mormon apostle, one of the members of the Quorum of the 12, named Richard Lyman, in the 40s, who, as a Mormon apostle, took on a secretary as a second living wife. And the first presidency had to break his door down and excommunicate him while he was a Mormon apostle. So it can happen at the very top. Did you know that story? Richard Lyman, I think, is his name. That level of detail.
Quorum of the 12. Quorum of the 12.
Can you do a whole episode on that?
I think we did. I'll share it with you after. Yeah.
Because that is fascinating. And I don't think people understand how big of a deal it is when an apostle of the LDS church is caught sinning to that level or chooses to leave the church or anything like that, because they are so tied into the system that it's almost impossible to leave. And they cover everything up, and we just think of them as the best guys. Yeah. So that's crazy.
Okay.
So I'll kind of shift to my perspective as a child. Sarah Lee was really formative in my life. And she had children, and they would be sometimes at our house as well.
So was your mom like okay with it then, or
no,
or forced or pushed?
Okay, she was coerced, but I believe that she believed it. She was spiritually manipulated.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
And I have no problem saying that. My father spiritually manipulated both of these women, my mother and Sarah Lee. And I do believe that he thought he was justified and that he believed it. I will never really know. I don't think that he would ever admit if it wasn't the case, but just knowing how pious and dedicated he was, I think he did believe it. And I think there was probably like a small amount of narcissism in there, that he did think he was special because he was very intelligent, and the pioneer stock was a pride point. So
being bishop. Hello?
And being bishop.
Yeah.
Which I believe he was called while this was kind of on. So I think that probably he could have taken that as a sign that he was righteous.
Yeah, if God calls me while I'm in this relationship, God must be okay with it.
Yeah.
If God calls me as bishop.
Yeah. So all of that.
Yeah.
Those dynamics are very tricky and very dangerous.
Crazy, yeah.
So how old are you when like her children are coming over to your house and she's actually kind of part of your life?
See, that's how I know that I was much younger than when I started mentioning her in my journals, because I had an experience with her son that was a sexual experience, and I still to this day don't know if it was abuse, if it was two kids discovering their parts, whatever. But what I've come to believe is that he was probably sexually abused, or maybe he was just interested in his penis. I don't know. Kids are interested in their penises. But like, he was like, let's touch parts, and it was very innocent and like, it was whatever. But I had never thought about my vagina before, I don't think, like my vulva, like it wasn't my choice really. So it was kind of like something that was introduced to me, but maybe it was just kids being kids. I'll never really know. I just know it wouldn't have happened if my dad didn't have a mistress who was living at our house. But yeah, so like, I also remember, in addition to that experience, her kids were in our lives a lot, and I really didn't like her daughter at the time as a kid. And then they had an older son who really scared me, but they were just in our lives, and she was in my life so much. When I was younger, in my journals, I complain about her telling me what to do, and it's a weird place to be. It's like, it's kind of a tribal upbringing, right? And that means that the second potential wife, which they didn't get married, right? Obviously. But the second potential wife is kind of like, well, I have jurisdiction here too. And so she would tell me what to do, and it always bugged me. Like, let me give you a random example. I do not like my hands to touch snot when I blow my nose. So I fold it over and I make sure there's plenty of tissue. She would like not let me do that and would tell me that I'm wasting tissues and everything, and I have to do it like this. And just such a random example. And controlling. Yeah.
Yeah.
And I think it's because, right, she's not the parent, but she wants to exert some type of control, and it's territorial. It's like some type of, so I've always wondered about these in real polygamous families, like how those dynamics work. Like, it's a very interesting subject. And this woman, she was also 10 years younger than my dad and my mom, which is just hard for my mom. She had great style, and she was an artist, and she was a phenomenal artist. She could sketch beautiful things. She could paint beautiful things. And she really influenced me. And over time, because
you're kind of an artist.
I'm an artist.
Tech artist, basically.
Yeah. Well, I am a tech artist, but I also am an artist. Like, on the side.
That's right.
Like,
that's right. Yeah.
I just wanted to make money, like I stated before. So like, yeah. And I love fashion now. And I just like, also I feel like I could sense the difference between what my mom was wearing and what she was wearing. And like, I was just like, yeah, that's better. I like that better. You know, like that's classy. That's cool. And she was living with us till I think I was in 8th grade. It was 2002 about.
Oh, she was living with you?
Oh, she lived with us. Yes.
Oh, I missed that.
For a long time.
Okay.
Yeah. Not at first. And then eventually she moved in. And the excuse was that she was looking for a house. And it just seemed like she was always looking for a house and it never changed. So I think in the ward, there was a lot of gossip going around, I'm sure. And my siblings thought it was very weird. Now, here's the weirdest part. She's in 2 of our family photos, like our professional XL large family photos.
Wow.
And
that's bold.
It's very bold. Here's the thing that's crazy. Here's the thing that normalized it for me. We had a lot of foreign exchange students. And we also had a girl that we sponsored from Russia. And she, to me, was like my Russian sister. Like, she was such an important character in my life when I was a kid. I was completely obsessed with her.
It's kind of an open family a little bit, in a way a Mormon family could be.
Yes, that is a very good way to put it. Because when I think about all of the students we had coming in and the way we took people on and how we sponsored this girl and like paid for her college and she would come home to us for family vacations and stuff. It was like, yeah, open door, like we're going to save everyone. And I actually like I have this weird suspicion now that my dad was grooming my Russian sister to be a wife, because there was a point where it felt like our contact kind of got cut off, and you know, we were like the most important people in America to her. She was the most important person to us, like really important. And like at some point she just kind of pulled back. And after leaving the church, I considered that, you know, what if he came on to her, or what if he proposed this idea? I'm sure it would have been done very like by
or
the
even
book.
If she may have gotten vibes.
Or maybe she got vibes.
Yeah.
And yeah, so it was kind of an open family, and it was a tribal upbringing. I had so many characters in my life.
Yes. So many dynamics too.
And I can see the value. You know, some people talk about how really we're supposed to be raising our children in a tribe, not like in just a coupleship or whatever. And I can see the value in that, because there's more people to take care of you and to inspire you and to teach you things. And also, you know,
it's a very Mormon type of family in my experience. My family wasn't this way, but I knew Mormon families that would have like 12 kids, and they would take on foster kids, and they took on Indian placement, you know, people. And it was just a massive house, and it was almost like, yes, 20 people, but the more the merrier. And we all pitch in and make bread, and we all have our chores to do, and more the merrier. It's a Mormon type of family that I experienced growing up quite a bit.
Absolutely. And I think that my dad has always had a sense of duty to be the best Mormon and to follow Christ and to spread the gospel. So he started his mission in Japan. We often had exchange students from Japan, which was really cool. And it was a fun way for him to use the language and everything. But I also think, like, you know, he's trying to convert them every time. So yeah.
There's that too. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Wow. So Sarah Lee's living with your family and her kids, family photos. This is blowing my mind. And your dad's bishop.
That's what I was going to say is, so the fact that she's in the photos, all this stuff, I remember thinking that we were going to adopt her. And it's just so funny to me.
As if adults could be adopted.
They can be, actually.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah.
They can.
Yeah, and then you can pass your heritage on or whatever. Like your yeah. But
inheritance.
Yeah. Okay. There's a great book where this happens, like life-changing book for me right before I left the church. But so what was I saying? I already lost.
She was going to be adopted, maybe?
Yes.
So.
Okay. And the funny connection I always make is like that scene in The Parent Trap, the one with Lindsay Lohan, where his dad, her dad is going to marry Meredith, the stepmom, and she's trying to she's trying to break it up and pretend it's not happening. And so he tries to like tell her that they're engaged. And she's like, I get it, Dad. You're going to adopt Meredith, because she's like half his age. And that is what I felt. I was like, yeah, we've got the Russian sister. We've got, it's like, she doesn't have she doesn't have a husband now. And like, you know, she's not that much older than my oldest sister, you know? And so I just was like, maybe that's what this is, because she's in our family photos. Yeah.
So adopting in your mind as a sibling, not a wife to your, yes.
But it's kind of funny because, you know, people talk about like the men that were sealed to Joseph Smith and how it's like the dynastic sealings, like, oh, this is really more about being sealed into the family. That is not what this was.
Okay. Yeah.
But that was kind of my mindset.
Yeah.
I do also, you know, I talked to my mom about this too, because I wanted to get her perspective. And I do want to point out that supposedly they never actually had sex. Possibly everything else but sex. But I think that there was still this idea that, like he really believed polygamy was going to come back. This wasn't just going to be some affair. Like, it's like, yeah, no, you're not my wife yet, you know? And so there was kind of this chastity thing to it as well. And, you know, I think he was interested in having both women in bed with him, and my mom wasn't okay with that. But I sometimes wonder, like, if she was bisexual, you know, Sarah Lee, she sounded confused when we talked about that, and was like, I don't think that it was about that for us. Like, and I don't think there was something between your mom and I, but they were best friends before this happened. And I think there could have been something there potentially. And it's just hard to know. You don't have options in the church. This is another example of bounded choice. Even when I think about my dad, and this is one reason I'm empathetic to it, is that, while still holding him accountable, is that, what if he had the choice? What if he was 25 now? A lot of people are polyamorous now, and it's ethical. You know, it doesn't work for everyone, but or what if he just could recognize that his feelings were sexual and that it wasn't from God, and that, that's not appropriate because I'm married and I want to be, you know, with my spouse, and I want to be faithful. But instead, the desire turns into this justification, and this, not only justification, it was a commandment from God. That's kind of how he viewed it. Not just it's okay, but a commandment. You don't need to see things that way just because you have desires. Right. And when you remove and you strip away the myth and everything from the situation, you can just see the reality and then make decisions based on that reality. So, yeah.
So how did that unwind, that whole arrangement?
Man. So, okay.
It was while he was still bishop, right?
Yes. So there were a couple things that happened. The first thing was that my mom had a best friend in the ward, and she was pretty much her only friend. And she finally told her friend what was happening, and she was appalled. But I think she was willing to keep my mom's confidence because she didn't want to blow it up. But I think she maybe started to put some doubt in my mom's mind that this was actually appropriate and from God. But it was around the same time. So that wasn't what kind of outed the situation. But around the same time, Sarah Lee's son read her journals and he found out, and he was like, what? He brought the journal to his bishop. That bishop talked to the stake president, and my dad was quickly brought in for church discipline. He was excommunicated. The fun part, get this, not for hurting my mom and cheating on her, but for apostasy.
Meaning believing in and teaching polygamy was okay.
Yeah. Believing in and
which
teaching.
Which the church believes in, just not in its current practice on earth, but it still believes in polygamy in heaven. So it's all weird.
Yeah, exactly.
But also that it was a belief, not his behavior.
Right.
Yeah.
And not just his belief, but spreading the word of it, which is seen as criticizing or denying the truth that the prophet and 12 apostles spread.
Yeah.
And so that was the grounds for his excommunication. When he was telling the family why he was not going to be able to take the sacrament and all these things, what he told me was just, he told me he was getting excommunicated, and I was like, okay. And I didn't really know why, but there's like a lot of reasons you could get excommunicated. I didn't know all of them. I had no idea it was about Sarah Lee, even slightly. Right before this had happened, they had found her a house. So she actually had moved out by that point, but I think it was part of this process. And so he just sat me down. He told me, and he said it was because he's like, I hurt your mother. That's all he said. And I didn't know what that meant, but I just accepted it. I found out later that my brother, the only other ex-Mormon brother, I found out that he asked, oh, was it something financial? Like he thought maybe my dad was involved in fraud or something. And my dad said something like that. So when he actually found out, he was like pretty disgusted because my dad lied to him or let him believe something else, at least, which we know the Mormons say that lying by omission is also a lie. So there was a lot of shame there for sure for him.
But also for your family.
Yeah, definitely for my family.
Yeah, the family whose patriarch is excommunicated as a bishop for apostasy and adultery.
Yeah.
That's a shame. You're swimming in shame at that point.
And we were in the same ward as my grandparents, his parents.
Oh.
So it was like we were a family, and we always sat on the front row. We were always the family that sat on the front row.
Dang.
All of us, we filled up the entire row.
Yeah.
And just the fact that he was a bishop, like that fall from grace is a massive deal. Like that is such a big deal in Mormonism because they think of bishops as infallible, which we know they're not. From all the stories that come out every year of the bishops who sexually abuse children, like we just know this. They are not infallible, and there's no discernment in choosing them, which is very dangerous. So yeah, I really, I did not know it was about this, and I actually was still friends with Sarah Lee for years, through a couple years into college, and I just still had no idea what had happened.
Wow.
And yeah.
Controlled information within your family system.
Absolutely.
Much like religion.
That is totally just like religion, but also, yeah, I know, because I loved this woman at that point, because as I started to grow, I became fond of her. And, I started to really love her and care about her so much. And I saw her as this kind of auntie sort of vibe. But she was a very important person in my life, and nobody really gave me the informed consent. Do you want to be friends with someone that your dad cheated on your mom? Is that going to be hurtful to your mom? And nobody stopped me from doing that. And I think my mom she probably didn't want to hurt my relationship because she knew that was important to me. It's all very strange. And I just can't believe my mom kind of took it so well.
They stayed together. That's also unbelievable.
Wow.
Yes. And I think basically the stake president the council gave my dad an option. You have to pick one or the other. You can't have both, which is kind of crazy because it's like, you're letting him pick one or the other. Why are you letting him pick the second wife? Why don't you say just like man up, bad phrase, but and make it right with your wife, or like let her divorce you or something, And I think there was a point she was given that option kind of by my siblings, who said, if you need to, you can come live with us. Like if you want to leave him. The older siblings knew what happened and they were disgusted. So especially after the way he raised them, and when they found out.
So harsh, right?
Yes.
Yeah, so harshly.
Like my oldest brother, when he found out, he was very badly abused by my dad. And when he found out that my dad was excommunicated, he thought he was finally making it right and repenting for his abuse of the children. And then he found out it was about this. And so.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. So this happened, the excommunication. How old were you?
When that happened, I was 13.
Wow.
Yeah.
You were 13 years old?
And I believe was the same year my brother left the church, but I think my brother left the church first and then my dad's excommunication happened after.
Did you know why then or now, why your brother left?
Oh yeah. My brother was an early Jeremy Reynolds.
What year are we talking about here? If you remember.
2002.
Okay.
And my brother wrote his own version of the CS letter way back.
Wow.
He was at the BYU library photocopying things because everything was available back then. And he wrote his own manifesto basically of why the church is false, how much it lied to us. If I remember correctly, he brought something to his bishop and that bishop ended up leaving the church too, because he was like, what?
Yeah, Yeah. This is when I was losing my faith around 2001,
Oh, that's
2002.
wild. Okay.
So the internet forums are just starting to come on.
Yeah.
Signature Books was publishing these books, like Michael Quinn and Simon Southerton, that would all,
Yes.
and Grant Palmer, they would all become very influential
I was
for
gonna
people
say-
paying attention in the early 2000s.
Yes. Grant Palmer's An Insider's View of Mormon Origins
Yeah.
was very formative for my brother. And he actually gave me that book when I was leaving the church.
Yeah.
And that book is awesome.
Oh, he's a
I didn't even
legend,
know the
yeah.
CS letter existed at the time. So it was really cool.
It didn't come out until 2014 or 2015.
So it did exist though, by the time I left.
Well, right. The
Yeah.
CS letter did.
Oh, I'm saying that my brother gave me An Insider's View of Mormon Origins.
Oh, right.
And that was one of the really formative
Yes.
books
Yes.
that helped me fully shatter my shelf.
Me too. Me too.
Yeah.
Same. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. And we've done a ton of interviews with Grant Palmer, and you can check that out. We'll put those in the show notes.
Good.
So,
Yes.
so your brother leaves for apostasy in 2002.
Yeah.
Your dad, Bishop Dad's excommunicated.
No. My dad is excommunicated for apostasy. My brother leaves for truth claim reasons because he doesn't believe the church is true anymore.
Sorry. He
Okay.
apostatizes is what I
Yeah.
meant
Oh,
to
yeah,
say.
yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
He and his wife resigned from the church.
Okay. Got it.
Yeah.
Okay.
All
Okay.
right. So, if we were going to drop in
Yeah.
to your 13-year-old self, what are you experiencing during this time
Okay.
inside, like internally?
Yes.
What are you feeling?
So, when my brother left the church, I was devastated. I didn't even know people did that. I kind of did, but we were such a strong family, and I never thought it would be possible for our family. He'd served a mission. He was even AP. Like, he was just doing all the steps. He'd gotten married in the temple. I didn't know what he was feeling or thinking inside at all, And I remember vividly curling up in a ball on the floor, weeping and just like weeping and gnashing my teeth, you could say. And it was like a tragedy to me. And because I just read this in my journal, I forgot this, but I wrote them like a 2-page email. And I think I was like, just bearing my testimony, all the things that you do. But imagine this, like a young preteen, or teenager, how much conviction a teenager has. I was probably such an asshole in that email. And
we all were.
Yeah.
We all had our moments,
yeah. And then I got to receive that, so I guess it's karma, but yeah. And I told them that they would never sway me and that this wasn't going to affect my testimony. And I know it's true and all this stuff. And my brother's wife wrote back they're not together anymore, but she wrote back an email that was just like, okay, glad we're not impacting you. Now here, blah, blah, blah about the cats. They're doing great. And I was so offended by that she didn't take it seriously. So that was the beginning of the doubling down for me. And then I think my dad got excommunicated after that. And I actually sometimes I wonder if my brother maybe brought to light some of the polygamy stuff to him. And maybe he was like, there is something to this. I don't know. But
and he went the other way, you're saying.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But these things do have like
happens.
some crossover. So I'm like,
some people learn about Joseph Smith's polygamy and become polygamists versus learn about Joseph Smith's polygamy and leave the church.
Exactly.
Right? Yeah. That's what fundamentalists are.
Yes.
Right? Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So it was kind of a chaotic time for me. I was feeling a lot of feelings. So
bet.
yeah.
Okay.
But your response, I'm hearing, is double down.
Yes.
Yeah.
Double down.
Okay.
And we can, I mean, after that, I went to EFY, and that I think really is the start of.
Tell us what EFY is, or Never Mo's, and how it affected you.
EFY, now called
FSY. FSA.
F something. EFY stands for Especially for Youth, which is basically an indoctrination camp for youth, for teenagers in the Mormon church.
Over the summer. Right?
Over the summer. You go for 1 week at a time. You can go to like a day camp, but most people go to an overnight one, and they often go to the Mormon University's Brigham Young University or Brigham Young University, Idaho. And because my grandpa had a farm in Idaho, we went to the one in Idaho. And the road trip was so fun. I remember the road trip being so fun. Now, the EFY itself was very weird to me. Now, you have to remember, I'm a California Mormon, okay? California Mormons are not the same as Utah Mormons. They're not the same as Idaho Mormons. They're not the same as even Arizona Mormons. They're very cool. They're very chill. None of my friends were Mormon at this point. You know, I had all never Mormon friends. And there also are different mannerisms, different ways of speaking. There is just such a different culture if you've grown up insulated with Mormons. So I did find it weird, and I thought most of the people were weird. Because I was so spiritual at that point, I loved the panels. I loved all of the learning the scriptures. All of that was really cool to me. I was like, everybody here believes the same thing, and we're deep diving into scriptures. It was great. Now, there was one very formative experience at this camp where I can remember it exactly where it was, sitting in the BYU Idaho, I can't remember the name of the building, but it's the place where they always do the devotionals, and it's right off the square, I think. Or maybe it was the old one, but it was a big kind of church chapel building. And there was a man speaking to us. He gets up and he says, how many of you here listen to Marilyn Manson and Nine Inch Nails? Actually, he just said Nine Inch Nails. And I was like, oh my God, this guy's so cool. I was like, I love Nine Inch Nails. And my friends had you too, huh?
Went to a concert in college.
Love it. Oh my God, I'm going in August. I'm so excited. It's going to be like very healing. So first time I'm ever seeing them.
When I met Margie, I was like, you like Nine Inch Nails? That sounds a little too edgy for me.
Oh yeah, you should have been scared off.
Also the Jesus and Mary chain. I'm like, who are these groups?
Oh, that's awesome. Great taste. I love it. Yes. So like,
yeah.
I thought this dude was cool because it's like, okay, there's a guy in a suit. He's like middle-aged. Like, how does this guy know about Nine Inch Nails? So me and a bunch of boys raised our hands. I think I was the only girl that raised my hand. And we were all very proud to state that because it's part of our taste and everything, you know? And then he proceeds to tell a story. And we're just all slowly sinking lower and lower in our seats because we're essentially being publicly shamed. This is a story. This man tells a story about Marilyn Manson and Nine Inch Nails were on a tour together. Marilyn was the opener, or was the headliner. And Salt Lake City did not want to let him perform because they thought he was satanic. Tell me it's not a theocracy. Tell me it's a theocracy without telling me it's a theocracy. This is like the city council or something. I don't even know. Whoever you have to get permission from, they did not want to let them play. But what they told Nine Inch Nails was, okay, this actually might have been the other way. Maybe Marilyn was opening. But whatever they said, you can perform as long as you do not let Marilyn Manson on the stage. He's not allowed to perform here. So the concert comes. And they let Marilyn Manson on the stage anyway.
Nine Inch Nails does.
Yeah. And on stage, he rips up a Book of Mormon. And then
How have I not heard about this?
Isn't it amazing?
I'm Googling right now.
Yeah, I actually feel like I posted on Reddit about this at some point, and somebody said I was at that concert. And I was like, oh, that is so cool. That is just so cool. But yeah, I think he was just like, this is a stupid theocracy. This book is bullshit. I'm going to rip it up on stage. But I am a 13-year-old who has now been publicly shamed for listening to the music of a band who would let somebody defame the name of Mormonism, you know? And it was so much shame. I was just like drowning in shame. And all of us were. And it was so inappropriate for him to do that. But he proceeded to give an entire talk about the media that we listen to and consume. And by the way, I'm like the best Mormon kid at this point, like so righteous. And my music did not affect that. It was just taste. And I went home and I like threw out all my CDs that were metal or that had any swear words in them or that talked about like anything violent. I mean, it was like Metallica. That's like the lightest shit. I go to death metal concerts now sometimes. I'm just like, and it's just fun. It's just energy. It's all about energy. And for him to have conflated my personal taste with my righteousness was completely wrong and inappropriate. And like, again, was this formative experience of doubling down where I was just like,
because at the time, how did you take it at the time?
Oh, I took it like, I have not been as good of a daughter of God as I can be. And that's not going to prepare me for the things I want in the future. Or like, even I've been opening myself to Satan. Like, I believed that Satan could influence me if I kept listening to this music, because not only the music itself, but like now I had almost been given a direct directive from God through this man. And so there was no excuse at that point. I couldn't keep doing it or I would really be sinning because I was told specifically. This is the story of my life, is like, I would keep the rules exactly, but do everything I could around it, like to express myself, this bounded choice, right? I guess that's the better way to put it, is I was making every possible choice and like customization of my life and making it a interesting and good life as I could, but it was all just like stuck. You couldn't go past a certain point.
It's like that box you talked about at the very beginning, the bounded choice.
Yes.
As long as you're within the bounds.
And I just kept hitting these walls and it was painful and annoying and it wasn't me. Yeah. I like felt like I couldn't completely be myself.
Can I just say, I couldn't, when you told that story about Nine Inch Nails and Marilyn Manson, my brain is like, this can't be possible, John, if you haven't heard of it, because I feel like I've heard everything now. And I just Wikipedia totally, including the ripping up of the Book of Mormon.
No way.
It's in 1994. It totally happened. And Margie and I was, because Margie liked these groups, but we were in Dallas working for Maine. So we wouldn't have heard about it because the internet wasn't yet a thing.
Yeah.
So we never heard about this, but it happened. And I don't mean to doubt you, but I love validating.
Don't
stories.
Trust me. Get evidence, please. Everyone, don't trust us. Get evidence.
We love it.
But it was in October 18th, 1994, in Salt Lake City.
Amazing. I'm so jealous for everyone that was at that show.
Yeah. I was gonna just say, so I was an EFY counselor.
Oh my God, yes.
And EFY, the camps used to kind of go around the nation too. So like there was one in Florida, one in North Carolina, one in, and it felt like every time there was that class, at every EFY there was that class. And even I remember being checked myself, having a similar, where they, in my version of that class, they played the music that was acceptable. So like Howard Jones, or like I remember actually, I remember the artists and the songs that they listed as, these are okay. And then
That's
the
going
ones, they
too
actually
far.
played little snippets of examples of ones that, and what happens to you, I feel like, and I'm curious if this happened to you, is that is a moment where you don't trust yourself. Because inevitably you're like, oh, I like that song. That's on the bad list. Oh, that means like I've made a mistake here in judgment, and I've been listening to something, I guess, that's evil, and I never knew it. Like it never felt evil. It just felt like and so it makes you that double down is like, I got to be careful because I didn't even know that I was,
And not only is it not evil, but it gives you elevation emotion, which is the same thing they say is the spirit.
Yeah.
So how are you supposed to think it's bad when you're like, this music makes me feel great.
Yeah.
I'm empowered. I feel strong. I'm
energized.
I'm dancing. I'm loving driving and my hair's whipping in the wind. It's just like,
Yeah.
and my parents didn't even say it was wrong. I always blasted music, and like I listened to music constantly. I listened to music while I studied. I grew up, I'm the last one, so I grew up with all that new wave, dark wave. Speaking of Howard Jones, my girlfriend and I just saw him with ABC a few weeks ago, and it was so great.
Love ABC.
Howard Jones is amazing. He's so great style too. Yeah. But it just was what I liked, and it helped me focus. I have ADHD, which I didn't know at the time, and music, things actually do help me focus. It's called stimulation, which is why stimulants work. And it just felt like these things that made me happy and made my life beautiful were, like you said, turned into mistakes and shame and even sin. And that just sucked.
It ends up being a form of behavioral control that high demand religions or cults use to condition the members into exact obedience and to self-doubt. And just to say really quickly, in the 80s, it was all about, there were Mormons that would do the tours. Lex Azevedo of Saturday's Warrior had a book called Pop Music and Morality. And they would play the songs backwards on the LPs.
Wow.
Like Led Zeppelin's Stairway to Heaven.
It's like Satanic Panic extension.
Yeah, it would be this. So you can hear Satan when you play the album backwards, or this one's praising smoky marijuana, and they would tell you, don't listen to Led Zeppelin, don't listen to AC/DC, don't listen to Queen.
If they hadn't
in the 80s,
said that, you would never know. It's like, I still don't know when drugs are referenced in songs. Like why are you bringing it to their attention? Like, I don't know.
Just sells more albums, honestly.
Yeah.
Okay, so you conformed.
Yeah. I conformed hardcore, and this is actually the perfect kind of the perfect transition into like my participation in the Oakland Temple Pageant. There is something kind of like a roadshow called the Oakland Temple Pageant that doesn't exist anymore. And it was essentially a play, a very strange musical that glorified Joseph Smith and the stories from the Book of Mormon. And the entire point of this performance is to convert people by manipulating them with spiritual emotion. So, at the time, it was like anyone in the Bay Area could participate. They would have like certain stakes would participate at certain years. But once I did it, I was hooked because the friendships and the feelings you have, and it's just like, it's, I was in marching band too, and it's like that you're performing. So there's the joy and fun of performing, but on top of that, you feel like it's got this insanely essential purpose backing it, and that you're going to change people's lives. And like, you take that and you put teenagers in that environment and they're bonding, and it's just like, oh my God, that is the best possible conversion experience. So don't let your kids do that, parents. It's like freaky good at converting kids. Yeah. So
youth conferences for me were massively conversionary.
Mm-hmm. Right. It's like Bible camp kind of, but times 10. I don't even know. Yeah. But so it was a lot of fun. I made a lot of friends. Actually, that is where I made my friends who introduced me to Nine Inch Nails and all of my metal music. They were awesome. And I'm still friends with one of them to this day. My sister ended up dating one of them. And I did form really, really important friendships that helped me feel like I belonged for the first time. Like I'd never liked Mormons before. I was bullied growing up in my ward, and I just did not like my ward. I only went because I thought it was true. But this was the first time I really made real friendships with Mormons that I was like, now these are some Mormons I can be friends with, because they were cool. They were metal, you know, and they were different. They weren't conforming to everything in the church. So I had that, but it was like grouped with also this, you know, elevation experience and everything. So yeah, Temple Pageant was very interesting. I did it for like 3 years. There was a point, the first time I did it, I was actually too young to do it, but like I kind of snuck in. So I think I was 12 when I was singing in the chorus in the back. And then there's this thing called the Parade of Nations at the end, where like they say it's a worldwide church and and they're like playing music. And then we all would walk down the aisle with a flag from a different country.
Was this in like a football stadium or something?
No, this was at the Oakland Temple.
Okay.
Next to it, they have like this annex with a big theater.
Oh,
so it was in
got
that
it.
theater.
Okay, got it. Okay.
And so my flag, I got to hold the Nigeria flag. I felt so special. I felt so connected. I just thought it was so cool. And I would like cry every time.
Africa. There's a Book of Mormon musical song.
Oh boy.
Called We Are Africa.
That is a great musical. So good. I saw it. That actually, when I saw it was when I came out a year after leaving the church. I came out on social media, like posting a picture from that. Anyway, so yeah, it just was, that was like, I was obsessed with Temple Pageant for years, and I just was looking forward to it so much, and these friendships and these people, and we would go to Fenton's afterward. It was like the tradition.
The ice cream.
And anyone who's been in Temple Pageant will know that it's the ice cream.
How did I know?
It was in Up. They actually showed the store in Up, and I was like, it's Fenton's.
I just know that in a Mormon context, after you do an event, you go to ice cream.
You're so right. You're so right. But this is also an Oakland staple. It's like there's always like a 2-hour line. Anyway, so all these things, you know, were really important to me.
Yeah.
And the foundation of my testimony was I was like at one of the rehearsals, and Moroni is singing this song called I Would Exhort You. And he basically sings the scripture, and he's singing it to Joseph Smith. And I just had this powerful feeling. And I was like, I know the church is true. Like, that is my feeling. And I even wrote that story, and I wrote into the Ensign, and they published it. Or the Leah, whatever the one was for teenagers back then.
The New Era.
The New Era.
We need to find,
so I'm
we'll
published.
ask Brooklyn.
Oh, that's so embarrassing.
But it'll have your actual last name. So
and they
maybe
paid
that's
me
bad.
for it.
Oh, wow.
Do you know they pay people to write those? I was like,
I didn't know.
That was like my first publication.
So maybe you don't want us to point to it because
I don't care.
It'll give away your last name.
Oh, I think they did an initial, but anyway, it doesn't matter.
Yeah.
It's just funny, like, looking back at it. I probably have a copy of it somewhere, but I told the story, and I was like, because of this, I know that the church is true. Yeah.
Okay.
So were you in the double down through the rest
Yes.
of high school?
Yes,
for
absolutely.
sure.
Yeah.
And okay. Yeah.
But I also had amazing friendships, and I had most of my friendships were not members of the church, but they were so awesome. I had the best group of friends. I had several different groups of friends, but especially this core group of 4 girls of us. And they were good kids. Like, they were just good. So I didn't have a curfew. Like, I was just a good kid. Mm-hmm. I never did I wouldn't even study on the Sabbath most of the time. Like, I think my parents knew it. They were like, I can trust you, you know, and your friends are good. Like, I didn't know some of them were probably having sex, but like, yeah, we just spent time together. We had a lot of innocent fun. We had a lot of good times together. And I did feel like I was able to extend my, you know, childhood a little bit, which is maybe one of the only good things about Mormonism, or that Mormonism can facilitate.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Let me ask you really quick. You had mentioned, you know, your interest in art.
Yeah.
And did that continue through high school? Was that something that you continued to like really love and develop?
Yeah, actually, as a kid, I wrote stories a lot. I was a really good writer, and I would write and illustrate my own books my own little books. And I would get writing awards and stuff like that. And then I got more into kind of drawing and stuff. I'm not like a great artist. I'm more of a graphic designer, but like in middle school, I got really into Lord of the Rings. And so I like drew this sketch of Legolas and I was like, oh, it's so cool. And then like throughout high school, I did, that's where my love of film photography started. So I still do film photography. I did a lot of music. So I joined marching band and that was a huge part of my life. I was like the percussion captain my last year and we were actually really good. So it was very fulfilling and all of my friends were in marching band. It was great. Yeah.
Your outline mentions an LDS history tour. Is that worth mentioning?
Yeah. Yes. I should have mentioned that when I was younger because I was pretty young when we went on this full church history tour around New England and to Carthage and Illinois. And, it was a very foundational, like it was a foundation of my testimony for sure. So we were in the Sacred Grove where supposedly Joseph Smith saw God and Jesus Christ. Little did I know, there's a bunch of versions of that story that are totally inconsistent with each other. But that was the history I knew at the time. So again, this comes back to the informed consent thing where it's like, I had limited information. I did not actually know what I was a part of, but I became really ingrained in the church history.
Did you say Carthage jail?
Yeah, we went to.
So you probably weren't told why he actually was in Carthage jail, right?
Nope. Yeah. I did not know that Joseph Smith practiced polygamy at all. I had no idea of that until I was considering leaving the church.
Yeah.
I knew that Brigham Young practiced it, and then occasionally I would hear people talk, very occasionally, and I'm talking like non-Mormons, talk about Joseph Smith's polygamy. And so of course I didn't believe them because I'm like, I know the church history better than anyone. I love this stuff. I had an entire corner of my room, this wall and this wall, coated with like a collage of Jesus Christ, Joseph Smith, but mostly church history, like a whole collage. I was obsessed. And I did not know a thing, but it was a formative experience. We saw all these places. I cried in the jail. I'm like feeling the spirit in the grove. I even like lagged behind at Joseph Smith's birthplace cabin, and like they never let people do this, but like the guide was like, do you want to see the room? Do you want to see his room? And let me go upstairs to see the room upstairs. It's probably a replica. I'm not really sure, but like that would have been the room where Moroni appeared to Joseph Smith. I mean, Nephi. Just kidding. He called him Nephi first, for all the people that don't know that. Till the story changed. And I just thought that was so cool, and it made me feel special. So this plus the temple pageant, which was all about the church history and was from the perspective, it was all about Joseph Smith, and then they would have little forays into the Nephites and stuff, Nephites and Lamanites. So those things just made me so convinced and so like in love with the church history.
That's something Never Mormons, I'm sure, who are trying to make sense of all this just wouldn't get, that you could be a teenage Mormon in the 2000s and learning about Joseph Smith, worshiping Joseph Smith, making collages about Joseph Smith, doing entire history tours about Joseph Smith, and as a faithful Mormon, and never learn that he actually had 30 wives. And yet Never Mormons would all know about that. People outside the church who cared about Mormonism, all they had to do is read Fawn Brody's book in 1945 and they would know that. But somehow the church has been able to keep that from active faithful Mormons for a couple hundred years, really.
Yeah.
It's mind-boggling to think about the realities of how good the church is at keeping information from its members. Still, to this day.
Yes.
In 2025,
absolutely,
most Mormons don't know what the CS letter is, don't know about Mormon stories, don't know about Joseph Smith's polygamy. Today, most Mormons don't know this stuff.
There's a couple of reasons for this. Okay, let me go through them. So my brother, who left the church before me, like 20 years before me, he described to me how when he was a teenager, the church started to shift more toward a Christian narrative. And that would have been when I was very young. And so he actually saw this happen. I believe they released new versions of the Book of Mormon, and rather than having Moroni on there, it had Christ on there or something. And that might have been the time they also made the logo change where Jesus Christ was much bigger than, so instead of having a uniform font, uniform typeface of one size, they made Jesus Christ bigger. And it was because they're starting this rebrand, not as intensely as they are now, but it was still kind of a rebrand at the time. So that was one of the things that was happening when I was so young that I wouldn't have been able to feel how that was shifting. And like, still there was a huge emphasis on Joseph Smith for sure, but things were shifting where they were starting to control the narrative more. And I think that the correlation movement happened at this time, which is just to say that in the Mormon church, if you go to a church building anywhere in the world, in the United States, even abroad, you're going to get the same lesson about the same thing. And that is how they correlate so that everybody is sort of learning and believing the same narrative. So that was how my life was. And the biggest one for me, the one that I always come back to is like the books on the prophets, or even the gospel doctrine / gospel principles books. When they talk about marriage, who do they use as an example? Joseph Smith and Emma.
Yeah.
Joseph and his wife, Emma. One wife. And they make it sound like the most beautiful, trusting, loving marriage with no problems. And like they lost children and they were able to come together because of that. And never have they ever talked about polygamy, even if they were going to say, oh, it was a challenge, but they got through it until more recently, you know? And so every time I come back to it, I'm like, every resource that I had, every church source that I had is talking about this beautiful relationship between one man and one woman. How was I supposed to know that? Yeah. And then I knew that Brigham and others practiced polygamy, but it was also just like this dirty secret that you're like, well, everybody knows that, but let's not talk about it because we don't do that anymore. Like, it was always like, can we not talk about that because it's not part of our church anymore?
And then if anyone talks about it, like Bill Reel or me or Jeremy Runnels or Fawn Brody, they're excommunicated.
Right.
And Mormons are told,
yes,
don't ever listen to apostates.
Exactly. That's a really good point.
Yeah.
So anyone that was actually coming out about this stuff was non-Mormon or had left Mormonism, which is even scarier. And you just are taught to think they're lying.
Or
they're lying or
been
inventing.
Kicked out. Don't forget being kicked out.
Yeah. I didn't know I didn't know any of that.
Yeah,
I didn't know that happened at the time.
Yeah.
And so that was not something I experienced, but yeah.
Yeah.
Except with your dad.
Well, I mean, yes, I don't know what it was about.
Or you're labeled anti-Mormon.
Yes. My brother was labeled anti-Mormon. In fact, that is a really good point because we had a neighbor around the corner who had little leaflets that were anti-Mormon, classically anti-Mormon, and they would stick them in like the little slit that was open in our car windows. So they would be in our car. And my brother actually described a scenario where he took one of those and he took it to his Sunday school teacher. And he was like, somebody left this, like, this is all bullshit, right? Like, what is this? And the teacher promised he would come back with answers. Are you hearing CS Letter vibes? He promised he would come back and answer everything, and he never did. And my brother never forgot that. So it's just like, we do need answers when we see that kind of information come across. But my mom always said, don't read that. It's just anti-Mormon. They just hate us. So, yeah.
What other formative teen experiences do you want to mention that inform your adulthood?
Well, so I'm doubling down. I'm like 14, 15, doing temple pageant and everything. Now, keep in mind, I've been masturbating this whole time. Like, since
believing it's a sin or just...
Yes, believing it's a sin. Well, okay, actually, that is a very good question. I masturbated long before I ever had on my radar that it would be a sin or was a thing, you know? There was somebody in elementary school, you know, I hadn't been taught don't masturbate in class. Some kid in elementary school, some other girl was like, you're not supposed to do that. And that was like really shameful for me and really embarrassing. And I was like, oh my God, I'm caught. And it was like, obviously I knew it was like a private thing kind of, just because I knew like movies, I'd seen like sex scenes on movies, whatever. Like we didn't really have, we didn't watch R-rated movies, but otherwise I didn't really have censorship as a kid. I probably should have, but you know, after 8 kids, you're like, I'm not going to watch Disney movies forever. So, like, I think part of me knew, all right, there's something kind of immoral about this a bit, but it was more like that started the kind of shame. But then it was like messages I was picking up in church. Now, keep in mind, I still did not know what masturbation was. But at some point I felt like I was sinning, and it had been so long, and I would try to stop and I couldn't. And then I felt like I really needed to confess to the bishop, because I felt like that was the only way I would get the support from God that I needed to repent.
And you were how old?
16. Yeah. Not good. And this is a fun fact. My dad had been bishop and before, so I was like, hell no, I'm not going to, and I didn't have a good relationship with him. So I was like, I'm not going to confess to him. That is not happening. It was just a no. And as soon as he got released and a new bishop got put in place, and it was the dad of a girl in my class. And at some point I was like, okay, it's time. I need to like go confess. And I was so scared. I was like shaking like a leaf. And I like asked the secretary to set up a meeting, you know, the executive secretary to set up a meeting for me and the bishop. And it was after church. I was already driving at this time. So I think I came back from church. Like I drove home, and then my time I like drove back, and I was the only one in the church. And like the rest of the parking lot was empty, which I actually was relieved about, because I was so scared someone would see me. And like, there's only so many reasons you go see the bishop, right? And so I just had that feeling like, I just didn't want anyone to know. And I was just like sitting on the couch reading my scriptures, and I was like sobbing, waiting for this appointment. And when I finally went in, I told the bishop, I think I've been doing something bad. And he's like, I don't remember exactly if he asked if I was dating anyone or whatever. I don't remember if that happened, but he asked, have you been masturbating? And I said, I don't know. I don't know what that is. I was 16 and had no frame of reference for that word. I kind of assumed that's what I was doing, but I didn't know. So then he had to describe it to me. And I was like, well, I do some of that, you know?
Oh, gosh.
I know, right?
You're 16. He's an adult.
Oh, and he was gross.
And it's one-on-one behind closed doors.
And,
he was gross? Like,
well, yes. Well, I just thought he's a gross human, but but also like this experience was very gross and predatory. So, you know, after I'm kind of like, yeah, I think I've been doing that. Like, I'd like to repent of that. He starts asking me a lot of invasive questions that are totally unnecessary to repentance and completely inappropriate. I'll just share one. He asked, do you touch your breasts when you do it?
What the?
And I was so disgusted. I mean, I didn't even, look, I'd never watched porn, right? So I think he's like describing what his fantasies from porn. Mm-hmm. And I had no, like, there was no connection to me between my breasts and my vulva. Like, so I just said, what? No, like that. And it like snapped him out of his fantasy. And he just was like, okay, I'm going to give you a blessing and you don't have to stop taking the sacrament or anything. And it was like I'd caught him, is what it feels like when I look back on it.
Caught him
just
being creepy.
Fantasy.
Yes, caught him being creepy. And like, I was clearly disgusted. And he was like, oh shit. Like he just thought I would roll over and play dead and just like let him ask me these questions as if it's normal, because I think a lot of kids do think it's normal. And it's like, you trust the bishop can do no wrong. But because I was just like, ew, what? Like, what does that have to do with anything? Like, what are you talking about? He was, yeah. So, that was a horrible experience. Like,
So he gives you a blessing that somehow his powerful blessing will fix this problem for you in the future.
This is the worst part about it. I was like, I just wanted to be out of there. I just wanted to be forgiven and to get out of there. And so now he's asked me these gross things, and now he is touching my head, and the fat from his belly is pressing into my back and my head. That is what happened after. I'm just like, it is so disgusting, and it feels so abusive. It is abusive. And it's the worst practice in Mormonism. And the
one-on-one interviews, you mean?
About sexuality.
Yeah.
And this is why Sam Young's awesome. The church reacted to his movement to end these interviews with children, right? But all they did was say, you can have an adult with you. Are you kidding? I chose to go because I believed in the church and wanted to be right with God. And I was so ashamed. I would have never invited my parent to be there with me. There is no way a teenager trusts their parents enough to say, why don't you come with me while I talk about my sexual sins? No, these need to end. They have to end. They need to end, period.
Plus, how did the church reward Sam Young?
Excommunicating him.
Yeah.
So I was so traumatized by this experience that I did not masturbate again until I left the church at age 28.
It works.
It works.
Success. I'm joking.
I didn't masturbate.
Dark.
I know. I didn't masturbate for 16 years, and I'm not joking. Yeah. It's really not okay. And it's really, really bad to suppress your sexuality like that. It can really fuck up your sex life. And
well, my dark humor was channeling a believing Mormon that's like, well, that's good. Wait,
I know, right?
Congratulations, the bishop helped you, right?
And
but will you spell it out?
Yes.
To a believing Mormon? Like I know you just kind of did, but
yes. So orgasms are all about a release of endorphins, and repression is all about holding yourself tight. And I've had pelvic floor therapy, and something they told me is that our like private areas are where we hold shame the most as well. I think because it's so vulnerable. And so like it can make it harder to orgasm. Like it's gotten, it can be fixed, it can be healed. But like for some people, it takes years. Like a lot of people are severely traumatized, and for some people, sex becomes completely not pleasurable. And there's just a lot of different effects. Like I actually could not use tampons because my pelvis was so tight, because my vagina was so tight until I was like a sophomore in high school. And then like, I couldn't even get a pap smear because it was too painful. And like, it's not good. And there are a lot of other reasons, like masturbation is just healthy, and releasing endorphins is healthy. And it can create a lot of rage. It can create a lot of depression. Like this is just a function of our body that is necessary and healthy. And yeah. So all those and many other things.
And that repression, we had lunch with a friend recently. That repression can follow married people
absolutely
into their 40s and 50s with significant sexual dysfunction.
Yes. Because
of that taboo repression that starts so young.
Absolutely.
I mean, that's what I've heard.
You are completely right. Yeah. And, I often think my mom probably had that kind of repression. And I think that a lot of that, impacts like my dad's choices and his needs and desires and all of that. Like all of that is tied in together, and it's not good and it's not healthy.
Amen.
And Amen. A lot of married people, I mean, so many on Mormon stories, almost every woman has a story about sexual dysfunction.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And when we all know that it's one of the three things, sex, money, and in-laws are the three things that or kids that cause the most conflict in marriages. It's a non-trivial element to have massive sexual dysfunction in your marriage if you care about healthy marriages and healthy families, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Not to mention the importance of self-discovery, which will probably come into your story later, but we won't, no spoilers.
Well, and the thing is that kind of repression, it also stunts your growth a lot because you're also like really censoring everything so that you never feel sexual because you're so scared of fucking up again. And that's not good either. Like, I just felt like I was keeping myself more innocent than was appropriate for my age, and it felt wrong. And like, yeah, at some point, like that comes into play. Like at some point I grow out of that a little bit, but yeah.
Yeah.
So as the perfect segue, let's talk about your gay friend and Prop 8.
Oh my God. Yes. Okay. So, oh my God. Wow. Okay. I was growing up in the environment of Prop 22, which was like the predecessor to Prop 8. And then...
Which was California trying to make same-sex marriage illegal?
Yes.
Okay.
After it was already legal.
Yeah.
And so in high school, I had a ton of friends. I had a huge variety of friends. I actually had a lot of gay friends who weren't out. But I did have one gay friend who was so out and so flamboyantly gay and happy to be who he was. And there was no fucking question. And he was beloved to all of us and so talented. And I was one of his good friends. And I decided I wanted to take him to winter ball. You know, like, I will say that I did not like a lot of physical contact with boys, like straight boys. And I'll have to run down the whole kind of gambit of my crushes and things like that. But like, he was awesome. I knew we would have a good time, but there was that temple question. To get a temple recommend, which means you can go to the Mormon temple because you're worthy. They have this question asking if you associate with any groups that do you remember the way they worded it?
Have beliefs or practices counter to the gospel kind of thing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And
which could be anything.
Yeah. But I'm sure like what they really mean, I think, is like more extreme groups or the polygamist groups. It's really about polygamy.
Or apostates.
Yeah. But I was like, if I take him to this dance, am I showing too much support for the gay community? I just like was like cognitive dissonance. And I actually asked my mom, I was like, do you think it's okay if I bring this boy to a dance? He's gay. And, but he's awesome. And, you know, he's great, la, la, la. And she was like, yeah, I think that's okay. Which was, thank God she said that, you know, but, it's just so sad and funny that I was even thinking that way, about a good friend of mine who was great. Like, and obviously, you know, she probably was like, oh, duh, you'll be safer. Like, he's gay. Like,
or you could convert him.
Or I could convert him.
Away. Yeah.
But yeah, like, so she was cool with it. We had a great time. It was great. But clearly, like, all these messages about, like, all these messages were being kind of inundated in me that queerness is bad. Like, all of this is messaging I'd been receiving for years. And I also clearly viewed it as an ideology, a group. Like, it's like in Poland, they consider the LGBT to be like a terrorist group or something. Like, maybe not that extreme, but they call it an ideology. They don't view it as individuals. They're like the LGBT ideology. That is kind of how the church put that on me. But I had plenty of gay friends, and I always loved my friends for who they were. And I don't think I was really judgmental. I have asked and gotten reports back that I was a very cool kid, and that like I was never judgmental, and I just loved everyone. Like, that's just who I was, you know. I loved the church, and like, yeah, ideally everyone would be Mormon in that world, you know, but I didn't judge people based on that. It's just not something you do in California. Everybody's very live and let live. And there's something really nice about that. Like, and in fact, my friends respected me for being Mormon, which is kind of wild. Nobody was making fun of me. Nobody was like, maybe a little, but it was endearing, you know? And so I just really liked growing up in that environment. I had the best friends. It was great. Yeah.
And then Prop 8 comes around.
Okay. So I go to BYU, Idaho, because guess what? I only applied to BYU and BYU, Idaho, even though I wanted to go to film school because I was obsessed with film ever since 8th grade. But I think my mom was afraid it would deconvert me or something, which it probably would have. So thanks a lot, Mom. But I didn't have the opportunity really to go anywhere else in my perspective because every other sibling had gone to BYU. And that's where you find your spouse. That's where you create the next chapter of your life, you know? And I didn't get into BYU. So I was like, all right, I'll go to BYU, Idaho. I really liked it because of EFY. I really liked the campus better. And I liked that it was a little bit smaller. And I love Idaho. But like, I didn't even apply to California schools. Like, what was I thinking? That is so dumb.
Same with me, is all BYU.
Same with me.
Yeah. And all of my friends like were applying to like 7 schools. Or, you know, one of my best friends, she went to trade school instead. So she's a stylist. And like, it's like they all knew kind of what they wanted and what the next step was. And I was in this freaking bounded choice where I only had this one option.
Marriage.
Well,
or BYU.
BYU.
Yeah.
I actually marriage was not on my radar at this point, but it was in the sense that like in this vague far off, I was like, yeah, like that would be where I would meet my spouse. But it was very vague to me. There was nothing really concrete that I was seeing. And when I was a sophomore in college, it was the summer after I came home, and my dad, so this is 2008, my dad approached me and said, I am donating money to a proposition in California to like this kind of movement. I'm like trying to think the best way to say it. And it's about gay marriage, and it's so that we can protect the family and we can protect like the classic God approved unit of the family so that only a man and a woman can be married. And I was just like, okay. And he said, can I donate this money in your name? And I'm also going to donate in grandma's name and mom's name. And I was like, what is this? I don't even know what this is. I was like, so not involved in politics. And he said, like, this is really important for the church. This is really important for the gospel to like grow in America. Like, we cannot let like gay families come about because it's going to literally tear apart society. It's just going to tear it apart. And I was like, I thought the church didn't get involved in politics because that was something I always liked about the church. I was like, isn't the church like so much bigger than politics? Like, this is a much bigger thing. And so I was like pushing back a little bit and told him I was uncomfortable. And he told me, well, the prophet himself asked us to do this. And he has made this request, and we do what the prophet says. So I said, yes, I let him do it.
And it turns out there was a whole shakedown. The Mormon church would call aside wealthy Mormons.
Yes.
And say, donate to Prop 8. Mm-hmm. And $20 or $40 million got collected or more. And I'm curious if your dad ended up also donating in his name, or if he was trying to, because there was retribution, especially in California, for prominent Mormons that donated to Prop 8. Some were, you know, their work status was affected, their reputations. So I wonder if he just wanted it in yours and his wife's and other people's names and not his, or if it was more a matter of maximum donation limits and wanting to donate the maximum amount of money by spreading it out. But it's all shady. Okay, it's all shady AF, right?
Yes, and it's all of the above, in my opinion. Yeah. So, because he split the amounts very, very carefully, so that because there is a certain amount, if you go over, I think 20,000 or something, you show up on lists and stuff. And like, the thing though is that I'm on a hate list because my name is associated with a donation for Prop 8. Yeah. And I just feel like okay, so if you make it look like it's the women, so my grandma was a children's book author among many other hobbies, but she was a published children's book author. And so like we have these lists of donations and it says, you know, so-and-so, children's book author. And it like probably looks less sinister if it's grandmothers, mothers, and just like if it's women, rather than like, oh, it's a bunch of homophobic white men from the Mormon Church, which is what the Mormon Church is made of. Like that is what was driving this, was homophobic white men. And like straight ones, of course. But like, it's also, I was told many times that the church itself did not donate a single cent to Prop 8.
No, the church full on lied.
But they lied.
Yeah,
they did.
They did, yeah.
Not only, but they donated directly. So that's the biggest lie. But then you think about all these donations they collected using tithing records, by the way, and targeting getting the stake presidents to ask, but using tithing, that's so wrong. That's supposed to be private. Like
I know in BYU Provo, they got entire floors of office buildings and recruited BYU students to man phone banks to call down, you know, citizens of California to influence their vote. Think about all the money that involves. A lot of it was volunteer labor.
Right.
But it was, you know, influenced by the church's power and control.
Yeah.
And none of it was reported as donations in kind. You know what I'm saying?
Yes.
Yeah.
Highly recommend the book, Gay Rights in the Mormon Church.
Yeah.
Do you remember the name of the author?
No.
He was on at some point, but...
Greg Prince, maybe?
Yes,
Yeah.
I think so.
Yeah.
I want to ask him, he needs to do more research, and I want to know if this tactic of donating in women's names was actually a thing that happened to anyone else, or if this was like just a fluke.
Oh, I'm sure it was very common.
Like, what if, like, it could have been just my dad, but what if this was like actually something that they were like, you know, don't talk about this, but this is the best way.
Oh, for sure he was instructed to do that.
It seems like it, right? Because why else would he do that?
Yeah. And I remember my friends were making those lists, collecting the names, because they just wanted accountability.
Yeah.
Because the church was lying and the Mormons were behind it by orders of magnitude.
Yes.
The church tried to make it appear like there was a coalition of Catholics and evangelicals,
and
which there was.
Individuals.
But it was mostly the Mormon church.
Totally.
By far, yeah.
Yeah. And they act like, hey, these are just our members. They're just doing the right thing. Like, we didn't tell them to.
Yeah.
Lies all across the board.
Yeah. So I guess at the time you didn't register that as really traumatizing or bad.
No, I did not.
Yeah, because you were in it.
But it was uncomfy.
Yeah, yeah.
Because I had gay friends. I had out gay friends. A lot of the friends I had that were gay in high school ended up coming out, you know, when they went to college. And so like, that's so wrong. Like, it's just wrong. And I didn't feel like I had a choice because you do what the prophet says.
Yeah.
Yeah. And it feels like too, the way you've described yourself up to this point, that you have taken the teachings of the LDS gospel for yourself, right? So if you're going to be aggressive to yourself, it's to yourself, but you're not necessarily taking those things and judging your friends by the same. So this feels like, you know, a prime example of a time where you're taking that step to use the Mormon kind of against people that you're actually in relationship to. Like, that feels right.
Such a beautiful catch. Thank you.
Yeah. Where then it's an ethical question for you. Like, you're actually coming up against yourself because on your own, up to that point, it sounds like that's not the way you lived it.
Right. Like, never did I tell my friends what to do. Never did I judge them. One of my best friends, like, she lived with her boyfriend. I never thought that was wrong, really. Like, I'm like, you do you, and I love you regardless. Like, this is not the reason we're friends, you know? Like, there's so many reasons we're friends. And like, you know, it really did hurt, and it felt really pushy, and I was ashamed. I didn't, like, my brother, he like put a picture of his wedding picture and was like, yes, on Prop 8. And he lost so many friends, and he had been so popular in high school and had a lot of queer friends. And I actually think he's queer, honestly. Like, I think multiple of my siblings are queer and just like stuck in their bounded choice box. And like, it just sucks. I never put something public out that I remember. because I was ashamed and I knew like, this just feels like encroaching and I don't really know why or how, but it was a lot of cognitive dissonance. It was a very heavy load at that time.
And in response to that cognitive dissonance, you decided to go on a mission.
Right. Yeah. Okay. To be fair.
And this is before, Mormon young women often chose to go on missions. It was more very rare.
I definitely would have gone earlier if I had the option because I'd wanted to go since I was a kid. All of my siblings went on missions but one. And I think seeing the process.
That's 6 of the 8 going on missions.
Yes. Wait, 7 of the 8. Well, including me.
6 of the 7. I should have said 6
no,
of the 7.
There's 8.
You're the 8th.
Yes, 6 of the 7.
6 of the 7.
And then I get to make the choice. Yeah. I get it. Math is not my strong suit. I'm an artist.
Yeah. No.
So, so I always wanted to go. And I think it was like part of that church history doubling down. I really wanted to teach people what I learned about Joseph Smith and the church. And I thought it was cool because a lot of my siblings went foreign or learned languages. And so there was something ingrained in that kind of family culture. And I also just didn't really fit into gender norms very well. I did, but I just was not like my sisters necessarily as much. And it felt like it would be more empowering. And, I was always looking for the next calling and the next service and to be better and to be higher. And I wanted to grow in the church as much as possible. And fast forward to I'm 20. So, at the time women went when they were 21. So I'm starting to think about it more. And I just had this feeling like I didn't want to go. But, of course I prayed about it because I felt like I really needed the answer. And I guess I got an answer at some point. I remember when I was released study president, and I think that the presidency would always do one of the lessons in the month. Is that still a thing?
At BYU Idaho, you were released study president?
Yeah.
That's a big deal. That means of all your 200 peers or whatever, you were chosen by the bishop to be the leader of the women for the congregation.
I was very, very dedicated, and my leadership knew it. They always knew. Because of the talks I would give and the testimonies I would give, I was obviously incredibly faithful, incredibly knowledgeable about the church and the doctrine, and really crisp, right where they want me, and I was willing to sacrifice time and energy for the church. So
I'm trying to imagine Orthodox Laurel.
I know.
I'm just trying to imagine you being judgmental, or you being harsh, or you being...
I wasn't. I was not judgmental or harsh.
Wow.
I was the nice one.
Yeah.
I was a California Mormon.
Okay. Right. Yeah, that totally
But
fits.
like you said, judgmental and harsh toward myself.
Right.
But okay, this is actually important because when I repented and stopped masturbating, I truly felt like now I am on top because I was not sinning anymore. That was the only sin I ever did, as a teenager on whatever. And so I was truly perfect. I was going to the temple all the time. I loved the church. I was so good and I wasn't sinning. And so that gave me a lot of confidence. I really felt like I was so square with God that I think that probably came out also to my leadership and stuff. And yeah, it was my priority. So
I love it.
Yeah.
So you're firing on all Mormon cylinders.
Yes. And I really loved, so when I was 11-ish and kind of recovered from my anxiety disorder, I became the most independent member of my family. I became so independent, and I started going out for things. I made tons of friends. I was going out for leadership positions in marching band after in high school. And I loved to speak. I loved to speak in church, and I loved to give talks and lessons because I really knew my shit. And so it would impress people, and, I'd pull in C.S. Lewis, and I would it was I gave great talks. Mm-hmm. I kind of missed the opportunity to give talks, but
it's time to start a YouTube channel.
No, I mean, it was all cotton candy. It just melted away in my mouth. It was like I knew and created so much depth in this thing that just ended up being cotton candy. It sucked to find that out, but I was so good at it. So released study president. I had just gotten my little revelation that I should go on a mission. And it was like spring semester at BYU, Idaho. And
Wait, so you like prayed and said, God, should I go on a mission?
Yeah.
And you felt what?
Yes, you should. And I announced it to my class that I had gotten this revelation to go. And they were all like, oh my God, that's great. And it's just funny to me now. Like,
Yeah.
Now, back at this point, the church almost discouraged let's just say eligible women from going on missions, because the church only wanted women who couldn't get married to go on missions. They wanted boys to go on missions and then to come home and marry the youngest girl they could, basically.
Right.
So I imagine you could have dated boys or gotten married.
well, I will say I had no interest in, I just had no interest in getting married. And I had a lot of roommates, and I would just see year after year, I would see my roommates get married like 2 months or get engaged 2 months after dating someone. And it really freaked me out.
Okay. So
I
you
did
didn't want
not.
that. Okay.
It just felt really abnormal. And like, I remember always thinking, that guy, like every time I was like, my standards were always like way higher. Like, why would you date that guy? Like, that is, and marry him? Like, how do you know there's not better options out there? And I just like didn't have that connection.
And you hadn't fallen for a guy by age 20 yet.
I had like kind of a high school crush, but like the most we did was hold hands like twice. But he did actually end up being like my man on the pedestal that like I was always like, yeah, and he was not Mormon, but he was Christian Scientist, which is a very similar group to Mormonism. Like it's pretty culty. They don't use medicine and stuff like that. But I was like, but he's Christian, and you know. And so it was like, you'll find that like, as I'm still repressed in my 20s, it's like, I pedestalize people instead of actually liking them. And that was the case. That was the case in this.
Okay.
Yeah.
So
But-
better go on a mission.
What?
So better go on a mission.
Right?
Yeah.
Totally. But
Yeah.
also like, really, it was like, to me, it was almost like a career move, right? It was like, yeah, I'm going to do the next thing. Like, why would I get married? Like, I want to grow more. I want to do the next thing. And, you know, I just cared about other things so much more. And I thought it was weird that girls didn't.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
It's a weird move because it's an orthodox move for a woman in 2008 to go on a mission at age 21, but it's also off plan.
Yeah.
Because you're supposed to get married young. So it's
Exactly.
on plan, but it's off plan.
Yeah.
way.
There was, it was very interesting to be in the MTC with a lot of girls, like in a dorm kind of. And it was really interesting, like people's reasons for choosing to go on a mission were kind of all over the place, but I didn't feel like anyone's was like as pure as mine.
It's like my boyfriend dumped me, or
Yeah.
I graduated from BYU and I'm not married yet.
And
right?
Yeah.
Right?
But my,
Is that right? Or I mean,
yes,
yeah.
that was often the case.
yeah.
It was often the case, I'll say.
Yeah.
But yeah, my companion in the MTC, Poland is such a small mission that there were just two of us going to Poland. And we were fucking best friends from the first day we met. Like, it was great. And we're still great friends to this day. And I think we both just like, we love to have fun, but we also took the gospel very seriously. And so that combination made for like actually the perfect sort of mission kickoff because like, you feel like you're doing something important and something powerful, but you also are like not taking yourself too seriously. So it was really fun to be with her.
Fun.
Yeah.
Okay. So you go to Poland.
Yes, I do. Poland. I love Poland. Oh,
And this is post-Soviet fall Poland.
it is. And it's really funny you say that. Like, people my age don't think about that.
Yeah.
But like my mom thought the same. She was just like, is it safe there? Like when I read it off to her, she like, is it even safe there? But the summer before, my sister had gotten back from her mission and I was in a graphic design class and I made a flyer that was how to backpack Europe for a certain amount of money or something like, it was just a fun project. But as I'm doing it, I'm like, I I could do this. I could actually pull this off. I've been working full time every summer, and BYU Idaho is so cheap, and it suddenly looked really simple as I'm listing everything out. And so I had emailed my sister while she was still on her mission and convinced her to, well, I didn't really have to convince her. She was like, yeah, that sounds like a great idea, actually, to backpack Europe with me when she got home. And it is for sure one of the best memories of my life. So she and I backpacked from Ireland all the way down to Greece, across most of Europe, stopping so many places. We did it for a month. And
before your mission?
Before my mission.
That's amazing.
It was awesome. I was 20.
Yeah.
I think about that now and I'm like, that's awesome.
Yeah.
20 years old. My mom was probably terrified. No cell phones at the time. We had a little brick that was pay by the minute. And we would just call occasionally. Mm-hmm. Yeah. We weren't texting her every day. This is so crazy to me now. Yeah. But my parents loved to travel and really instilled that in me. So I went to Switzerland when I was 12 and to see the Russian sister. And, that changed my life. The chocolate, the green, Switzerland is the best possible place you could go in this entire planet. Mm-hmm. So that's a really good place to start. Yeah. And so with all of that my dad was really encouraging it, which I'm awesome. So I think he just knew there is no really no other way to see life than traveling. It's just a different way to see life and a different way to experience life. That's awesome. And he loved it. So he knew I would love it. So that was an awesome trip with my sister. So great. And it was just kind of the best sort of kicking off of my mission. Mm-hmm. We had gone to Prague. That was the closest we'd gotten to Poland, but it's right next to it. The Czech Republic is a neighbor of Poland. And so I already knew I would love it. I already knew I was so excited to go to Eastern Europe and really excited about the language because I'd gotten quite good at French in high school and was very clear on my application that I wanted to learn another language. And so I was just so stoked.
So how was your mission?
Oh, that is a really big question. It was great in so many ways, traumatizing in other ways, so hard, exhausting, really beautiful, fun, life-changing, all the above.
What was traumatizing about your mission?
You know what's interesting is I actually didn't think I had any trauma from my mission because I loved it. Yeah. Everybody knows I love my mission.
Me too.
My mission president loved me. I was
he told you that you would have been an AP if you had been a man. Is that right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Really flattering. Actually, it was flattering at the time because I'm that's the best I can get. I was that's the best thing you could possibly say to a girl. But I clearly reached my peak. I wasn't allowed to have any leadership positions as a sister. Yeah, they've changed it since, but that doesn't undo all of what they did before that. Mm-hmm. I don't excuse that. And I was one of the best possible missionaries out there, and I do not feel bad saying it. I'm tooting my own horn. Mm-hmm. I do feel bad for converting people now, but luckily in Poland, there is 99% Catholic. There's not too much opportunity to convert people, but I just was good. I was hardworking. I would not stay out past an hour on my lunch. I was so dedicated. And I really just loved learning. I love languages. So it was very fun, that part of it. I would do all my study in Polish because I loved the language. So I would use my first 2 hours of scripture study to do it in Polish so I could get more language. And I got the best, biggest dictionaries that they have available in Poland for learning the language. I was so into that. So it's kind of interesting looking back what I did love about it. Yeah. And I liked the people, and it was really good to have a purpose and to be forced to talk to people every day because that's the only way to learn the language. Now the traumatizing part, I came home and fell in a really big depression. We can talk more about mission stuff if you want, but I developed, I believe, CPTSD, which is complex PTSD, meaning you have been exposed to trauma repeatedly over a long period of time. And When I got my ADHD diagnosis last year and started medication, I feel like it like healed me from my CPTSD, and I felt like myself for the first time since right before my mission. And I actually like researched it, and this is actually like this is something that Adderall can do, is heal PTSD. It's like it's been reported to work that way for people. And I just like, it was awesome. It was so important. And this was, last year. So I'd been out of the church for a while. And I think like the rules, like the sleep schedule, which is absolutely not in tune with my body. I'm an introvert, and the exhaustion of talking to people every day, it was like, I mentioned to you, I call it kind of like a complex exhaustion, because it was so much for so long that I almost just felt like I could never do that again. I could never be that again. I could never be that social. And I was much more social in high school, even as an introvert, and I just, I really struggled after that. So
it just wasn't a fit for your brain.
It was definitely not a fit for my brain, but
even though you were great at it.
Yeah, exactly.
But that just means you were
dedicated.
But also
sacrificing,
being unhealthy and self-sacrificing.
Exactly. Okay. But like, there's a part of me that is like, I'm so glad I learned that language so well. And I know there is really no other way to do it besides forcing yourself to talk to people every day. And there's very little in life that can motivate an introvert to talk to people every day.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
And you mentioned getting a particular revelation on your mission that I thought was kind of interesting. After the other revelations you've received, including the revelation to go on a mission.
Right.
Right?
Yeah. Revelations. But this one actually seems like it was. Intuition.
And if you want to tell the story that leads up to this revelation, I don't know if you remember it.
Yeah, actually, I do. What happened was I was in a ward in Warsaw. And there was a boy who got converted who was just like really intelligent. And he was like teenager, but like super, super smart. And like, he just was like a golden investigator, right? So like everybody was really excited that he got baptized. And I think he had just been baptized right before I got on my mission. So it was like my first area. And I really struggled with my companion, and just like the whole trainer mentee, that's a very hard relationship. And like, I love her, but I think we just kind of butt heads. And then being on a mission, it's just a lot. And it was November, December in Poland, cold, dark, gray. And so I'm in this branch, and this kid kind of like develops a friendship with one of the older members, and they're like starting to delve into like the mysteries, you could say. And like, everybody's like, oh, like it's a little uncomfortable because he's getting a little too deep. And like, he was sort of talking about Joseph Smith in ways that made me a little uncomfortable. I didn't know why. It just something felt a little off. And like, he also kind of would fluff himself up. Like it sounded like he was sure he was going to be a general authority one day. And like, that was like red flaggy to me, of course, like as somebody who's that new in the church, like I'm going to be a general authority. Like that's how great I am. Narcissism. So I remember it was like around this time, and we were in the ward in the branch building, and I went to the bathroom, which is the only place you can be alone, literally, on a Mormon mission, because you have to stay with your companion 24/7. You have to have them in sight. And that is a horrifying thing to have to deal with as an introvert, because we need recharge time. Like, no matter how much fun we're having during the day, we just need to be alone. We have to function. And so I loved sitting in the bathroom on the toilet. It was like, I would just stay longer than I needed to, because I'm like, God, I'm finally alone. Like, oh. So it was one of these times that I'm on the toilet in the branch building. And I have this thought come crystal clear in my head. Joseph Smith was a fraud. Just came to me. And
it feels out of nowhere.
It felt totally out of nowhere. Even when I think back, I don't even know where that came from. I really truly think it was just my intuition, because it's such a crazy bullshit story. Sometimes your intuition just speaks to you, but
and it's one thing to passively or even actively believe it.
Yeah.
On a mission, you have to teach it to others as though it's true.
Yes.
And I don't know, had you received, I guess you had received the witness that the church was true, but still it can be hard to teach the Joseph Smith story, because how do you know whether it's actually really true? You know what I mean?
That is such a great insight, because they're saying it so many times over and over, and it's like the most important thing in the world, and in a place where people don't really care that much about. They don't really need it. It's not going to help their lives really in a functional way. There is something about saying it over and over that can flag that for you, for a person, for their intuition.
I could see that.
And the same, like, again, a sidebar, but like that, when I was just right before leaving the church, that year kind of before leaving the church, I stopped testifying of Joseph Smith because it felt wrong. And I would only talk about Christ and just like being good people and stuff like that. It's just interesting. And I've heard that before from people that testifying of Joseph Smith at some point fell off to them, and they didn't think that they needed to bring that into their testimony anymore. And so like, yeah, it's like this little flag, because saying it, it's like, no, it really has to be true if I'm going to say it. If I'm going to teach it, if I'm going to convert people, that's really got to be true.
Yeah.
And this is all subconscious, of course. But.
So what did you do with that revelation as a missionary that Joseph Smith was likely a fraud? What'd you do with it?
Why don't you guess?
Turned it off.
Like a light switch. That's exactly what I did. I turned off that bathroom stall light and repressed that memory until I was learning about the real Joseph Smith.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Well, I'm sure you've got great mission stories, but there's so much to your story.
Yeah, that's fine.
So if you did the full year and a half.
Yes.
Returned with honor.
I actually would have done an extra 6 months. Like, that's how bad I was, like, wanted to, but then as that got closer, I was so exhausted and drained that I started to really look forward to going home. The last 2 months was when I fell into my depression the worst, like when it started, like through my 20s kind of, but like, I remember thinking I was like besties with one of the elders in my MTC, the Mission Training Center, like group. And I felt really bad that he had to say 6 months more. I was like, I'm so fucking ready to be home. And I did not wear my name tag on the plane because I was like, no, I'm done.
Yeah.
And I was done.
You're done.
Yeah. I was like, I do not want anyone seeing me like this. I don't want anyone asking me questions. I am finally alone for the first time, and I will not talk to a soul. And it was like the best flight home. Amazing. Yeah.
So beautiful. Thanks for sharing that.
Yeah.
So the next several sections of your outline are just all about dating and sex and the Young Single Adult program. So where should we begin? I mean, I don't want to say that's the meat of your story, but like that's
kind of.
You were 10 years as a young single adult in the Mormon church.
Yeah.
Yes.
And when most Mormon women are married by the time you get off your mission, I would say.
That's true.
By the age.
Yes.
By the age of 21, definitely by 23, most Mormon women are married.
Yep. And I will say that unlike most Mormon women, at first, like, I didn't consider myself a failure or behind in life. Like, I did not look at their lives and see anything to desire. It just did not look like anywhere near the kind of life that I wanted. So I was just like, yeah, I'm good. Like, I'll find my person when I find my person. I'm going to briefly just describe what it's like to be in YSA.
Now, is this BYU Idaho YSA or
all
just
of the above?
Okay.
So, and I'll kind of go over that whole thing and then maybe talk more about specific relationships and stuff like that. But like, so, the Young Single Adult ward, it's all in the name. This is a ward geographically based for the single members that are young and marriable in the Mormon church. As you can imagine, it's like a meat market. And it's also full of a lot of forced socialization. It's full of infantilization because in Mormonism, you're not considered a full adult until you've gotten married and have kids, which a lot of 19-year-olds already have, or 18-year-olds. Like, and so you kind of get the sense sometimes that anyone who's married especially if they have kids, is better than you and is on the path doing the right thing, even if they're younger than you. So keep that in mind, all of that atmosphere. The age is 18 to 30 in most places. So when I first arrived to my YSA ward in San Jose, California, there was this creepy 30-year-old who would always hit on the 18-year-olds, the new ones. He was on that cusp of aging out, but he wasn't getting married, and he just was so creepy. And this is like one of a million of this. You could say the story a million times over. Everyone's been through it probably if they've been 18 in a singles ward. There's always like the older boys who no girl seems to be good enough for them.
They're not married for a reason.
Exactly. No, he was. That's rude. But. He was disgusting. He was like, I'm sorry, but he was. And a lot of that is attitude, right? He just had a very disgusting attitude and just like, of course he would never date women his age. He always was going after these younger women. So there's like that kind of atmosphere is always going to be there. You have like socials after church, and like, remember, I'm an introvert and I don't even like Mormons. And so I'm like having to socialize with these people, and like, I have a few friends that I like, but for the most part, church has always been torture for me, and just like, get through it, you know, but it's true. Is that you?
Margie's nodding in some ways, right?
Yeah. But it's true. So you do it, you know? And, so that kind of like general vibe was there my whole stretch of the 10 years that I was in YSA. Now, student YSA was interesting. It was a little different because everyone's like transient, but it was kind of weird because it felt like there was a lot of marriage happening, just a lot of marriage. When you're in the Bay Area, it's not quite like that because there's a lot of women with careers. Like there's kind of a longer range of time before you're considered a failure if you're not married. So like, yeah, it was much healthier, I would say, but there was still a lot of that happening. And like, I'll just say that experience of being like infantilized and just the same experience, the same old thing from 18 to 28, it was really, really torturous and terrible. It sucked. It really, really sucked. I didn't date a lot. And I feel like I dated more when I was in Utah. And I did have a couple boyfriends. My longest relationship was 4 months, like in that time, which felt so long. But like my excuse would always be like, when I would just like kind of suddenly have this feeling and break up with them. And I would always say, I just feel like something's not quite right. Like, it just doesn't quite feel right to me. It's like, it almost like having to like, without actually saying it, making it a spiritual thing where it's like, if you don't feel that it's right, it's because the spirit's telling you that it's not right. But it's really my intuition. But that is kind of was my MO. Dating boys in my 20s was to run away.
And you hadn't kissed prior to coming home from your mission. You had not ever kissed a human. Is that correct?
I had, not. I had not really. No, not. I had
in a
not,
dating context.
In a dating context. Yeah. No, it was really embarrassing. I felt very embarrassed about that, but I had not had a kiss before my mission. Yeah. And
or on your mission.
Yeah, and honestly, like. Part of that, I think there were actually boys in high school who were interested in me, but who's going to date the girl who will never have sex and who's like so Mormon in this kind of weird cult, you know, like I just...
Who has a collage of Joseph Smith on her bedroom wall.
God, I hope they didn't know that. But like, yeah, like it's not attractive. I'm sorry, Mormon teens, it's not attractive. Like,
it's not hot.
It's not hot. And I'm not saying that teenagers have to have sex or anything. I'm just saying like I was limited in my options and people viewed me as a little bit weird because I was. That's it. And so I feel like my early dating opportunities weren't really there. And like, that was kind of sad because I really wanted to be kissed, you know, like I just wanted to move forward. I always was wanting to progress. And so especially like going on a mission without having been kissed was so embarrassing. And I was like dating a boy. Like there were a couple boys I dated right before my mission, and like nobody wanted to be my first kiss because nobody wants to be the first kiss because you don't want to like traumatize somebody or something, make it a bad experience for them. But like also, I just feel like I also wasn't really putting it out there.
Yeah.
Because like, you know, I've since realized there is a little kind of dance that happened, obviously, you know, I think I just wasn't so into it that I really tried so hard or put myself there.
I'm going with you didn't really want to kiss a boy, maybe.
I don't think maybe I wanted to kiss a boy.
Yeah. So
honestly, it was like a rite of passage is what I wanted.
Right.
I wanted,
you wanted the milestone.
to tick
Yes.
like the box.
I wanted the milestone so that when we played that game, like at BYU, Truth or Dare, or like when you're running and it's like, who hasn't been kissed? And then you have to stand up and run. I wanted to stop that shame. And that was like the milestone I wanted. Yeah.
But in fairness, there are more faithful Orthodox Mormon girls where you couldn't have stopped them from kissing boys. And there's even super faithful Orthodox Mormon women who had sex as teenagers just because they were so boy crazy. And that's what they were driven to do, right? And they were super faithful, right?
I'm still in shock about that. I'm like, people had sex as teenagers, like with boys? No.
But back to your story though. Like, I do think it's interesting, back to the masturbation, with the bishop.
Yes.
And you feeling like
I can't have feelings.
You can't, like, part of you shut down or closed off or was exiled that day. And it feels like it kind of died. It like was so disconnected from you. So I have a question with that in the YSA, your YSA experience. Did anything ever penetrate attraction-wise to you for anyone, for male, female, during that time?
You're asking for the whole 10 years?
Yeah, like, because what I'm hearing is like when you exile or shut down, you're a part of yourself to be chosen, to, you know, be valuable within a certain context, our box, right? I think it's different for different people. And what I'm curious for you is, did anything penetrate during that time? Were you able ever to experience this sense of like being attracted to someone, even if it's emotional? We're not even talking sexual. Like it could be emotional, or it could be aesthetic, or it could be intellectual.
Yes.
Did you have experiences like that? And was it particularly along one gender versus another, or was it very varied?
I love talking about this because, well, for one thing, I like to look back and validate things, but also just like, I like to analyze things, find reasons for things, you know, whatever. But it's a very interesting question and the way you asked it, because when I was attracted to boys, or when I dated boys, the people I was okay with dating, there was always something very specific about them that was like, here's the flag of the kind of person you should want to date. It was like something was telling me you should want to. So like one was like, if they were interested in me, like my first boyfriend when I was 24, the first kiss I had, which by the way, made me go inside and cry on the bathroom floor. Who knows why? I know why now, but I was just like, is it because like I'll get to that, but like, it was like the most talented, somebody like people who are really creative, people who are musicians. Like, this is a cool person to date. Like these are boys. Like, this is like, he's so rich that I could own half of Immigration Canyon and my own horse. Like, he offered me my own horse, and you know, like shit like that. Like, but he would start talking about marriage, and I broke up with him, you know? And it just was like, I didn't think about boys really in my words. Like, I didn't think about anyone like, I would want to date that person. I was always like, oh, I hope they approach me.
Chosen.
I want to be chosen because then I'll know.
Interest was driven by them, not by you.
Yes.
Yeah.
With the ones I dated,
well, you weren't feeling driven towards men.
I just think it was like, I just wasn't thinking about it.
Yeah.
Your point to shutting down, like, I really do agree with you that like that I had like killed off something where like I wouldn't even let myself think about or feel attraction at all. And so I just like kept it off my radar. But the type of pictures I looked at as a kid were women in white tank tops crawling through the waves. And in movies, you know, like The Mummy 2, when the girls are fighting each other, scantily clad, great scene. That was like, all of those kind of things were arousing to me. So as women were always arousing to me.
But were you a conscious as a Mormon teen, I'm being aroused by women, or?
No.
It's just like, that's a good scene. I like that scene.
I
I'm not sure why.
Okay, here's what I thought. Because in the Mormon church, women don't have pleasure. Women don't have sexual feelings. What are you talking about?
That's right.
Women don't look at porn. No, what are you talking about?
They don't masturbate.
Women.
Yeah, that's a boy problem.
Women don't exist, basically. Yeah. So
they police boys' urges.
They police
to keep boys worthy.
So much. Every time I heard about porn or any of that, they're always talking about the objectification of women. So I'm like, this is porn. This is normal. Like, this is the only thing. Like, women is what porn is. Like, so I literally thought every human on earth, if they ever look at porn, it's women. And that, like, I just thought it was normal. And I thought, well, part of me thought it was normal and part of me thought I'm the only person doing this because they like to isolate you too. But I thought that if other girls look at porn, it's women, you know, like, yeah.
Interesting.
But there's many kind of examples of this. But yeah, I fell in love with Rose from Titanic. I named my journal Rose after her. I noticed when I was reading my journals. And yeah, she's beautiful. And yeah. And like, so that was kind of that consistent, but like, I never had attraction to my friends. Like, I never had a crush, like, on a girl. I just wasn't even thinking about that. That wasn't on my radar. The only girls I knew that people would call gay were like very butch. And again, when you don't see examples of yourself in other people reflected, you don't think that you could be related to that. So yeah. And I will say making out with boys did turn me on. And remember, I'm so repressed. Like, sitting on a washing machine could turn me on. Literally, I had an accidental orgasm once on a bus. That is how repressed I was. Man, do I miss those days. No. But yeah, like, it's just part of it, you know? Like, and so to me, making out was like kind of a very non-gendered thing because there is no anatomy involved in it. This is this is graphic, but this is a funny story. So I have to share it because it's like, it's funny and a sign of where my attractions were lying. I had a boyfriend. We were kissing, standing up. He had basketball shorts on. His dick got hard. And I like moved it out of the way so that I could be like closer to his mound. Like, this was not conscious at all, but it was just like I was just like, this is in the way. You know what I mean? Like, that is not normal straight behavior. But like, I also believe that sexuality is a spectrum. And I'm not going to say that like I am 105% gay. Like, maybe there is 10% there, because for me, it ended up being a lot more about choice, but mostly like a lot about attraction. But once I realized it was an option, it became the like obvious choice to me. Yeah. So we can get into that.
Yeah.
So for those 10 years in YSA, you're trying to be faithful Mormon, you're trying to date boys. I assume you graduated from BYU, Idaho.
Yeah.
And go ahead.
Oh, I lived in Chicago for a summer. It was awesome. If I had not been Mormon and the church hadn't been so small, I would have probably stayed there forever. I love Chicago. Yeah. And I just did that because I wanted to. I got an internship. I worked at a letterpress studio, favorite job of my life, just pressing. And now I have my own printing press, my own, not a letterpress, but a printmaking press, which is awesome. And I just loved it. Then I moved to Salt Lake because obviously I had to find a spouse at that point. And I lived in Cottonwood Heights for 2 years, moved back to California. So and then Bay Area.
Okay.
And now I live in New Hampshire. So that's kind of that line of things.
So those were all YSA wards, trying to date men.
Yeah.
Did you ever get engaged? Did you ever come close?
No, I don't think I ever came close because my relationships were very short. And obviously boys want to talk about marriage or kind of inch into that. But that is when I would get scared off.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It sounds like you had like almost like an escape valve.
It was
like,
totally
where
was.
you
It's like
could
pull
see
the
it coming
chute.
and it was like, get me out of here.
That's exactly what it was because it would be sudden. It was like, there was like, it's fine, I'm out.
Yeah. Right.
Yeah. So it was totally the case.
Okay.
But like, I feel like when I moved back to California and I was like starting to work, I ended up moving to Mountain View and Palo Alto. I was in the Stanford YSA ward. And there's a lot of like working professionals out there. It's really bright group of people and the leadership is phenomenal. Like I actually in my resignation letter wrote, this has nothing to do with you guys because you are the best leadership the church has. Like you are the best they have. And they're great, truly great humans. I mean, the ones I had, I don't want to say for every leader just in case, but like, yeah, the men out there were very fucked up, especially because the older you get, when you're sexually repressed, especially if you're a man, I think the more fucked up you become. I didn't feel like they respected women. I didn't feel like they knew what they wanted. I felt like everyone was career driven, which was great. I was too, but like it just kind of, there was almost this like feeling of stagnancy with that where it's like, yeah, we are in this, but but again, everybody felt like, oh, but I'm not following the Mormon path. And since that's the only way you can go, it's very hard to like blossom and branch out and like, you know, have healthy relationships, maybe move in with someone, like all of that. Like people didn't want to commit to a marriage and I don't blame them. Nobody does. I didn't want to. It does not make sense to commit to a marriage before you've had sex with someone and lived with someone and like know that you want the same things. And like that became over time more and more obvious to me. Like that doesn't make sense. Like who does that? Like everyone in Mormonism, but I think all of us were like, we're in the real world and that's just not how it's done. That's a very weird way to live life.
You were kind of modern. You were modernized.
I was modernized. And like, I think though the issue with the men was that a lot of them just held the same patriarchal misogyny from the church that was just ingrained in the system. And I saw the same issues there I saw in any YSA ward where the older YSA ward would like try to come hit on the younger YSA ward because they didn't want to date the women their age, you know, like whether it be like beauty standards or career, like, oh, they're too strong or like just the age, like, oh, I want a young wife to have children with, any of that. Like those women seemed depressed, so depressed to me. And just like, not because they weren't thriving, remarkable women, but because the way they were being perceived by everyone around them.
Right. It was the framing of their stories.
Exactly.
And their,
So was it a YSA hell for you?
Yes.
Was it hell? Was it, because I hear it's pretty awful being an older single adult in the church and specifically a woman.
Yeah.
Is that right?
It is.
I don't want to prime you for that. Was it hell?
It is. Yes. But again, I also was an introvert who didn't really like the social scene of Mormonism. You know, I hear you say sometimes like nobody does community like Mormonism. I'm like, oh, like, are you kidding me? It's the worst community in the world. Like, I cannot stand it. But like, for some people that's true and they can thrive in a place like a YSA ward and they like flirting and they like the little lunches but like I hated it so much. Like I really, when I got to Palo Alto ward, I basically only went to church. That's all I really cared about. I was like, I'm not here. Like, this is not a social scene. I'm going because the church is true and I have to go to church. Like,
and you were working in the temple, right?
I did end up working in the temple. Yeah. And
which shows you were still devout because that's intense.
Oh, I was more devout than ever. And I just kept hitting this wall this ceiling where I'd been released state president. I'd been gospel doctrine teacher. I'd given all the talks. When was it going to grow? When was this religion going to get deeper for me? Like I was always promised it would, but it seemed to be getting flatter instead. And they're consolidating and they're making manuals tighter and And like we had one or two institute teachers that really got into the deep shit. Like one of them, even like, she's so faithful that I'm like, how can you not see this for what it is? But she gave an entire lesson on how the women used to have the priesthood, and of course they would get it again. We just need to not ask for it because it's in God's time. But she brought in all the evidence of the women giving blessings in I don't know if it was Nauvoo
in the 1800s,
quite, but in the 1800s.
Even the early 1900s.
Yeah. And
women were giving priesthood healing blessings, doing washings and anointings in and out of the temple.
Yeah. And even evidence that taking it away was like a move of spite, because it was like, oh, well, the women are getting too big of heads. So we should, and
men aren't fulfilling their responsibilities. Let's make this uniquely male tasks.
Right. And so I was like, this is institute, like we're learning all this here, but like, why is like the rest of church is just like not really growing for me? And like, I think
it's because you were supposed to be married with kids by that point. Honestly,
I know.
In the Mormon plan,
if you can get married young, you don't notice that it doesn't get deeper, because then you return to the basics for your own children.
Exactly.
It's a great way to keep them distracted.
And you're so, there's so much required of you. As you have children,
busy.
You're so busy.
Yes.
Well, it's that pregnant haze of child after child after child and young family, building your income and your security and your,
Yeah.
Absolutely. Yeah. There is, like my sister and I, we've reconnected, but when I try to bring things up to her, which I've stopped doing for the sake of our relationship, I can just tell she does not have time to care if it's true or not. There is literally not time or energy or brain space to care, because you're trying to survive, and this is the best way you know. So why would you blow that up and create another problem in your life? And that's what it feels like. I'm just like, oh, can you not be so busy and stop having kids? And then maybe you can figure out if this is the best place for them to be raised at all. But yeah.
Plus you've built your whole life in it. Your marriage is based on it. Your kids are all indoctrinated into it. Who in the world is going to intentionally stop that all and say, wait, we may have totally gone down the wrong path.
Yeah.
Our marriage, our children, like it's for so many people, that's just a bridge too far.
And I really get it. And I actually feel very lucky that I escaped the church without getting married or having kids, because it's something that just locks you into the system, and it's so much scarier to leave at that point. But yeah. So I'm in this YSA scene. Blech, it's gross. I am like so here's the thing about Palo Alto. While I was there, because there are so many young interns and young employees, like professionals, they decided to change the ages of the older ward versus the younger ward. So they were going to make the cutoff age 28 for the younger ward, and then you would have to go up. So it almost felt like I was going to get these 2 years like stolen away from me. And I think I was 26 or 27 when this happened. And again, like I said, the older ward was so depressing.
They were trying to solve the old creeper preying on 18-year-old problem. So they made two age brackets,
right?
High teens to 28.
Which actually does make more sense.
But it sucked for you, who didn't want to be put in the older
because
group.
You're also, it's a very socially stigmatized thing. When you get pushed to the older group, you automatically become less sexually desirable. Yeah, exactly. And much less likely to get married. It's so funny. It's like such a crazy system thinking back to it. But like, so
it's like you're too close to your expiration date.
I was like, damn, like, I can't believe they did that to us. Like, that sucks. But the same time, I get called to be a stake YSA outreach person. And I was like, okay, cool, a stake calling. Because remember, I want to grow. I was like, I could do a stake calling. I could totally be in a stake, like, Relief Society presidency. And I didn't mention, before I joined the YSA ward, I was like, I need a break. And I was in the family ward. And I was called to be in the Relief Society presidency as a YSA in a family ward, which is almost unheard of.
I was going to say, that feels very rare.
But the president is an awesome immigration lawyer. She is totally badass and a very strong woman, very feisty.
Liberal,
and I think she was very liberal, very progressive.
Yeah.
Yes. And so, you know, that was awesome because I was like, oh, somebody to look up to, like finally getting more of those people who I want to look like when I'm older. And I think she was the kind to look around and say, she needs this, she needs this, she needs this, she needs this. And she knew that I needed that. And so that was like kind of cool, but there's this great story that kind of brings me back to not having a kind of a choice about things. The meetings. There are so many meetings. And we're in our little foursome, like talking about something, our next meeting. And I was like, do you think we can just email about this? Like this classic workplace, like this could be an email. I was like, do you think we can just email about this? And I didn't even mean to say it. I just blurted out, I'm just like so busy. And okay, we've got the immigration lawyer. We've got like the mom whose husband just left the church. We've got like, I can't remember what the other lady did, but she was hella busy. And then I'm like this single kid who's just working. And I was like, I'm just too busy for this. But it was true. I did not want to do it. More meetings, more work. Like, and I remember them all like kind of looking at me and the shame. But I was just like, it's just funny because I love that I said that. I do. Because that is what they do. They wear you down. They use you. And I said it. I was like, we don't need to be doing all this free fucking labor. Like, it's just the Relief Society. We're all going to be okay. Like, why are we taking this so seriously? This is not our job. Yeah. So I can't believe I was the one to say that, but yeah. And so when I, back in the ward, I'm this outreach, this stake YSA outreach. And the idea basically was to invite kids who were in their family wards, but not coming to YSA, but they were YSA age. So it was like, we wanted the young adults to feel welcome in our ward and to come. And I'm just like, I thought it was so weird already. I was just like, this is a weird calling because what if they're happy? Like I had been in the family ward. I wanted that at the time. And I'm like, why are we trying to like make them come here? Like they'll come, they know about it. Okay. They'll come if they want to come. But I'm like, gonna magnify my calling. I distinctly remember a moment in a chapel where I like flagged this guy down and, he's like 19. He had just graduated high school a couple years, like maybe 1 year ago. He's in community college. He has a girlfriend. I'm talking to him and I'm like, this kid is awesome. He's thriving. He like has a good manner. Like he has a good manner about him. He's confident. Like, I knew he was like kind of semi-active, not really into church. And I just remember thinking, I have nothing to offer him. Nothing. This church, YSA, that's not going to make his life better. It's going to make it worse. It came to me. I knew it. It was so obvious. That thought started to evolve subconsciously into this space, this more open space where I could start thinking and questioning things. I asked myself, if this church can't do anything for him, the one true church, the one we're trying to convert everyone in the world in, the one that everyone will be in the afterlife, if it can't do anything for him, what is it doing for me? Have you ever... Nobody ever asked that. It's dangerous.
No,
but what is it doing for you?
You're blowing my mind right now. Can I just say, like, we've done a gazillion faith crisis journeys, and it's always about like, oh, I learned Joseph Smith did bad things, or racism or sexism or homophobia.
I'll get to that.
I know, but almost nobody, and there's this common thing in Mormonism where they say milk before meat. Don't ask the complex questions. You'll get to those someday, but right now, keep it simple. And so you get married, you have kids, you do your career, you serve in the church. Nobody ever stops to ask, is this helping me develop my wisdom, my health, my maturity.
Am I
right?
growing
Career.
here? Am I growing here? Am I expanding
Growth,
here?
human growth. And you're blowing my mind because like that almost never comes up in any of these faith crisis journeys was the church developing me?
Yeah. And
It's almost you're not allowed to
like,
ask that because that doesn't matter.
I know. And I'm fucking saying it. Okay. The church had stopped serving me, and I am allowed to ask, what are you doing for me? Because I am giving you 10% of my income. I am giving you so much free labor. I advertised for you for a year and a half. I just,
Salesforce.
what is it doing for you? Like, you're allowed to ask that. Is it even bringing you anything? Or are you giving everything?
It's so taboo for a Mormon to say, what are you doing for me, church? That's like one of the most taboo things a Mormon could ask or say.
Well,
and I'm just realizing that right now.
Totally.
Yeah.
Isn't that wild?
Yeah, that's wild.
Hey, a church is supposed to do something for you.
Yeah.
What?
Yeah.
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 Yeah, I mean, it falls under, for me, the idea of use and care, right? That we've been so okay and really conditioned to feel like the point is that we're used.
Yes.
That we are.
Sacrifice.
That is like the pinnacle
Yes.
thing. And it reminds me back to your mission, where didn't you get the diagnosis after you... Did you get the diagnosis of CPTSD right after your mission?
Oh, no.
Or did that come much later?
I was diagnosed with PTSD after leaving the church. It was like a combination of my having been in the church and the trauma of leaving the church. The CPTSD I have not been diagnosed with. I just sense.
Got it.
Because of the long trauma and how it just... I like felt more like myself and kind of doing the research, whatever. But
yeah. So I'm curious. It's use versus care, and care is actually something quite different, right, than use, where you're seen, where it's like what you're. So I'm curious if you feel like your experience, particularly with your mission, being so exhausted, being so in, and then this YSA experience where again, you're like giving. If there was just like something that came like, I don't know, for you where you're like, I am being so used. There is no care for me actually.
And where's the beef? Where's the nourishment? Right?
Yeah. Yes. And like, there was something with, so I actually did love callings and I did love serving, but only like, I really liked the ones that involved teaching and like the leadership ones. And so I think like having this calling, I kind of was just like, and I think, so when I was in the YSA or Relief Society presidency, I was like the secretary and it was so much work. I was just totally being used like you're describing. And but then I wasn't getting the satisfaction I needed and wanted from that service.
This is like, a family ward, right?
This was actually in the YSA ward I was also.
Okay.
And so it felt like I was doing, that is what the Relief Society secretary or the, elders, what's the one in the bishopric, they are just doing so much busy work and paperwork and emails and calls and it's not satisfying. It's just a lot of work.
Executive secretary.
Yeah. So I was feeling that. And then with this YSA calling, what was important was I had to ask that question about someone else before I could ask it about myself.
Yeah, exactly.
So I had to see
it in another, that
I was not going to offer anything to this boy or any of these YSAs. And then it just like, it starts the bricks falling. It starts the shelf cracking. Like, it's a really, really important experience. So, and I did not ask that question still for months to come, but it was all percolating at the time. Yeah.
I mean, this isn't me pushing back, but I guess I just want to recognize that there might be different types of brains or tracks, because you could probably find a devout Mormon who's like, I did YSA, I found my eternal companion, we got married, I went on to have a great career, or a woman, I went and had 4 wonderful children, I've got a beautiful marriage, we served in the church, and we developed. So, I mean, it's not like everyone who has the YSA experience is blind to their own self-development. Is it possible that you just had a different track for what self-development was compared to maybe some other more orthodox Mormons for whom the church works well, or not?
Every person has their own track for self-development. So yes. But I also really believe that there are a lot of people I know like that. And a lot of them are like just very, very happy. And they never would have met their spouse had it not been for YSA. However, I did and do see a lot of struggle in those relationships because there is so much trauma and like pain that goes in, and shame especially. Shame just has no place in relationships. It is so harmful. And like all of that, you can tell it like feeds into it, and like people get married, but you can tell they're just like, like when they're older in these words, it's like they're scared that it's a consolation prize. They're just like, it feels really unhealthy to me, a very unhealthy way to start a marriage. That's my perspective, but I can't speak for them directly. So I'm sure, like, I know there are people that are blissfully happy and just really grateful for the life that they've formed and where they are. And that's great. So. And
there's also people that get married young, have kids young, lose their faith in their late 20s or 30s or 40s, and then say, what did I do?
Now?
What did I do? Yeah. If I had known different things, I would have made totally different choices. But now I'm 30 or 40 or 50.
Honestly, that's probably even harder. Yeah. I think in some ways, within that bounded choice, some of these YSAs, they really have developed a lot more and more stability, especially than a lot of the people younger. So that is good. I recommend people getting married older. So that part of it is good. But when you have all these burdens on top of it, you go into a marriage with an unhealthy start, and you're not well developed in so many, in really the foundational ways you need to be for a relationship. You might be very developed in a work sense. You might be an amazing engineer with a great job at Google. A lot of these people were, or Apple, or all these companies out there. It's like you look like you're on top, but you do not know how to interact with other humans in a normal way. You don't know how to like pleasure your woman. You don't know how to do any of that shit and like have respectful conversations where you're dealing with conflict in a healthy way. None of that, all of that part is like totally missing. Yeah.
Because you didn't get to date as an adult and have lots of partners and learn stuff.
Yes.
And kind of do developmentally appropriate things when it comes to just sort of being a human. I also was going to say one thing I've seen, so it's anecdotal, but like we did an interview with Dana Rain with a YSA emphasis. We did a YSA panel as well. Awesome. And one thing I would just say that I feel like, I would just invite you to consider is just sometimes it really matters what the framing is, like what the belief or story is that, the church creates about you when you're in YSA. And I think this is what's like psychologically damning in response to you, John. Someone saying, which I haven't actually heard, but I'm sure it exists. Wow, the YSA was amazing for me. I met my partner, great, like never been better, is that much like a family system can create, your own beliefs about yourself when it's actually neutral things about you, and you grow up believing it and you define yourself that way. I think the YSA can operate that way. That for some people, and I'll refer to like Dana Rain's story that we did, it's like you're never enough. You're doing all the things and you continue to just be so aggressive toward yourself because you're trying to like live the formula and it never comes to you. And it puts you in this place of like, no matter what you do, you're never enough. You're always behind. There's always something wrong with you. Yes. And I think even if you get married, even if you have kids, that framing, if you've lived it for 4 or 5 years, of it can mess with you. It can mess with you even when you have arrived or you get to the next place, that those things don't easily just leave us.
Yes. I mean, That is so beautifully said. There were many times where I felt not good enough at all, and I would question why haven't I been married yet? Like, I even remember talking to my sister once on the phone, and I was just like, it was faith crisis-y, but not really. But I was just like, I just don't understand why God wouldn't bless me with a spouse. I'm so good. I'm trying. I'm doing everything. And she would, hem and haw, and it's like, yeah, you'll get there. And like, she felt for me. She was empathetic, but like, I did feel like a failure. And I felt that feeling of like, boys don't want me, like, yeah, I know that it's my own choice and fault. Most of the times I actually broke up with people, but like, especially in the older I got, the worse it got, and it felt more like a failure generally, like a life failure, like a point in life failure. And the fact that my sister had gotten married and was having kids, I always thought we'd do that at the same time. And it was getting further and further from that dream. Little did I know she's pregnant right now. Like, little did I know she'd have kids forever, and I don't even want kids. So, but like, yeah, it was so shameful to me. And I knew people were judging me and questioning. And my brother-in-law, the one who's, snuff right adjacent, actually, he would say, like, metaphors like, there's like a fridge, and you go to the fridge, and when your fridge is fully stocked, of course you're going to go for the most delicious thing. But you get in like 5 days and you get to the fridge and the delicious things are gone, and you settle for like a salad, and it's fine. It's like, it becomes delicious. And he was basically saying that I was picky, and that I was just too picky with the guys, and I needed to just marry some schmuck and I would be happy. And I was just like, ew, no.
Right.
Yeah.
So even just to the preoccupation with partnering as like a default, as opposed to like it actually, being back to your bounded choice idea, that there are a lot of things that are actually on the table in a happy life.
Yes.
That are not on the table.
Yes.
For YSA.
Exactly. I feel, you would not believe the burden that was lifted when I did leave the church and was single without children. And I know that's a privileged position to be in, and it's rare, or it's not. I mean, it's like half and half, but like, I completely lost that need to get married and like this drive. And especially when I realized that like, I don't want kids, and I've never wanted kids. I only was wanting them for the pressure of being on that path that Mormonism gave me. Like, once I realized I don't want kids, like that pressure of getting married by a certain age completely went away. There is nothing more relieving than that. And that is a thing women worry about more, right, than men. But it's just like, it was beautiful to let that go and to be able to breathe and just be like, I will find the right partner for me when they're the right partner for me, not for any other reason.
Really quickly, as a side note, is your brother the who killed Joseph Smith guy? Is that right?
Yeah, that's my sister's husband. Yeah.
Your sister's husband, your brother-in-law.
Right. Do you want me to talk about that?
He's friends with Michelle Stone.
Yeah, I actually don't know if they're friends, but they have similar beliefs, and I assume.
Okay.
I assume they cross paths. She's more likely to be friends with my sister because she's, very feminist, and yeah.
Let's save that till after your deconstruction. Okay. If it's all right, should we move to your deconstruction?
Let's do it.
Okay.
I'm right on the cusp of it.
Okay. So, yeah.
Yeah.
When did it start?
You may remember a little year called 2016 and a little man called Donald Trump.
Okay. Okay.
I'm a burgeoning feminist at this point. I was working in the temple because that is the only way to move up in the church and to feel like you're growing. It was like the most spiritual thing I could possibly do. Also, I personally believed that I had and used the priesthood when I was working in the temple. Women in the temple who are workers, they give blessings, they give ordinances, they pass things along. It's, a very priesthood oriented place. And so that to me kind of mitigated, the whole movement with ordained women and everything, I felt like, but we do have the priesthood in the most special place. That's the most important type of priesthood. That was my viewpoint. And so I was able to overlook the sexism in the church in that particular regard because of that. Because of Trump's election.
Can I give a political disclaimer really quick?
I know, don't. No. You always do. It's fine. This is important and it's relevant.
No, for sure. I hate it. One of the comments I hate most is, I was loving this interview until they started talking politics. And I just want to address it.
You do.
Let people have their own experience.
Yeah, exactly.
Laurel's going to tell her story. That doesn't mean we're saying any choice is right or wrong politically. We're not. I just want everyone to feel comfortable listening.
Yeah.
And if you have different politics than Laurel, can you just stick with us and know that it's just her story? And don't make it feel like you have to shut things off because someone views things politically different than you. It's just my plea. And now tell me if you don't even like that I did that, because that's okay too.
I will.
Okay.
You cannot watch this if you don't want to, for any reason, first of all.
That's right.
Also,
because choice. We are not bound by choice.
I'm not going to actually get very political in this, but I am of the opinion that there is no way to disconnect Mormonism from politics. Yeah. It is deeply ingrained and it is woven in and out of conservative politics. And this is a very wealthy, influential church, wealthy and influential toward politics. So it's relevant.
It is.
That's my opinion.
For sure.
KB,
I don't mind
interview.
Oh, yes. I don't mind the disclaimer at all. You've just said it like 1,000 times. I think we know by now.
Okay.
I'm teasing you.
No, it's good. I appreciate it.
You're right. You don't want to ostracize anyone.
We need to have Trump supporters on the podcast. It's not that we don't want them. It's just that there aren't a lot of them that listen to the
and I think...
And I'm actually moderate. I'm a moderate, actually. So, yeah. I do view there's extremism on both sides. And that, because of my experience in Mormonism, became really unappealing to me. And so I really do consider myself, I feel like I'm quite liberal, but I also am but I will not do this because you say that's the only way to think.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
So I could kind of call myself a moderate. So.
Also, I just have to say, a lot of people are leaving the Mormon church because they're uncomfortable with their perceptions of the predominant political sensibility. Right. And that's just a fact of what's causing, especially women, to leave the Mormon church. And 100%. Women are leaving at a higher rate than men these days.
That's right.
And politics is part of it. So try to have thick skin, all right, if you can. Otherwise, Laurel says you can go, I guess. But tell us your story. This is your story.
We'll all survive.
Okay, all right.
Okay, so Trump gets elected, and he is not the most feminist man. He's not the greatest toward women, from my perspective. Yeah. Allegedly.
Yeah.
And
wow, that was good.
Thank you. And again, I've already been living back in California for a while. I really, thought it was kind of common knowledge, common accepted knowledge, especially among Mormons, because we are so ethical, that this is the worst man who could be our leader, and it's dangerous and all that. And
in 2016, I was just reading this, because of Evan McMullen, a Mormon ran for president independently in Utah. Utah had some of the lowest Republican representation for Trump in 2016.
Right.
That is very true. And I'm going to say something really embarrassing, but my roommate had gone on a date with him and told me all about him.
Evan McMullen?
I ended up voting for him, which is so embarrassing now.
Yeah, because you had to vote Republican. You're a Mormon.
And I was in California, so my vote didn't really count, as they say anyway.
Oh, but you wrote him in
But for me, I was I think I might have just voted for him in the primaries. I don't know.
He wouldn't have been on the ballot in California.
Right, he wouldn't have been.
But you could have written him in.
I kind of block this period a little bit but it's embarrassing. But I was I want him to be president because the only perfect president would be a Mormon, because they're going to be following God, they're going to be listening to Revelation, and it's just oh my God, that's so terrifying to me now. But the reason I brought this up was that when Trump got elected, it really broke something in me, and I I remember getting to work that day, and there were like a few of us, only 2 girls. And we just looked at each other and we both burst into tears. I'm going to cry. Like,
yes, you're not alone in this. Can I just say?
It was unreal. The burden that I felt, it just really sucked. I felt really unsafe, and I just was in shock that this many people would hate women that much. I wasn't even like a fan of Hillary, whatever, for a number of reasons. Like, I think she was the most competent. This is not about politics. I don't mean hate women like they hate Hillary. I'm saying they hate women enough that they're okay with this type of person representing our country and making our laws. And it broke me, and I decided to go to therapy. I was really like distressed by that. And I really was quite bothered by how many Mormons had voted for him and all the justifications, because he seemed like the least Christian person on the planet. And it just was like becoming a Mormonism that I didn't recognize in a way, not everyone, but for enough people that I was like, is this not what I thought it was? Like, all that's feeding into that whole, what is this doing for me mentality thing, like the questions that are coming up. And I decided to go to a non-Mormon therapist because I just knew that they would be better and like there's a wider range. And this was really what probably saved my life, changed my life. It was just amazing. Right before this had happened, I had an experience in YSA where I'd gone to a pool party on the 4th of July, and I was so miserable and I hated it. And I just had to get out of there. And I drove to the Redwoods. I love the Redwoods. I was on a little hike and I had my journal. I sat on a redwood stump, a big redwood stump, and it was like comfy and there's little pine needles around. And I was so depressed. I actually thought about killing myself for the first time. And I had depression before. I had a lot, but I never had really had any like suicidal ideation. And that was the lowest I've ever been in my life to this day. And all of that was like feeding into this like breaking point where it's just not working. Like, I don't want to be here, but I can't leave because there are no other options. How am I going to find a spouse? Like, I'm just going to keep getting more and more behind if I don't stay, but I hate it. There was just no way out, it felt like.
People get suicidal when they feel trapped.
When they feel trapped, when there's no way out.
Yeah.
Yes. And that's what it felt like to me. And that's what Mormonism
does.
And
you mean you were trapped in Mormonism?
I was trapped in Mormonism, and especially trapped in YSA. Yeah. Like the young single adult. Ugh, the mess that it is. Mm-hmm. And so in therapy, you know, this was such an important formative experience because I start talking about my experience and why I'm depressed and all these things. And inevitably, because she's not a Mormon, I have to explain some of the tenets of the faith and some of the beliefs and some of the practices. And it's the first time I feel like I sound crazy. The words coming out of my mouth actually start to sound crazy to me. And because I can empathize and feel how they must sound to her. And it's just like, you're trying to explain your worldview and your beliefs and why you practice what you practice. And you're like, wow, that just really sounds weird. And, you know, at this point, I do know quite a bit about therapy and therapeutic practice. I've done a lot of work on myself. I've done like a lot of relational workbooks and things like this, and like some beautiful connection with myself. And I think all of that kind of opens up like, this is not the real world, like what I'm saying right now and what she's hearing and how I have to explain and articulate it. And so this was a very like helpful, slow process in kind of coming around, which kind of leads me to another really important experience that was like, this is the big one. There was a kids cancer camp that I used to volunteer at in Northern California. Awesome place. Shout out Okaizu. They're so great. And I loved being there. It was beautiful. It was so fun. And there was one time where I was carpooling because I was coming up from San Francisco. So I was in Palo Alto still. So I was coming up from Palo Alto and I picked up somebody in Sacramento, a boy. And we drove to camp together. And then he was kind of flirty. And I was like, oh my God, this guy's flirting with me, which, by the way, felt like it hadn't happened in a long time because, like I said, the guy's in YSA. And I just was having a great time, and he had no filter. He was just very much putting it out there. So we continued to connect during camp, and we all sleep in these little sleeping bags under the stars, which was really fun. And it felt very high school. It was kind of giving me high school romance vibes a little bit, which was cute. And it felt very innocent. And we talked about Mormonism a lot, and he straight up just told me, no offense, but I think Joseph Smith was a con artist. And I was like, God damn, nobody's ever said that to me because everyone's so respectful in California. And I was like, I was able to laugh about that. And I was like, okay, I can see how you think that, but whatever. So camp continues, whatever. We held hands once or something.
By the way, that's the thought you had on your mission.
I know.
That you suppressed, right?
Yeah. Isn't that interesting? It's recalling echoes of a past. And so we're driving back to Sacramento where I'm dropping him off. And he just starts asking me questions about Mormonism. And he asked me some questions about sex and sexuality and stuff. And it was all very lighthearted and funny. And, he's just talking, he's like, what can you do? Can you masturbate? And I was like, nope, can't masturbate. And it was funny, we're laughing about it. And he was like, what? How do people not masturbate? And suddenly I feel safe to tell him my deepest, darkest secret, which, by the way, I've been holding on to for 16 years. That I masturbated. Not that I stopped. My secret was that I did it at all because I thought it was always my biggest fear. I always felt like I was unclean and I wouldn't be able to feel clean with my husband, and whoever wanted to marry me, I'd have to tell him the secret and he was going to judge me. And it was really scary. I always had this fear in the back of my mind. So now this guy and I, we're having this conversation and I say, yeah, actually I did used to masturbate and I haven't masturbated in 16 years. And he was like, what? You haven't masturbated in 16 years? How is that even possible? Wow. The healing of that response. Mm-hmm. The healing, it's not a serious thing. It was funny. It was funny, shocking, because masturbation is so normal that anybody not doing it for 16 years, that's the crazy part. I always thought that the doing it was the crazy part or the bad part in me. And I can't even, so I drop him off, I drive home, and I just wept the entire fucking drive because I told someone the worst thing about me, my biggest sin, and he didn't give a fuck. I just was something really broke in me in that moment. And over the coming weeks, because we wrote a lot to each other, we talked a lot, and I was really thinking about is the church really right about sexuality? Do I actually care about my gay friends who are married? Do I actually care that my friend lived with her boyfriend before they got married? I literally don't. And again, it's almost like I had to apply it to someone else before I could apply it to myself, because I'm looking out and I'm is that wrong? Is that wrong? But that all feels right. And who even gets married without having sex? It just kept coming back to me like that. That it just it's normal in my world, but in a lot of the real world, it's not normal. And it's okay to explore, to brand, man, that was a big thing for me, is if you question the church being right about something, that is a very dangerous ground, because the dominoes can fall really fast after that, which is kind of what happened. So I was in this place of dating in the church is not working for me. I'm not happy doing this. The boys suck. And I just, I had that crush that like from high school that I had pedestalized, and we kind of had dated on and off several summers. And I was just like, I want to date non-members. Like I've always had better experiences with them. They've always treated me better, sort of. Like I think that there's just more of a chance there for me, and that like maybe one day I can convert somebody and he can come into the church. But like, I will say that back to the therapist, I brought all of this information back to my therapist, and I talked to her about masturbation and stuff, and how I had this shame, and how it was great that he like made me feel better about it. And she was like, whoa. She's like, masturbation is like very healthy and common for children and adults. She just said that. And I said, I know, but you just don't get it. Like, you just don't get it.
You're a secular therapist.
Yeah. I said that. You just don't get it, because she doesn't. Like, the shame and the, like, how it's just like, it makes you unclean. I just was like, it's just a thing in my church. And back to like how the words coming out of your mouth, when you say them, they need to feel like truth. And it just did not feel like truth anymore. It just felt like, why am I doing this? I actually don't buy into this. And so like, it's like, as I was saying it, that's the feeling I kept getting. It's like I couldn't say it with the same conviction as I always would have said things in the past. And I kind of made this decision. I wanted to date non-members, and there was something in me that knew, or at least this boy, and to see it through, at least to see where it went, because I'd never had something that seemed to have so much potential. And I was like, and it's been years since I've dated someone. Like I can't like let this go. I need to see this through. Like, he's interested in me. And I just had this feeling like, if you're going to date non-members, it means you're going to have sex, because nobody is going to date you if you're not going to have sex with them. And I just accepted that. And I was like, and I don't blame them. And I know that. It is insane to me that I even was willing to have that thought, because the church is true, right?
Well, up until that point, I'm wondering if you'd ever been sexual with anyone.
No. I had never had
just
sex.
A couple guys.
I was a complete virgin.
Right. Yeah.
I'd never even given a hand job. I had not done anything.
And you're all of a sudden thinking, maybe I have to have sex.
Yeah. It was like
as a believing Mormon.
It was a very logical thought. Like, this is the way to get to the next. This is the only way for me to progress.
To find
it literally seemed like
partner.
There is no other way to progress in my life anymore.
It's almost like Adam and Eve. You have to eat the apple, even though you're not supposed to eat the apple.
Totally.
Yeah.
And I loved the temple, right? I actually stopped serving in the temple because I started to lose my testimony, and it freaked me out, terrified me. I was giving the signs, I was blessing people. And I think that since that's supposed to be the pinnacle, and I was there, again, my body's like, and what are you getting? Like, what is this? What is this really? Nothing. And so it gets kind of scary. You're like, is that all that there is for me? Is there no other way? But like, I'm in the temple.
There is no other way.
No, John. Yeah. So like, I'm in the temple one time. And so I'm like kind of dating this guy, all, above board, and like starting to have these thoughts like, I'm going to, maybe date a non-member. I have like distinct revelation that is like stronger than anything I've ever had.
In the Mormon temple.
In the Mormon temple, where Satan is not allowed.
Right.
Besides the Satan who acts.
In the film.
So like, supposed to be most spiritual place, literally not supposed to be able to have an influence of Satan or anything bad in there. And I am told, date this man, have sex with him, and it will all be worth it one day. Like maybe one day, like he will join the church one day and everything will be like, you need to do this. It was so clear. How am I supposed to deny? This is why I empathize with my dad.
Yeah.
My hormones were saying, and I bought it as revelation. So
Wow. Apple doesn't fall that far from the tree. Sorry.
I know, right? I love it. I know. That's why, like, one of my prospect titles, I was like, how do I weave in these two things? Because it was like both of us choosing our own sexual autonomy in a way. God
told me to have extramarital sex in the temple.
Oh, I like that title. Very clickbait. I like it. So, like, yeah, I talked to my therapist about this too. And actually the conclusion I kind of came to instead, though, because I was so like freaked out by this idea, I was like, I don't think it's going to work out with us because I can't have sex. He's not Mormon. And she was just like, all right, hold on a second. Just let's let this marinate a little bit. She was so great about not criticizing my beliefs while making me slow down, because I was about to give up on it because I was like, I can't, obviously, it's at the church or nothing. And so, I'm so grateful for her. Like, I don't even think we had the best chemistry as a therapist and a client, but like, I think she saved my life. Like, and it was at this point that I decided the only person I could trust about this topic was my brother, my ex-Mormon brother, because who else would be safe to talk to about it? Because I knew exactly what every Mormon would say. I did. I already knew the spiel. I didn't need to hear the spiel. I needed to make decisions for myself, and I needed perspective from someone who wouldn't judge me. Isn't that crazy? And it seems so obvious now, and it's so beautiful, but like, you have to talk to people who won't judge you to be yourself and to really see your clear path. And so I called him up and asked to go to lunch, and I'm sure he knew what it was about because we never do this. I never go to lunch with my brother.
Was he in the Bay Area?
Yes, he lives. He was in San Jose, working in Fremont, and like we're close enough to see each other. He's just not a very social guy. Like he's a total, he's just antisocial. No, I'm just kidding. He's not.
Computer nerd?
Yeah, he is totally a computer nerd, but he's very cool too. He's a great funky taste in music and shit. And I inherited a lot of cool CDs from him. But
what's a CD? Just kidding.
What's a CD?
Oh,
So we meet up for lunch, and I just say, I think I want to date a non-member and I want to have sex, but I plan on turning in my temple recommend. This is insane. This is the cognitive dissonance.
Because you're still believing.
I'm still fucking believing.
Yeah.
I was like, it's worth it is what my mind was saying. I was like, I plan on turning in my temple recommend and I'm still going to attend church, still believe it. I'm just like, I don't care about the temple. I need to do this. Like, so crazy to me now. And he was like, let's talk.
Can I tell you, I've heard another story like that. Tom Christofferson, who's the gay brother of D. Todd Christofferson, the Mormon apostle, he knew he was gay after he got home from his mission. Yeah. He went to his stake president as a believing, he still believes, by the way, as a believing, this is in the 70s, as a believing Orthodox returned missionary who was gay, and he said, excommunicate me because I'm gay and I know I'm going to be dating men, but I'm still a believer and I'm not worthy to have my membership while I'm having sex.
That's exactly what I was about to do. I didn't think they'd ex me. I should have thought of that, but I was going to do basically that exact thing. Like, take it. I'm doing this. Which is such a beautiful shattering of that glass box.
Yeah, it is.
I fucking chose my path. And like...
Did you wear your garments up to that point, or did you decide to stop wearing them?
Of course I did.
So you were also going to decide...
I was wearing my garments when I had this conversation.
But you were also going to be deciding to stop wearing your garments.
No, I was going to keep wearing them.
While you were dating a non-Mormon?
I don't know if I thought about that hard.
You didn't think it
because okay, here's the thing is, I never used to think that was like a worthiness thing. I thought you just wear them. Like, you always would wear them, because if you don't, you're not protected. And it's like, just wear them as much as possible. And there were always like, when I would visit randos in Salt Lake City, like, to try to convince them to come back to church. It's like some man would open the door and he's just in his garments, which, by the way, is not a thing in California. But I was like, those are your underwear. But he just answers the door like that because they're like, long johns or something. These people are totally not active. So I was just like, the garments are just what you do. So I don't think I was like, I'll stop wearing them.
Okay.
And okay, so my brother and I, we ended up talking for like 4 hours. We were supposed to be on our lunch breaks, by the way. Never went back to work. And the conversation just flowed, and I really felt like I was being honest for the first time in my life. We talked about our respective confession experiences and how shitty they were. And he had confessed to like his bishop and before his mission, and because he, again, isolated, he thought he's the only one who masturbates or whatever. And his stake president was like, oh, everybody does that, don't worry. He was like, go on your mission anyway. Like, which again, roulette, the bishop's roulette, the leader roulette, you never know if you're going to get freaking like disfellowshipped or excommunicated or publicly shamed because you're not allowed to take the sacrament, or if someone's going to be honest with you and say everyone does that. And like, here's 3 Hail Marys. That's a joke. We don't do Hail Marys, but like an easy repentance, right? And so it was like really healing to be able to both say that was fucked up. We never should have had to talk about this. We never should have been talking about this. And I just remember the empathy in his voice, and like, this is an unemotional man, but like the way he said, I'm really sorry that you had to go through that about my confession experience. And I'd never thought of it as a bad thing, or as being a victim, or as being in an unsafe situation. And I didn't even have to say, he didn't even have to say it. And I just knew that was not okay. It's never okay for any of the people that have been through any of the things they've been through with the bishops and confessions. And it's so healing to hear that, because I was like, I always thought that was the right thing to do. That's what I'm supposed to do. And in fact, it's like completely flipped now. The script completely flipped for me, where it was like, actually, I never should have had to do that. And what he did was wrong. Mm-hmm. So beautiful, beautiful conversations with my brother. So
and it
wonderful.
took the apostate brother to be able to give you that healing experience. It wasn't the believing Christ-like Mormon
never
sibling or parent, right? It was the
because they would have,
sibling.
And in fact, they would have confirmed that confession was the right thing. And my brother, we kind of started to delve a little bit into church history and Joseph Smith, which I even said the words, well, I still believe it's true. Like, I said it like that. I still believe it's true. I need to do this. But I was feeling already these burdens being lifted. Like, I think my life is going to get better now. And like, my body knew it, my mind knew it. And he just dropped this nugget, though. The nugget was, you know that there are multiple versions of the first vision, and they don't agree with each other, right? And I'm sorry, I'd never heard that there was even more than one, but I did blow it off in the moment, because I didn't want him to think, oh, I have an in here, because I was still like protective of my faith. But I said, oh, well, I believe it's true. I'm not really worried about that part. Like, I might even come back one day. It was almost like I was on the cusp of Jack Mormonism, which is crazy because they're the worst. But, yeah, I never, like, I just didn't forget it. It sat with me. And so after we finished talking, I went home and I opened up Google and I started researching, and it took me all of 4 hours to become convinced that the church was completely false. It was an earth-shattering experience.
And again, what is the year for this?
This year was 2017.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
And
so you deconstructed in like 4 hours?
Yes.
Was it CS letter?
No. CS letter was not on my radar yet. I didn't know that it existed, but my brother gave me some books that he had used during his deconstruction, and he had used these to write his own, essentially, manifesto about why the church was false.
The one he wrote. He shared that with you?
He wrote a whole one that basically was what the CS letter is now.
Yeah.
And he did it with Xeroxing at BYU, like all the original source documents. Like he was very meticulous.
I wonder if you can get a copy of that. I'd love to share that.
I have it. I do.
Oh, okay.
I can forward
Let's
it to you.
Let's scan it and we'll have Brooklyn upload it.
Okay.
Because that'd be cool to read.
Can I ask him if it's okay first?
Of course. Yeah.
But what's funny is I remember back, it made me like recall back to my brother-in-law, the one who killed Joseph Smith creator. And when my brother left the church, he gave this letter to like the older siblings who, could understand. And my brother-in-law said, well, he was a member and I was a member. He told me, yeah, I tried to read your brother's book. It's a book, really. I tried to read your brother's book and I got a dark feeling. And so I stopped reading because it freaked me out too much. And I'm just like, hello, there you go. That dark feeling is discomfort. The dark feeling is the cognitive dissonance starting to work on you and realizing that you've been lied to. That's uncomfortable. Realizing maybe you only have 10 puzzle pieces of a 50-piece puzzle. And they've been telling you the opposite, that they have everything in the world you could need. And you realize, well, there's this gap and this gap. And suddenly, like, the picture looks really full and it really makes sense. And that is what the church history was to me. Like, after that night, I stayed up all night. I spent the entire next day at work because like nobody was right next to me. I literally was just researching church history. The next day, just researching church all day and night. Like it's like 10 cups of coffee. That is what this information does to you because it's so fascinating. It's like, not only it's horrifying, earth-shattering, like just disgusting, shocking, concerning, but it's also fascinating. And I always had a fascination with the church history. So this was like perfect. I had those 10 puzzle pieces so down that it was very clear to me where all of those other, quote, anti-Mormon, actually truth puzzle pieces fit. And really, you see the whole picture and it makes way more sense. And you don't have to do any mental gymnastics at that point. It just fits. It just clicks. That's what happened for me. By the way, this is great. That night, the first night, the moment it hit me that the church was false, I immediately masturbated. Immediately. And it was like spiteful and it was awesome. Yeah. And I was just like, fuck you to fucking hell. Like, it was a really beautiful moment of reclaiming that autonomy and that biggest trauma of mine and just saying, I choose my sexuality.
Yeah.
And like, I haven't done anything wrong. And I know now that you've been bullshitting me this whole time. And so I don't have to feel any guilt or shame about this because it's all fake. And it was just beautiful. And I didn't feel any guilt or shame. It was awesome. It seems so silly, but it was like one of the most empowering moments of my life. Masturbating for the first time after 16 years of not. So it was great. And like by the end of the week, at the end of the week, I wrote my resignation. What's so crazy is that today is the 8th anniversary of my leaving the church. My resignation letter said, as of June 3rd, 2017, I am no longer a member. And I did not say, please remove my records. I said, I am no longer a member. It was,
you took it.
My letter was awesome. It was so empowering. It was just, this is my choice. Do not contact me about it. Do not question it. I acknowledge that I would need to be rebaptized if I ever want to rejoin. Such a concern of mine.
Right.
And it was really, really great to write. So
dang. So you went from talking to your brother to researching,
wearing my garments and going to the temple the weekend before.
To resigning within a week?
Within a week.
You resigned within a week? You went from temple worker, believing temple worker.
I wasn't a temple worker anymore because I had been taking that year to focus on my faith. But I had been before.
Because
I was worthy to be a temple worker.
Yeah.
I mean, you went from Orthodox believer to resigning within a week.
Yeah.
And
literally.
Don't leave out the reclaiming her sexuality piece.
Yes. And back to masturbating within a week.
Which that is not a silly
we
thing.
definitely celebrate that.
Yeah.
It can be silly. And it's also awesome.
In this case,
yes,
it is not. Yeah.
No, I think it is too, in a good way. I like it to be silly because that to me is what, like, sexuality is allowed to have silliness. It's allowed to have lightheartedness.
It takes the intensity wound out of it.
It was like both for me. It was like, it took the the intensity was taken out, but it also was like the most intense, empowering moment of the last 16 years, you know?
Yeah.
So it was some combination of that.
Yeah. Yeah.
But yeah, when I handed that letter over, I actually played this. This was my play. That Saturday, I believe, I went to like a Yosemite trip with YSA, and I just sat on the mountain by myself thinking about what I wanted to do and my decisions. And it was a beautiful moment. And after that, I had written my resignation, and it might have been the week before. I don't know. Some of this happened over the week, but the main part happened over that one week. And I told my bishop that I wanted to switch to the family word because, so again, remember that I'm on the cusp of this like changing to the older word. And it was going to be my next birthday, which was like 6 months away or something. And I used that as a way to sort of sneak out, to like slide out of people's awareness. I told the bishop, I'm really sick of YSA. I think I need a break. I'd rather go to the family ward because I think I get treated more seriously there. And I just don't think I'll ever go to the older YSA ward. And he's like, I get it. Like he was a 40-year-old man who, I'm pretty sure is gay and like always said the weirdest things about his relationship, his marriage and stuff. And yeah. And so he was like, I totally get it. Blah, blah, blah. And so he moved my records to the family ward. So then on Sunday, my records were in the family ward, and I brought my resignation to a bishop I'd never met. So he wouldn't be able to flag me or say, wait, let's talk about this. I was like, I don't want to fucking talk because I cannot believe I even stayed this long. I was just like, I will not talk about this. So I wrote, all that in the letter. And I was like, this leadership is awesome. The stake really is awesome. Like, y'all are great. If all of the wards and branches and stakes were like this, I think the church would be a better place, but it still doesn't make it true. And I just walked up. It was like opening song was about to end, like 2 minutes before the meeting starts. I walk up with my letter, I hand it to the bishop, and I say, I'm so sorry. And I laugh and I walk out. I drove straight to Santa Cruz and told my best friend that I was leaving the church, and she just burst into tears. She's not a Mormon. She burst into tears and was like, I always hoped you would be okay and you would get out of that. And we just talked about it, and it was a beautiful day. Mm-hmm. It was awesome. Mm-hmm. I was like really proud of myself for sneaking out that way, because then before the word gets around, hopefully the bishop can just be like, oh, she's off my radar. She went to the family ward. Like, that's why she's not here, And I don't know, maybe they talked about it in the stake, but maybe not. So yeah. Yeah. It was great. Really good day. And then I texted the boy and I was like, hey, we can have sex now. So I did finally have sex. Yeah. And I had a 2-year underwhelming relationship with a man, 1 year of that, which was an open relationship, if you want to talk about that.
Yeah. Okay, wow. I am just so in love with this story. And I'll just say really quickly that Margie had to excuse herself. So we thank Margie for her amazing participation. And but we're not done, so we're going to keep going. So anyway, Laurel.
Thank you, Margie. We love you and appreciate you.
Absolutely. So Laurel, before we move on, I want to hear about the boyfriend and a big theme in your outline is just understanding your own sexual identity. So I want to move back to that. But before we do, really quickly, you talked about, going down the Mormon rabbit hole and kind of losing your faith in a week or in 4 hours or whatever it was. You talked about the first vision. Do you want to just list, without really going into detail, do you even have at the top of your head like the top 5 or 7 or 8 or 10 issues that really stick out to you as being things you learned that caused you to kind of say it wasn't true?
Yeah.
Since you spent so much time studying, do you want to even list those?
Yeah.
And I can help, obviously, but.
Yeah. So, like, it's all the usual suspects, but the important thing was that the possibility that it was divine or that it was the impossibility, I should say, the impossibility of it being a creation, that went away for me.
What being a creation?
The whole church, the Book of Mormon, all of it. Like, it became possible that none of that was from God, and that it could have been written, could have been plagiarized, could have been built, and that, it could have grown this much, and all of that became possible, and it wasn't divine. Which, that was the first time I'd ever considered that it could have been man-made.
Yeah, it moves from there's no way the Book of Mormon could have been written by anyone other than God. There's no way this church is too amazing to not be true. It can shift in a moment to oh, no, the most reasonable, plausible, likely Occam's razor explanation is that it's all made up, and then it all literally makes sense.
Yes,
right?
Exactly. And those are those puzzle pieces I was talking about. The stuff I'm researching were those missing puzzle pieces, right? And that's all you need to realize, no, it's not divine. Of course, if you put together a bunch of impossibilities and it's going to look divine, if you put together a bunch of cool things that happened without context or data or any of that, it can appear like a miracle. And that is what the whitewashed Mormon history does. There were, so many things. And remember, this is pre-CS letter, so I'm reading books. I read Grant Palmer's An Insider's View of Mormon Origins, and that was a really good kind of outline of some of the plagiarism that could have happened and the sort of hodgepodging together of the Book of Mormon that could have happened. I had never considered this is and again, the context and how you view things is everything, because you can take, I call this sliding doors. You can take a Mormon and ex-Mormon. They can be talking about the same thing and they're not talking about the same thing. It's whoop, we're just sliding past each other. I use that metaphor with my sister because she always comes back to faith and belief. And I'm that is not what I'm even talking about. I'm talking about facts. I'm talking about records. I'm talking about these are real things, and it doesn't have to do with faith at all.
The world of feelings or truth is a totally different world than facts and evidence lead to truth. They're totally different worlds.
It's literally talking on different planes. Yeah. We are not even in the same place at that
different
point.
Languages.
And I think that once you recognize that, it actually can improve your relationships because you can stop trying to get them on your plane. You can stop trying to, you're always going to talk past each other as long as you're in those places, Yeah. So,
okay.
But, remind me what the question was.
So Book of Mormon historicity.
Yes.
Book of Abraham.
Yes. Book of Abraham was huge. To me, that alone proves the church to be false. Bar none. That is the proof that the church is false and that Joseph Smith was conning everyone and making shit up as he went along. But the context around, I really like looking at things from the holistic view. So I was very interested in his childhood and how he was already telling stories about Native Americans, his father's dream, how he took his father's dream and put it in the Book of Mormon as if this was a revelation from God, a translation. It was a translation. That's what he claimed. So, and also just the context of him being a glass looker, being convicted of basically scamming people. If it was well known enough of a scam to put people in jail for it or try them, then it was a scam. That means that the real world, the real country viewed this as a scam, even though there were a lot of magic worldview thinkers in the time. The government said, this is bullshit, and if you do it, that's fraud.
Yep, that's true.
So how do you disagree with that? That is the law of our country, So again, I mentioned Keith Raniere before because I love the story of NXIVM in the sense that I firmly believe that if we had video cameras and we had Mark Vicente with a camera in early Mormonism, it would look almost identical. We have such good records of NXIVM, and you can peek into the type of narcissism, and you can peek into how people get convinced, and you can make really good comparisons like with Mormonism. And so there was a lot of that kind of building for me. I will just like, I'm not going to go into all of the things because there's so many.
Yeah.
There's also the money. The money issue has become a huge issue for me in the church.
Hiding its wealth.
The church,
$300 billion
yes.
in City Creek Mall and all that.
Yeah.
Ensign Peak.
I think that article came out in 2019, but it was more like how much money they had and
probably the mall, the $2 billion
mall.
Yeah.
Right. So there were a lot of social things that were starting to hit me. Their involvement in Prop 8 was like way bigger than I realized, like all of these things.
Also the November 2015 policy.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, that happened while I was still Mormon. And here is my sad tale with that. There was a gay member. There actually are probably still and were before a lot of gay members, gay active LDS members in the Palo Alto ward. It was more common, more accepted, but they were essentially committing to a celibate life. You know, that was kind of the idea, and it was really sad. There was an out gay member who held an entire fireside about the 2015 policy, which I'm realizing is like quite remarkable because I feel like that would not happen somewhere else outside the Bay Area. I think this was a good faith effort from our awesome leadership out there who really cared and really supported and were quite liberal. And I think they said, here, like, we want to give you we want to hear your voice, elevate your voice. We want to understand what you're feeling, the pain. We just want to know. And I went to it. And it was interesting. And I wish I remembered more about what was said. The boy brought in some of the context of these policies and was kind of talking about why this was painful and what he planned to do with his future and stuff. And I did not, at the time, I was really ignorant. And
for those who don't know, the
Yes.
2015 policy was basically the church, after same-sex marriage was legalized nationwide, saying same-sex marriage is grounds for immediate excommunication, apostasy, and the children of same-sex married couples can't even get blessed, can't get baptized, can't go through the priesthood, and can't even become members until they're 18 and they denounce their own parents' marriage. That was the 2015 November Mormon Church LGBT policy.
Right.
Because the church was just butthurt that same-sex marriage got legalized and they wanted to just act out. And it was, even though Thomas S. Monson was technically prophet, he was senile.
Yeah.
And so it was really Russell M. Nelson, the church's current prophet, along with Dallin H. Oaks, the church's current number 2 guy, who you just did a thumbs down.
Yeah.
Do it now.
Boo.
Do it now. It was those two behind the scenes that rammed this through. And then 4 years later, the church had to take it back. But that was after Russell M. Nelson had said it was revelation from God. So anyway, that's for those of you who have no idea what we're talking about. This comes down and you're saying a gay adult Mormon in Palo Alto was asked
a young adult, yep.
to sort of like help everyone else feel better about it.
Okay. I actually think that they were giving him an opportunity
To vent. Okay.
Yeah. I think that, I don't know where he's at. He's definitely out now, or definitely out of the church by now. I guarantee it. But I think it was a good faith effort from the leadership in that stake to be able to, to let him speak. And it was a small, of course it's not going to be the leadership saying it, but like he had a whole presentation and it was a way for him to really educate the members. And I'm sorry to say that I remained ignorant even after that, and I'll tell you why. But like, he didn't seem to have an agenda. Like he very much believed in the church, but I think it was like a very empathy-driven presentation where he just wanted people to understand this is how we're feeling and this is what we've been through and all that. So
can I just say, I have to just say that there's a good cop, bad cop element to that.
Yeah.
Because
he poster child.
Exactly. And yes, these liberal leaders out in Palo Alto, they understand us. So those of us who would just leave the church immediately, it's sort of like local leaders are allowed to be a little more compassionate if the local demographic demands it.
Yes.
But at the end of the day, it's the church headquarters that rules, and y'all are just being strung along. And honestly, this gay kid was just being used
Absolutely.
to make you all think the church was kinder to gay people than it actually really was. Maybe?
Yeah, I mean,
or more loving and tolerant.
This is the same area where women were sitting on the stand.
Yes, I was going to say that.
Because, a generous feminist, like really just realistic stake president or bishop or someone was like, yeah, you're leaders. You should be on the stand. People should be seeing you as representation of what they can become. And that got shut down.
The church shut that shit down.
Yeah. And that happened. I feel like California gets away with so much, but that shit still happens out there. And there's always going to be orthodoxy. There's always going to be people complaining that it's not orthodox enough for them.
Yeah.
So I vividly remember this, and I feel like such an asshole now, but there was a girl there who, if I remember correctly who this was, she and I could have really good, deep conversations about a lot of things, which, that's something I was always craving in the church. She asked me, so what did you think about that? And I was like, I really, I feel that, but I just don't understand why anyone would want to baptize their kids in the church if they're gay, right? This is the classic ignorant response that every LDS member said about this. Why do you even want to be more, it's you were yesterday's episode that aired, but I just don't understand, why do you even want to be Mormon anymore if you don't believe? It's totally overlooks the feelings of tragedy, loss,
conditioning,
lack of belonging is a huge thing that makes us feel like we're going to die if we don't have it evolutionarily.
That's right.
And it's it just overlooks all of that. I also didn't fully understand the policy. So, or I just didn't think past my own nose. One of the worst things about it is you can have, and I also recognize this is probably a more painful problem in Utah, where it's so ingrained in the culture that it really does matter if you as a child are the only one not getting baptized. And, of course you can take an example where you might have a family, a couple get divorced because one of the parents comes out that they're gay. They realize they're gay and then they come out and they want partnership. And maybe the new spouse or maybe the Mormon spouse actually remarried, and whether or not the gay spouse wants to be Mormon or not, there might be a family unit that is raising their child as Mormon, both religiously and culturally. And then that kid becomes the only kid who doesn't get baptized, doesn't get their little party, doesn't get their white dress, and is looked down upon or maybe shamed by the rest of their friend group. And
cousins.
And especially cousins.
Yeah.
And this is on top of having a gay parent and having this family shame already placed upon them. They just made it so much worse and so much more painful. And this is what I was really ignorant about at the time.
It was a violent policy.
Was really, really shitty.
Yeah.
And they didn't want people to know about it, which is why they hid it. And it just happened to be leaked.
It leaked out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Everything bad about the church has to be leaked for them to make a difference.
Yeah.
And then it's honestly nauseating that they reversed it 4 years later. It's just how can anyone believe in discernment after that?
Yeah.
It's bullshit.
Yeah. Yeah.
So that was my experience.
But you left after the policy was released, but before it was rescinded.
That didn't impact me. If it had been rescinded, I bet that would have really hit me hard. What? Because I had heard about it. I had known about it. Yeah. What is all that pain for then? And I also justified it by saying, I believed the prophet, and I basically justify it by saying, this is just to avoid family drama. It's a way to keep families together. It's really the opposite. It's like,
it's for the children.
Don't
it's
turn.
So the children aren't confused.
Which it's like, they aren't confused about gay parents.
Right.
They aren't.
Yeah.
My friends in Sugar House, they're 2 lesbians. One's never Mormon, and one is ex-Mormon. My friend from Palo Alto, they have an awesome daughter. Is she confused? No.
Yeah.
She's lucky.
The church is confusing the kids.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yep.
So all the normal reasons.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
But two documents were really, really formative for me. So I have one in my backpack. It's a dialogue journal.
Oh, yeah.
Dialogue is amazing.
Yeah, it is. This is an academic journal of Mormon studies that's been around since the late 60s, early 70s.
And started at Stanford.
Yeah.
Which is awesome because that's where I was at the time.
Yeah. With Eugene England.
Yes.
Yeah.
It felt really formative. And my dad went to school there and I was like living right by the campus. It just felt like all of this was like coming together for me.
Yeah.
So this dialogue journal article was called The Psychology of Religious Genius, Joseph Smith and New Religious Movements. I believe that's the title.
I want to read it.
Oh, it's so good. Like, I would love to read some excerpts, but I didn't mark any. It was fascinating because one of the points they made was that contrary to what might arise from like an artistic genius or a literary genius or any of the other types, scientific genius, religious genius is rooted in morality. And so it usually results in like a hyper fixation on morality. And it usually is an attempt to, like, basically a receiving of some type of revelation or idea that people are doing it wrong and that they need to do it right if they're going to get to heaven or whatever.
Yeah.
And that like it's all about the world and like the world, you know, rotting and righteousness and all that. It's like, and they feel like they have the keys, they have those, no pun intended, they have the like those precepts or those things, the things you need to do to make it right. And so they become like really fixated on that and really driven about it. So that's totally what Joseph Smith, like, I really do believe that, you know, regardless of his mischief, like the things, they go together, like he did believe in his mission as well. And whether or not he had an actual like vision or maybe saw through a glass darkly or whatever, saw through an eye of a needle. I don't remember what Martin Harris said, but whether he saw it or imagined it or like created it in his head, like I think he believed that it was his job to kind of
save mankind, save humankind, yeah,
save the world a little bit.
Yep. And unite all people in heaven as one big family, I think.
Yes, I think that was definitely a part of it. I think that stemmed from Alvin's death.
Yeah.
And
his own children's death. He had so many children die.
Yeah, but I think that idea honestly came long before that.
Yeah.
The most important thing to me though was talking about psychology and possible mood disorders. So it was like suggested in this article, which is the first time I'd ever seen it. It was suggested that Joseph Smith might have been bipolar or had manic depressive disorder. And I suddenly like saw it everywhere. I couldn't stop seeing it. The promiscuity, the grandiosity, and then the sudden deep depressions. Like you even take Liberty Jail where he's writing letters to his members and he's like practically suicidal, but he would have these upswings. And of course he's the fun guy. That's often the case, right? So like, I'm not trying to diagnose or whatever, like I'm not a psychologist, but it absolutely became possible and even probable to me that he had some type of personality or mood disorder. And it is very clear, again, in the pieces I already had of the story. I'm like Liberty Jail. We all know that story because we're like, oh, he's so sad in jail. And, you know, it's like this, he's writing this epistle and it's in the DNC. And I'm like, that's like a depressive mode. And like, you see his mania in so many other cases as well. And like, it just was like, whoa.
I'm reading his biography now and he actually had this is John Turner's new biography of Joseph
Yes,
Smith.
I ordered it twice.
Oh, good.
Audiobook and physical. Everybody go get it and make it.
I didn't know there was an audiobook.
Oh yeah, it's a pre-order.
Okay. Well, when he loses the 116 pages,
yes,
he has a depressive episode that winter.
Yes.
So,
really
but then he always triples down in sort of almost a manic episode after he has these moments. Because I mean, think about it. Emma was pregnant. His father-in-law hated him. He's dirt poor.
Yeah.
So he translates at great opposition, 116 pages. And then Martin Harris loses them, and Emma's child dies.
Yeah.
And then he's destitute and about to get kicked out of his home, Isaac Hale's home, that winter. And then he has this super dark depression.
Yeah.
And then he comes back and writes the Book of Mormon in like 3 months. You know what I mean? Like he triples down and he bounces back.
Yes.
So anyway.
And a caveat, anyone would become depressed under those circumstances.
Right.
I will say that. But like, it is the patterns that you see, and it's sometimes the limited space in between those patterns that were the important thing to me.
Yeah.
It really kind of aligned with that sort of psychosis. And like one of the biggest things for me was the promiscuity aspect. It's actually really, really common for people with manic depression to have a promiscuous side of their life when they're in the manic state. And I was like, that could explain part of his need for wife after wife after wife after wife. And like just this kind of disregard for women's discomfort around this idea and just like the demanding of it. That really spoke to me. But it's a fantastic article. Highly recommend.
I wonder if the polygamy hit differently for you because your dad had been excommunicated for practicing it or not. I don't want to inject that into your story, but I do wonder about that.
It did probably hit differently than it would for some people. And in this way. Well, it's just not something most people can apply to their own lives. There's that. But I was like, he just wanted this thing. He believed he was getting revelation from God. He believed he was a prophet. He believed he was chosen. He wanted sex with other women. And so he justified it in a religious manner. That's exactly what my dad did.
And it's what you did when you decided.
And it's what I did.
Yeah, right?
Oh, totally. That alone.
I wonder if that helped you.
That did help me. That alone was like, oh my God, like that's how it happens. That's how it works. It probably was what happened with Joseph Smith. And like, because we know now that the brethren do not receive special revelation. Like they have described multiple times, we receive it just like you do. And I heard David Benner say that from his own mouth at a conference, that like, it's the same way you receive revelation. And that's like, oh shit.
In other words, you make shit up like we do?
That's not good. That's really not good. I thought you guys had something special like Jesus.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
They're only going to say that in a secret fireside, you know what I mean, with a few people. They're not going to say that at general conference.
They hardly say that anymore anyway. But so that article was awesome. Highly recommend. The Psychology of Religious Genius, Joseph Smith, and the Origins of New Religious Movements. That's what it's called. Brilliant. So everybody go read it. It's like mind blowing. And I think it was in that same article that I kind of first saw this quote from Brigham Young where somebody claimed to hear, I'm sure the anti-polygamists are going to be like, they're going to find fault with this, but somebody overheard Joseph Smith in one of his depressive states, basically, which is what I'm going to call it, say that polygamy was a total mistake and it's going to be the ruin of the church, right? You've probably heard that before.
Yeah.
And Brigham later, when was asked, did you hear that? Like, did he say that? He was like, I don't know if I ever heard him say that. Like, I don't, he just denied it. My perspective is that Joseph did say it. He did realize polygamy was literally ruining the church. I mean, it's the reason he died. It is the reason he was killed. It's the reason he was imprisoned. And he probably knew like, this is not going to end well for me. And I think he did want to stop it, but he was so deep in it. Then he went to jail, he got murdered, and Brigham was like, I'm not letting this go. Are you kidding me? Like, he's like, who knows this? There's like two of us that know that Joseph said this. I'm going to just pretend that never happened. And if you look at Brigham Young's journey after that, like, and this is why I like looking at the holistic thing, because I think it tells the story. He goes and he like goes crazy with polygamy. He goes on a rampage because you know what? It wasn't enough for him. Of course he wasn't going to end it.
Joseph had 30 wives, so Brigham has 50.
Yeah, the picture is crazy in the tabernacle. It's embarrassing, honestly.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think Joseph was going to end it. I think he did it, was going to end it, and he died before he could, and then Brigham continued it, like times 100. And then again, when people are like, oh, how could the church be this big? It's like it's a rock rolling, it's a moss stone rolling, whatever you call it, rough stone rolling. Duh, the book. Like, I'm like, no, Brigham Young isolated a bunch of people in a desert for 30 years. And he was like violent and controlling. And like 3 generations of people were raised with this being their worldview and nothing else is true. Of course it's as big as it is. That's crazy. It was growing fast. They did not have any connection with real society to question these beliefs. They were able to totally control the narrative. Like, it just all was like click, 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 like clicking into place. And like everything I studied, and I did read source documents for everything. I love researching. So I was just like, it's so obvious. It just kept becoming more and more obvious to me. And then there was another document, but if you have any questions, let me know about that.
No, that's great. Really quickly, in the past few years, there's been this Michelle Stone sort of polygamy denial movement where people don't believe that Joseph Smith practiced polygamy because they hate polygamy so much. They want to say that Brigham Young and everyone after him did, but that Joseph was pure and would never have done it. And we've talked about that on Mormon Story several times, and I love Michelle, so no shade on her. There's also something that we haven't really covered on Mormon Stories, which is a theory that I think your brother-in-law has advanced, which was encapsulated in a movie, I believe, called Who Killed Joseph Smith, which is a theory that Joseph Smith was assassinated by his own top leadership. Do you want to talk about that and whether, if you want to opine on whether you think that's credible or not?
Oh yeah, I will totally talk about that. And I'm going to try to be as straightforward but also fair as possible. Yes. So my brother-in-law, Justin, he created a documentary.
What's his last name? Justin
Griffin.
Okay.
Yes. Before creating this documentary, he and my sister joined this group called Doctrines of Christ. And I don't believe is still in leadership of that group because of some unfortunate cameras being left on during some personal time, we will say. And then a new revelation about that personal time being okay, because that's what happens. You pivot, right? So
this is like a neo-fundamentalist Mormon movement trying to get back to the origins of the church.
Yes, I will call it a fundamentalist movement. Very different than some of the fundamentalist movements, though, because unlike most of them, they do not believe polygamy actually happened, and they believe it was wicked for Brigham to do that. It was not from God. And that essentially the whole church leadership from Brigham on is corrupt. I will say Michelle Stone does not believe that. This caveat, I don't want anyone going after her for that. I believe she does maybe I believe in the current church leadership, or at least she presents that way before certain audiences where she does not present that way in front of other audiences. But that at least is the viewpoint of my family members, that Brigham on suck. And I'm like, yay, we can totally agree about that. So sometimes it's so weird. We can like totally shit talk Brigham Young and be like, he's a tyrant. He's the worst. He was abusive. He was dangerous, blah, blah, blah. And then they're like, but Joseph. And I'm like,
okay,
ooh, I can't talk about this anymore. Like, you know, but
what's this movement called again?
The group is called Doctrines of Christ.
And is it an actual church?
No.
Are they members? Are they people who've left the church? Are they still straddling?
I really want someone to like cover this group more, because I feel like they're doing the things that the Snufferites do. They say, we don't have leaders, we have teachers, when they clearly have leaders. But they call themselves kind of like a study group, and they meet in each other's homes. It's a pretty small group. and they study the scriptures, and they are very, very committed to Christ. They're very Christian, and much more Christian than the mainstream Mormon church, I would say. I think that, in a way, my brother-in-law is like, I personally feel like he is sort of the leader after, but I don't know.
And it sounds like there was sexual scandal with, even though they don't believe in polygamy.
Oh, I'll just say what it was. Okay.
Say allegedly.
Allegedly. I did not see this, thank God. I do not want to see this.
The allegations
Nobody show me this. It was after a church meeting. Had preached to his flock, blah, blah, blah. Accidentally left the camera on, masturbated on camera.
Okay.
That alone was a scandal. But then he's like, comes back and says, well, I got this revelation from God. And he actually thinks that masturbation is okay.
Okay. So
which is it was such an obvious pivot that it's like embarrassing, but
I thought there was a sex tape. So I'm actually glad you clarified.
Yeah, I am too. Sorry. I should have.
And I do remember hearing something about that, but these people are so weird and fringy by my perspective.
Yes, they hide things.
That I just kind of like waved it off as just silliness. But
I do remember being at my sister and brother-in-law's house, and like my brother-in-law was talking to somebody else from the group, and then he's like talking to my sister, and he's like, did this and this. And I was kind of like just eavesdropping because I was in the room and they didn't hide it. But I was like, sounds like there's, trouble at home, trouble at home with the leadership or whatever. But
did he lose his credibility in the movement?
Did. Yeah. Okay, so. And a lot of people did leave. I think it kind of broke the shimmer for them, but there's still a lot of people that are in it. But yeah, I want to clarify some stuff with the caveat that like, I am not a member of this group. I am not at their meetings. Like I've seen some of what they do, like what I view as the positive and the negative, but I'm going to get things wrong. I would love for Justin to come on Mormon Stories. That'd be awesome. Cause I believe my brother-in-law, yeah. I believe Mormonism is a giant umbrella that covers all these movements, and we cannot say one is like this and one's like we are all rooted in Mormonism. That is Mormon Stories. And, and they obviously they have done a lot of their own podcasts and stuff, but, I just want to put that disclaimer out there because I probably will misrepresent some things, and I know that can be hurtful. But I will just say what I see, like my perspective of it. But yeah, in many ways, this seems like a much healthier group than the mainstream Mormon church. Why? Because it is not a corporation with billions of dollars. They have not attempted to actively whitewash history. They believe in a different history than maybe historians do, but they're not trying to hide things, and they are truth seekers. They believe in Christ as the foundation, which I think is what we were supposed to do as Mormons. Now, I'm an atheist. I do not believe in any myths really, because anthropologically they've been proven to be invented by humans over time, and I will stand by that. But for what we were taught, we were supposed to be focused on Christ. And I think that is what they're doing. And in a lot of ways, I believe they have more beautiful and personal relationships with Christ than they did when they were in the Mormon church, the mainstream Mormon church. And, there are other positives. They're a little more loose on certain things. They're more open to the queer community. They are more open to things like tea and coffee because like the word of wisdom didn't actually ban them. So they kind of clarify some things. They're a little more chill about some things. Women can give blessings, which I think is beautiful if you're going to be in a group that is Mormon adjacent. I helped my sister deliver her goat's babies, and it was a really special experience. And she gave her goat a blessing, and I thought that was really sweet. I think it's an important experience like for women, and especially because they have I'll say for my sister, she's such a nurturing person that I thought that's just a nice connection, it's almost like, here's my life source, my life flow, whatever it is you want to call it, like going into you. And there's something that's connecting about that. So they have some good things,
This is sounding a lot like Todd and Lindsay McCormick, who were interviewed yesterday, the ones from Knoxville.
Yes.
Because when they started questioning the church, they went more towards Jesus, more towards Mormon scripture.
Yeah.
And they just started reading that the modern corporate LDS church is condemned and in apostasy relative to original Mormon scripture, including the Book of Mormon and the original Doctrine and Covenants.
Even
and
the
that
Bible.
sort of thing. Right. Even the Bible. Yeah.
I would say this is the whore of Babylon. Like, if you were going to like take them at their word, at how we were raised and how we believed, like this is the
modern LDS church.
Yeah, the modern LDS church, like the calls coming from inside the house, you know, run. Like that is totally, you know, and like, yeah. So
interesting. But they always fray because whether it's Denver Snuffer or this guy or whoever, and it's the same old thing. It's going to end in corruption or scandal or some fraud, you know, because that's how religions work.
I feel like Denver hasn't really had much maybe yes. I don't know any controversies about him.
I'm not necessarily, but I mean,
you're saying generally,
yeah. I mean, he's a prophet that tries to say he's not a prophet.
Right.
He's a non-prophet that has literally published scripture.
Yeah.
And but also there's this churn where people come to him and then they realize any church is going to recreate whatever the Mormon church, whatever they don't like about the current LDS church. Any small nascent church is going to end up excommunicating people and having an orthodoxy and having some sort of sexual scandal or financial scandal. It is the human condition. It's inevitable.
It's not just the human condition. The roots of Mormonism are rotten. Okay? You cannot fix it. The roots are rotten. Every branch is going to rot. Like a beaver just chewed 4 of my trees, the bark, and they're all dead. And I'm so mad. That is what happens when you freaking kill the tree. Like the roots are rotten. They're not coming back, you know? Like
Joseph Smith, Book of Mormon.
Yeah.
If Joseph Smith was a fraud, which he factually was, and if the Book of Mormon is not what it claims to be, which it factually isn't, you're saying anything built on that foundation is set to crumble.
Yeah.
Although the current modern Mormon church is $300 billion strong and, you know, at least 4 million members.
When I say crumble, I'm talking ethically, I'm talking morally.
Crumble. Oh, okay, that's good. Yeah. That's a good distinction.
Yeah. No, I'm disgusted by how rich they are. It's so upsetting. Actually, it's literally one of the reasons I'm on here, intentions. I am here to educate non-Mormons about how scared they should be of the Mormon corporation. And I'm not exaggerating even slightly. This is a fucked up, very powerful, very wealthy organization that is weaponizing religious freedom and turning it into religious privilege. This is something that affects all Americans and everyone should care. They're not some weird little, no. They're bigger than the Amish. They're richer than the Amish. Like whatever you thought Mormons were, it's not that. It is a organization that owns more real estate in the United States than any other organization. That is scary.
No, it's like 100 times more wealthy than Scientologists. The Mormons are, you know? Yeah. And bigger. All right. So
I know. I got a little off there.
Okay, so really quickly, was Joseph Smith assassinated by John Taylor?
Oh,
and
yes,
Wilford Woodruff? Who would it have been?
I think it was those two. John Taylor was the big one. So the theory that
Brigham Young, you know, that.
Yeah, the theory that Justin put forth is that Brigham Young and John Taylor mainly, that they didn't want, well, I would say if it was a real theory, which I'm like, maybe like that part of it, that they didn't want polygamy to end. I could see that they're like, nope, we're not letting this end. But the theory that my brother-in-law has is, and this group and many other groups, I think the Snuff Rights have sort of similar ideas, or like, yeah, that could be true, but it's sort of a new theory. That's why he made a documentary about it. The theory is that they were practicing polygamy and they wanted to keep practicing polygamy, and Joseph was all innocent and he was trying to stop it. And so when he was imprisoned, John Taylor was in the room, and the theory is that he actually is the one who shot, because there was a pistol in the room. He was the one that shot Joseph Smith and Hiram. So it was an inside job, essentially.
And are you buying that or not buying that?
Well, I did watch the documentaries because I support my family's projects, and I feel joy for their joy. And I thought the production was very well done. And I also felt like they wasted a lot of money on a ridiculous theory that holds no weight. So I'm like, this is cool. Good job. But like, to me, these documentaries actually kind of proved the opposite theory, that's not a reasonable theory. Or in the most generous sense, that there's no way we could know after this long. Like my brother-in-law literally wants to exhume the bodies. And I'm like, that would be awesome. Please do. But as our femme said, no judge is going to sign off on that.
Yeah.
But because, who's being harmed? Maybe they would claim they are. But
it is technically, it's such a ridiculous position in my view that Jesus came in 0 AD, died in 33. According to Mormons, the true church fell into apostasy within 100 years, and humankind had to wait like 1,700 years for the church Christ set up to be reestablished. And then within 14 years of the one true church finally being reestablished in the final dispensation to usher in the second coming of Jesus, within 14 years, it falls into apostasy again when the next prophet and the next 10 subsequent prophets all become apostates, and the church is now in disorder. So who's going to restore the restored church?
Part.
Like, it's ridiculous.
No, that's the fun part, because if that's the case, there's a spot open, people. Everybody apply. Who wants to be prophet?
Who wants to be the one mighty and strong?
That's why it's so dangerous.
Yeah.
And all of these groups, I don't want to say that this, the Doctrines of Christ or my sister's group, that they believe this, because I don't think they really do believe there's going to be another prophet necessarily. I think they really want to have teachers. Everyone's teaching each other. But
isn't everyone secretly wanting to be the one mighty and strong, like, Chad Daybell, who's going to usher in the second coming of Jesus? Like,
no, not everybody does. I will say that. But some people do.
Some do.
And that is why it's dangerous.
Yeah. Really quickly, is your sister and brother-in-law, are they still members of record? Have they removed their records? Have they been excommunicated? Do you even know?
That is a good question. As far as I know, they were threatened with excommunication. So they left their ward and moved to Manti, which there is a big gathering of these people in Manti.
Yeah.
And they are preppers. They do believe the end of the world is imminent.
This is like Rexburg too. This is literally like the Visions of Glory, sort of like preparing a people 2.0 that was happening in Rexburg with Chad Daybell and Lori Vallow, and now it's just moved to Manti. I mean, that's what it sounds like.
Okay, I have to say,
I'm not saying there's murder, and
I know. I have to say, I know my sister gets really offended by that, because, and I understand why, because I do believe they are, for now, like, and I do believe this is like her pure soul, like that they are very Christ-centered, and they're actually not quite as dogmatic necessarily about Joseph Smith. Like, he could have been a valuable teacher, but not, the way a lot of people view Christ, like from a history standpoint. Oh, he was a teacher. I don't think she's married to the idea that he's like the one true only prophet. So I think there are some things that are healthier about this group. And so I want to put that out there, that it is very offensive to them to be like, don't compare us to murderers. But what I would compare in that sense that is real is that you're an offshoot group from a Mormon origins, which I view as a very like rotten root. And there is a lot of violence and problematic stuff in Mormon history. So like, how do you expect to really fix that if it has that same root? And just the offshoot part of it means less oversight. They're going to be less careful maybe than a corporation would be. I'm not saying the corporation is good, but what I think both active Mormons and ex-Mormons alike can agree on is that it is kind of a dangerous free, like no man's land in between that, where you're still claiming to have revelation from God, but that could mean anything in a group that doesn't have a corporate structure.
Yeah. I don't mean to say that they're murderous or anything like Chad and Lori, but at the same time, this is how things start.
I agree.
And they usually start with people with really good intentions, with really good hearts, who really believe in what they believe in. It's just, I always say it, the idea that anyone speaks for God should be illegal.
I 1,000% agree. That's like the best thing you've ever said. I want to make a sticker of it for my shop. Like
merch. Help us with merch.
I will.
Help us with merch.
I sell stickers and I have some ex-mormon stickers.
Shake my hand. Okay. Right.
But that I think is one that should be one of your bumper stickers because and I do not need to explain why to anyone on this. On this.
All right.
Yeah.
Well, thank you for sharing. So you don't know if they're members of record or not?
So I think they were threatened with excommunication. I think they chose to resign.
Okay.
But I don't actually know, but I'm pretty sure they resigned.
Yeah, because I can't imagine. I know my guess is that Michelle Stone was threatened with excommunication. Yes. That's why she took her channel down.
Can I say something about Michelle Stone?
Yeah.
Just because everyone's shitting on Michelle Stone. Blah, blah, blah. Okay. She does seem really sweet and a lot of times seems really sincere. But I just want to say some things that are like really straightforward. I think she performs differently for different audiences. There are videos of her like screaming her opinions at her not followers, but the people that believe the same as her. And she 100% believes she's right. And that's dangerous. She is very humble on podcasts where she's talking to either fully believing Mormons, like to the TBM, like Word Radio, or ex-Mormons, like Rebecca Biblioteca. And I do think she has a lot of sweetness in her, but I think she has a lot of rage in her. I think she has a lot of trauma in her. And I think she believes she's right, which is the one thing that really scares me. Like, a woman with rage is great. I love it. But like when you really believe you're right and you're maybe spreading misinformation or just like when it comes down to like revelation belief, I think that's still dangerous. And I just personally want to call that out because I love that everyone's like, don't bully her, but also we are allowed to hold people accountable and that is not bullying. That's all I want to say.
Love it. Yeah. And we wish her healing and growth.
We wish everyone healing and growth, of course. Yeah. But it's not one-sided as well. Yeah. Nuance for our nuance hoe.
Love it. Okay. So I guess back to your story.
Yes.
So you totally lose your faith and you said you started dating this man and it was the first man.
First sexual relationship.
First sexual relationship. Mm-hmm. And so, the only reason I would say, is there anything you want to talk about that, is because I know how the story ends.
Yeah.
So for your first sexual experience with the man that ends up being, I think as you just told us an hour ago, became a 2-year relationship.
Yeah.
Do you want to talk about the development of your understanding of yourself?
Yeah, absolutely. And other things like, this relationship was great for me. It was unhealthy in some ways, but it was life-changing for me. I, to this day, like credit and thank this man for his position in my journey. I just really appreciate the way he was so straightforward, and I needed someone to talk to me like that. I did. Like I needed to let the church be disrespected so that I could hear my own voice trying to justify it and not buying it from myself. Like it was great. And I learned, so many people leave the church and they have no one to fall back on. They feel abandoned by their family. They feel scared. They don't know what to do. They don't have any guardrails. And I learned how to order a cappuccino. I learned to enjoy wine tasting, which I always wanted to be a part of that culture my whole life as a Californian, a Northern Californian, so close to wine country, always appealed to me. I wanted to have a wedding in a winery, like all of this, and I got to finally embrace that culture, which is one of my most joyful parts of my life now is enjoying red wine, and I had this kind of safe space to explore a lot. And even, by the time kind of the first year came and I was questioning a lot about society. I was maybe not feeling the most satisfied sexually. And we had some polyamorous friends, like that were in Sacramento in that area. And I saw that it worked for them. It was functioning and I was like, I'd be down to try that. In my head, I'm like, I could date women. And honestly,
because it sounds like you're saying you weren't fully satisfied with a male partner. Is that right?
Yes, I think that's right.
Okay.
I think that, I was like curious about the poly thing because of the people we knew. And like, we talked about it a couple times, just like openly, really healthy, just like, what are the pitfalls? What are the advantages? Like, what would it look like? And all of that. And I just think it was like that side of it was pretty healthy. And I did a lot of like research, like a lot of like internet research and just listening to books, Come As You Are and Esther Perel, and just like trying to be realistic with like, we're humans, like, are we monogamous creatures, blah, 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 blah. I was just doing a lot of
Sex at dawn.
Anthropological studies at this time.
Yeah.
And I think subconsciously though, I wanted to date women. And
so it wasn't conscious that you wanted to date women. It was subconscious.
It's like really fuzzy for me back then.
Yeah.
I think it was subconscious.
Okay. Yeah. So in your mind, you were still straight at this point.
You know what? I don't think so, because I feel like my boyfriend, because a lot of poly people are also queer. There's a lot of crossover there, right? Because like if you're married, then you discover you're queer. Like it's kind of for a lot of people a natural step to open up the relationship, to explore that and allow autonomy for your partner and not limit that side of their sexuality. And that can be a beautiful thing. And I know your caveats and I agree. I consider myself monogamous now. I prefer monogamy, but I totally honor and respect everyone who enjoys their polyamorous experience. But like I just I think I just told him that I could date women. I could see myself doing that. I don't even know how it happened, when it happened, or if it was just a slow, natural, organic conversation. But I did open myself up to the possibility of at least having sex with a woman for fun.
Yeah.
That was like where it started, and then
that's kind of like a year out of the Mormon church. You're considering polyamory.
Yeah.
That's kind of, you're going at a high velocity.
Sort of. Some people do it faster, as you know,
Yeah.
but yeah, it is a high velocity for sure. But again, I'm always going to bring it back to this. I was questioning everything about societal norms because guess what? I was wrong about everything in my whole life. Yeah. What is life? What is real? Yeah. Like nothing felt real to me, Yeah. And that was actually I considered to be a huge, quote, blessing that I got to be wrong about everything, because I just learned to love humans so much more. I learned to question things that I should be questioning. And it truly is a gift to wake up from brainwashing. And most people never get to have that gift. And it is the gift of the Mormon faith crisis, like for many reasons, but even just to experience that is pretty powerful.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
So you decided to try it. You opened up after a year.
Yeah.
You opened up the relationship.
We actually, I almost broke up with him year one, and I probably should have done that. And I think I got really scared. I was very scared to fail after leaving the church because I didn't want people to be right about ex-Mormons. I didn't want LDS to be right about ex-Mormons. And this was kind of the compromise that we came to. Like we got back together and opened up the relationship. Because hey, like why not put a Band-Aid on a bullet hole? But it was truly like, this was a really, really good way to like explore because it felt safe. And yeah, so I don't know. I just like, we both dated a little bit. He wasn't super ethical in the way he went about things, and that was a problem.
That's
because
I found that to be common from
Yes.
the people I've talked to.
Yes, and so when you talk about caveats, that's the one I always want to bring up. I don't think it's a bad thing. I don't think it's necessarily even a risky thing well, it's always risky, but I don't think it's necessarily a bad or dangerous thing for everyone. But like, the ethics is the most important part. If you're not communicating, if you're not being honest, like, that is the problem. Like, if you're going to make rules, stick to them, you know? So, and you just have to understand that, like, you don't know what your partner's going to do. And that is the risk you're taking.
And they don't know what they're going to do. Because when you fall in love, you don't expect it, and everything can change. All the agreements can even go out the window in the heat of passion, especially when you've fallen in love and you didn't think you would, or you didn't expect to. Am I wrong?
You're not wrong. But here's what I'll say. That happens in monogamous relationships
100%,
too.
100%.
Every relationship has rules and agreements, and every relationship can have those broken.
So we had Emily Nagoski on Mormon Stories.
Yeah.
And as progressive and liberal as she is, she said, the more people you introduce into a relationship, the more risk by the fact that there's more people.
Obviously,
it's that simple.
It's like it's a complicating factors. And honestly, a lot of this doesn't even have to do about sex, or to do with sex. It has to do also with personalities and like
emotional.
Some people can get crazy. Some people can, you do not know. You have maybe a safe little family unit, and what is someone else's personality going to bring into that? That's the important thing to consider. But
also interpersonal dynamics.
Yes.
Sometimes people can be activated by certain personalities.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. And I knew lots of people in the community who had awesome lives, some of them with children. They're like polyamory or even open marriages. They work so well for some people, and I fully honor that. And I think that's so awesome. And, in many ways, I do personally believe that just like maybe your sexual orientation is on a spectrum, I kind of believe that monogamy and polyamory are on a spectrum, and that you kind of lean more one direction or the other. Like, because I do think a lot of people lean monogamous, even if, people like to say everyone like that it's not natural. I just think it's a spectrum. And so, great. But, it was a good experience for me because it allowed me to date women in a safe environment where I, could be familiar still and have someone to go home to and everything. So, yeah.
And so at the end of those 2 years, the relationship ended with this man?
I did end the relationship. And I told him, let me tell a story in between while this was happening.
You never talked about the Mormon woman you fell in love with.
That's the one I'm going to talk about. Okay. I had a friend. This is
backing up before you left the church, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. We actually became friends right before I left the church, and we were very, very close, classic. We just were really, really close and had deep conversations all the time. And it just was not a normal friendship. You know how it goes. And same old. I swear she liked me. And honestly, to the point where I felt uncomfortable because I was Mormon still. And there was something that I was like, I'm feeling like uncomfortable for some reason, or like something is happening here. You know what I mean?
And she was LDS.
She was a lapsed Mormon.
Okay.
She was inactive and pretty much out of the church.
Okay.
But yeah, we got really close, and then, my whole leaving the church happened really fast. And then we connected even more because she was like, oh my God, now I can be honest with you. I'm having sex and this and this and this. And like, I don't believe in the church. And then I could tell her, cause she'd never done her historical studies. So I told her all the bad shit about the church. And I was like, please let go of your shame. Let go of, I think that's a really important process, is to understand just how much the church lied to you and how bad it is, so that you never ask what if. There is no need to be a Jack Mormon. You don't ever have to go back. Like, your choices are valid. And so that really helped her too. And we just connected over those two things. At some point during my poly stage while I was dating, and, she might've gotten a little like whiplash from my journey happening so fast, but like, I started to have feelings for her, and I thought she had feelings for me already, like because of what I had kind of felt before. I was like, oh, like I think she likes me too because of this. And there was a point where like she kind of was like responding less, and you know, I just was feeling so distressed about it and having the feels about it. Like, and I was just like, this is not like what friends feel when they don't get texted back. I don't feel like this with anyone else. Like, what is this? And then I was like, I think I'm in love with her. I just like admitted it to myself. I was like, that's the rational answer. Which, by the way, there are people who go years without recognizing that, like, you know, and I decided to call her and tell her. And I was, you know, sure, maybe it could have been a Sal and Lena situation where you're like, oh my God, we're both in love with each other. Yay. But like, I wasn't actually even looking for that. I think I just wanted to say it and like be validated. But it was a really negative experience. I was so proud of myself for saying it. Like, I think I'm in love with, like, I'd never told anyone really, like maybe in my boyfriend and our little thing. And she just was like, well, I really hope that's not the case because I don't feel the same way about you. And then like, she stopped responding, she ghosted me, and it was really traumatic. It was very, very traumatic.
Because it's kind of your first love, maybe.
It's the first girl I ever loved.
But I mean, if you're more of a girl lover than a boy lover,
I'm way more of a girl lover.
Then it was your first love, you know,
yes,
in a way.
I actually feel that way.
Yeah.
Like, I feel like I had never had those feelings in my life ever. Yeah. And the hope of it all, and like finally seeing that it could be finally seeing that I could have a future, finally being able to picture a wedding, like it just, and you know what? I have to also honor that it could have made her uncomfortable, and that is just a reality, but I'm not going to focus on that because it's not my problem. But like for me, it traumatized me and it pushed me back in the closet a lot. I started dating men again. I mean, again, I was still with my boyfriend, but we were open, and I started having sex with men because not only did I lose my best friend, which is actually very hard for women. Like they have shown, studies have shown it's like harder for women to lose friends than lovers, at least male lovers. Maybe we're all gay. But like that was hard. But the hard part was like finally being myself for the first time in my life and then getting rejected for it. And I was really scared that if I was too gay, I would lose all of my female friends. And I had really important female friendships. Oh. I was like, that's what happens? Like everyone's going to be scared of me. And so you shove that shit down so you don't lose all your friends. Yeah. And right? I didn't stop dating women, but I was dating men to prove something. And it was a lot of compulsory heterosexuality or comphet, which is basically the idea that because we live in a deeply patriarchal society, a lot of women who are not attracted to men date men anyway for male validation, for safety, for clout, and for social acceptance. And that's kind of what I was going through at that time. Like, I think I wanted to prove something, and I would never talk to anyone about the girls I went out with, but I would mention the boys I went out with to just make sure they knew, like, I'm seeing boys, I'm having sex with guys. I can do that. I can get that. It's a way to manage your power. Oh, totally. Yeah. It was a lot of power and privilege. But I mean, that's just survival. Like, well, power is, in my view, power is survival. If you don't have power, you get stepped on in this world. Mm-hmm. So you do your best to accumulate money or reputation or friends or social groups. Yeah. Or status. That is. Or you get squashed. That's exactly what compulsory heterosexuality is. It comes right back to that. I'm not saying that's good or right. I'm saying that's what we often do. Yeah. Yeah. And for me, I think it was reputation. That one came, a lot of it came down to reputation and fear. But I read this article called "Why Rom-Coms Made Me Think I Was Straight." And I was like, oh my God, I'm nauseous. It's like so accurate. Like, just like when Harry met Sally, like, oh, women are supposed to hate men that they end up with because, eventually they end up with them. And there's like so many examples of like women just disliking men and then they get the girl in the end anyway. And I'm like, so my whole life I'm being raised to think that is normal. You will like the guy eventually. You just need to have a good enough friendship. That's the important thing. Or like you have to respect the guy, or like you have an intellectual relationship, and that is what's attraction. Yeah. And it's not. Plot twist.
Yeah. One of the saddest and happiest experiences I had as a therapist when I was at Utah State as a therapist in training.
Yeah.
A female USU student came to me, and she was always talking about her roommate and her roommate's boyfriend, and how annoying he was, and how he wasn't good enough for her, and she was settling, and he was taking.
Wait, I have to say something. I mentioned this when Margie was here. This is okay. I actually was never into any of my roommates, but those exact things I said about every roommate who dated a man. Yep. Settling, not good enough. I had I had standards way higher, and I just could not understand what they saw in them.
And also, we used to spend so much time together, but now that they're engaged, he's taken her away from me, and I'm losing my friend. It was like month after month after month. That's how I remember it.
Yeah. And,
and she was super orthodox Mormon.
Yeah.
And had never dated anyone, especially not a woman. And I just, this is the year I was excommunicated, but I was just like, and I'd done my research on the LGBTQ Mormon experience. And I felt ethically I had to ask the question.
Yeah.
And I was just
absolutely.
I was like, is it possible maybe you like her as more than a friend?
Mm-hmm. And it blew her mind, didn't it?
No. You know what happened? She fired me. She quit.
That's really sad.
I was so sad because I was pretty, I'm always told by like my progressive friends, gaydar's not a thing. You should never assume. But like in my mind, I was pretty sure. And I had worked with her for months, and I was just pretty sure.
Also, you can be even if you were a affirming Mormon therapist, that's a very relevant question.
Yes. And I've never been interested in taking people out of the church. I wasn't interested in taking her out of the church.
Oh, I am.
I know, but I was just trying to help her. I was just trying to help her figure.
Absolutely.
Because she was suicidal. She was actively suicidal, and it was her roommates and their boyfriends. So,
and again, it's informed consent for yourself.
Yeah.
Look, you feel less pain. Like nobody wants to be with someone who doesn't want to be with them eventually. Eventually everyone figures out that's the healthy way to be. Yeah. But so if you just can figure out what is this feeling, you can stop feeling crazy, because no one, most people do not feel that way about their friends. And so it's like, oh, I had feelings for you. Okay, now I can let that go because you aren't queer.
Yeah, because not every straight guy is attracted to every woman.
Yeah.
And not every lesbian or gay guy is attracted to every man. Anyway, the happy part of that story is years later.
Did she come out?
I got an email.
Oh my God.
And she's like, I live with my partner now and we love each other. And I was mad at you at the time you asked that question, but it started me down the road. And
I'm going to cry. That is one of the most special stories you've told. And you know what?
True story.
It happens for so many people, like a lot of people, there's so much fear, but usually if they can escape the system of control that they're in, they can accept it and it's happier.
Was that validating for you?
Oh yeah, I loved it. And also that story, I have a sister who I'm pretty positive is gay. And that story was almost identical to her experiences. Like, I don't know if a therapist has ever asked her, but she has had very unhealthy female friendships where she's extremely attached, and she's had moments where people have had to disengage from her because of that. And I just never really realized what it was. And then it came out and the same thing. And I fell in love with my friend and I was like, oh my God, she's gay. There's a lot of other signs I could, point out, but really like the main thing is those unhealthy relationships with women and just like the fixation. And it almost becomes even more fixated when you can't explore it in a healthy way, or you don't realize it's even an option for you.
Yeah.
So
people just need to be able to explore.
Yeah.
And they need to be able to figure out what's best for them. Full stop.
100,000%.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, so that relationship ends, and then do you want to kind of finish the story about? I mean, you feel pretty good about where you are now, right?
Yeah. So that experience, even though it was shitty, and I had like the hardest thing to work through in EMDR, like, which was so weird because I was like, oh, but I was Mormon, like that should be worse, like, but it was hard because it was so core to my identity, but after that, like the reason it was so valuable of an experience is that I realized I really truly want to fall in love with and build a life with a woman, and that is what I want. And it took me a while to stop dating men, and there was a point where I had sex with a man and I didn't want to, and I didn't feel able to say no. So I did not say no. And it was after that I said to myself, I must stop doing this. I cannot do this ever. I cannot do this anymore. I am not happy in this situation. I'm not happy doing this. And by the way, I was polyamorous, like I kind of became solo poly after that because I was like, I still wanted to keep things open. So I did date some like married men or partnered men and their girlfriend or whatever. So like I was kind of doing different things. And like you said, not all lesbians are attracted to all women. And so like, I wasn't wanting to build a life with the women I necessarily went out with, so I just hadn't found it yet.
Human.
I'm human. Oh, look at that.
You haven't found your human.
Oh, human. Yes.
Human, right?
I had it. Yeah. And the thing though that I knew was that I was not happy dating men, and that I was consistently not enjoying my sexual experiences with them. And most of all, that they were not fulfilling me in the way that I knew I needed from a relationship. And I knew that women could. And so I just stopped. I said, I'm not going to do it anymore. And I never dated a man again. And I came out, eventually. Like it took a little time. I was like, at first I really didn't want to have an identity crisis about my identity. And I always tell people that like, you don't have to have a very strict identity if you're still figuring it out, and it can evolve a little bit, but that's a lot harder if you're public, but yeah. I really liked the blanket term queer, during the time I was still dating men, but I did eventually come out as a lesbian, and I'm not saying it was like a formal coming out. I don't really believe people need to do that, but yeah, I started being really open about that. On social media with my friend, and I was not dating anyone. So this was a choice I made outside of a relationship. I didn't feel like I only need to do this if you can see me with a partner of the same gender. It was like, no, this is part of my identity. It's not actually about who you're with, it's about your identity. I think that is really more important to most queer people, is that like, this is me. And like, I am jumping for fucking joy every fucking day of my life because I get to be queer. That is me. I'm a lesbian,
It's so, I'm getting chills because I love it. And it's literally the opposite of what the church is telling people now. The church is telling people now, you may experience same-sex attraction, but don't take that leap to identify as gay or lesbian.
Right.
Hold off on that. And maybe you can make it work. You know what I mean? They're saying the identity is the optional thing.
Yeah.
And it's the thing you should try to never assume. Mm-hmm.
You're completely right. Like they say that thing that your only identity is a child of God.
Yeah.
Oh, that is coercion. That is manipulation and thought and emotion control, all the controls, all the bite model. Like, they are erasing you so they can replace you. That's another bumper sticker.
That's really good. No, Stephen Hassan talks about the cult personality. They literally want you to erase and pack down and deny whatever it is you truly are, and they want you to be what they need you to be, which is the morgue bot that serves the church to its optimum fulfillment, right?
Beautifully said.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So you're out and proud lesbian.
Yay. Yes.
Yeah.
And
it's like fireworks, right? It's like all the things that you see in the rom-com.
Yes.
You're able to experience.
Well, and like what's crazy is like those fireworks were in me. Oh, I'm going to cry. They really were in me, not in a partner. And like, yes, the chemistry is there in the partners, in female partnerships and in dating, but like, it doesn't have to be the rom-com because the fireworks were living in me all the time. I sound like Katy Perry. What am I doing? But like, seriously, it is so fucking essential that you honor this as being your identity outside any type of partnership, because you may not be with the same person forever. The only person you're stuck with forever is you. Like, love yourself, buy yourself an engagement ring. Like, you are stuck with you. And it was awesome. And I kind of struggled with dating. Once I realized what I wanted, I think I really did want partnership. And I just kept ending up in situationships for like 6 years. So I've been like dating a long time. I do have a girlfriend now, and I'm so happy. She just met my sister yesterday, and she's meeting my entire 46 member family in July at the reunion. But like, it's been awesome. And like, I'm not going to talk about it too much, but the most important thing about our relationship is that we both worked on ourselves really hard and did a lot of therapy, and really have been working on in the past several years, working on our wounds, and so that we can just talk about anything and that we can fix things quickly and be honest with each other. And it's awesome. Yeah.
I'm super happy for you.
Thank you.
For her and for both of you.
Yay. And it really is just the type of partnership I was looking for my whole life. And in general, I just like, once I was able to see myself marrying a woman, it's like life just got more beautiful, so much more beautiful. It's like Pleasanton. You like wake up and the world is in color. And
Pleasantville, the movie?
Pleasantville, sorry,
Yeah.
Pleasantville. And it's Pleasanton, Utah. And it really is like that. And it really is what I want. I want to build my life with a woman, and it's beautiful. I love it. I'm so stoked. And it's a multifaceted, multi-layered, beautiful life experience. And I just want the same for everyone. And I really like to empower and encourage other people to just like, to be authentic. Yeah.
And this is Pride Month.
It's fucking Pride Month. So it's Pride Month. I resigned exactly 8 years ago today. And I'm like, it's like my 8-year mark, you know, I need to go get baptized in a lake up Little Cottonwood Canyon or something, my gay baptism. And I love Pride Month. I love rainbows. I just really like being gay. And I highly recommend it. We are recruiting, so anyone who wants to join may join.
I'll keep that in mind. Thanks for the invitation.
You're welcome. I had to make fun of the Christians a little bit.
Well, we're kind of over 5 hours in.
Damn.
I think we could do hours on your rebuilding, healing, and growth. But just for the sake of time, I'm going to do a firing round. You listed about 10 bullets there.
Sure.
And I'm going to read each one
Okay.
and let you just give a quick comment on it.
Okay, go.
So this is under the rebuilding, healing, and growth section. Number 1, getting back in touch with your music tastes.
Yes. So I told that story about being shamed for my music. I have since bought many. I was very still into music, but it was, a little cleaner, softer, indie, all that stuff. But I have gone back into metal and punk and lots of blasphemous shit. And I just enjoy lots of different music. And there's nothing more energizing than being at a metal show and being like, fuck fuck you, I get to do this now. You can blur that out. No, don't. I like my middle fingers.
Okay, the next one is therapy you've done, and you mentioned polytherapy, ex-cult therapy, EMDR, relational therapy, CPSD, ADHD treatment. Like, that's a lot of work.
Oh, I've done so much work on myself and I love it. And I really think that I have a lot to show for it. Like, I'm so fucking proud of myself. And I really do think I'm in such a healthy, secure place. And I'll go through like some of them quickly, but like the most important one was EMDR for trauma reprocessing. Technically, I didn't do EMDR, but I did a tapping therapy and it completely changed my life. It was very healing. I really recommend it for anyone who has specific trauma that has kind of specific imagery around it and that lives in your body that maybe gives you reactions, like involuntary reactions. It was amazing. I got to work through a lot of things, including my bishop confession experience, and the reprocessing has made me create new memories around these things that are very empowering, and like it actually does move the feelings through your body, and it can change your life. So I highly recommend. And the other one I'll mention is the ex-cult therapy group was awesome. So I worked with Colleen Russell in the North Bay, and Yanya Lalick joined for a bit of that, and they are cult specialists. So for me, it was really essential to have someone who understood what it was like to actually be in a cult, because most therapists I found had no idea what they were talking about and did not understand the level of brainwashing and the trauma of waking up from that brainwashing. So that was so powerful. I was in one-on-one therapy, and then I joined the group as well, which was so cool because there were ex-J-Dubs, Scientology, Christian Science, Moonies, NXIVM members, like across the gamut, like even yoga cults or Buddhist cults. Cults exist everywhere, by the way. Political cults, they are everywhere. And the thing that was really freeing for me was recognizing that all the tactics are the same and all of our trauma is the same. It was almost freeing to realize, oh my God, you're not even special, Mormonism.
Yeah, exactly.
You're not even special.
Well, that's why over half our audience has never been Mormon, because the Mormon experience is not unique.
There's so much that's universal about it. No, it's universal. It could be a relationship with your partner or like your parent. Yeah. That can have the same tactics, the same bite model. Totally. Like all of that can happen even in a smaller circle. Totally. So it was so cool.
All right, Etsy shop. You started Etsy shop.
I have an Etsy shop. I make art and do film photography, but mostly lately I've been creating stickers because it's like a faster way for me to express and less of an investment, but it's been really fun. I mostly make queer stickers, like kind of atheistic stickers. I have some ex-Mormon stickers. There's some really funny ones on there. Maybe I can just lease them to you because they're great. But
what's the name of your Etsy shop? Do they have names? Etsy shops have names?
Yes, it's called The Crown Arts.
Is that Crown with the E or?
Nope, just Crown. And I chose that because my name is Laurel, and I kind of thought it'd be a nice Laurel crown idea. And I have a lot of hobbies and I do a lot of different kinds of arts. So I just wanted to name it something that I could include everything.
So The Crown Arts.
Yes. And you can look that up. There's a few different things. I have a Redbubble shop. I'm going to start doing more print on demand stuff as well. And yeah, it's been really nice. It's been fun.
And buying your own house?
Yes. I bought a house in New Hampshire, and 2 years ago, I live on a river. I'm basically a river witch, and
you put without a man, buying a house without a man.
Yeah, that's important because I always felt like even if I had the money, it's like you can't buy a house till you're married. You can't buy a house till and not only a house, but all these formative life experiences that it feels like they're like, if you don't do it in order, you're wrong. And that's just not true. So I love my life. I have a beautiful home, and my girlfriend lives in New York City. So I split my time between New York City and New Hampshire. And I'm just like literally living my actual dream.
Love it.
Yeah.
Okay. And you mentioned your family relationships. It sounds like so of the 8 siblings, you said 2 are out and 6 are still in?
Me and my brother are out. Everyone else is in.
I mean, I guess your sister's out,
like
but she's
adjacent.
believing,
Yeah.
but she's... So 3 are out, but 2 are
two and
no
a half.
longer believing.
We'll say 2.5.
Okay.
Yeah.
But you're on good terms with... Are your parents still together?
They are.
That's mind-blowing.
I know.
And then are you on good terms with your other 4 or 5 siblings?
Yeah. So it was really hard at first. I think from most of my siblings, because I sent them all a letter, whatever, is that recommended? I don't know, but I did it. And mostly radio silence. I really hurt my sister because I made my decision without talking to her first, which I'm like, duh, I know what you would have said. But I get it too, because I think we were really close. I think she thought I would have told her everything. We kind of had a bit of a falling out, but we reconnected, and she had some issues in her marriage, and I was like her sounding board for like 2 years.
Is this Doctrine of Christ sister or different?
No, the
sister?
different one.
Okay,
yeah.
Okay.
And I really, in that time, I just took it. I just like held it for her without asking for anything.
Yeah.
And she really needed that. And it really helped our relationship. And she basically was like, I need to talk about this, so I forgive you for everything. And like we'll be okay, and we're okay. And I have made some mistakes. Like, I think every ex-Mormon and missionary, I just like love her so much. I want to save her. And that's not how it works. And I just like made a choice a few weeks ago. I needed to stop doing that because it just was hurting us. And again, the sliding doors, we are not talking about the same thing. So why argue about it? Yeah.
It's kind of strange. You say you're on good terms with your dad. You have empathy for him. I just wonder, how's he going to take you telling his story on the freaking internet?
Yeah.
Are you worried about that or not worried about that?
I'm not worried about it. Excuse me. Maybe I am. Just kidding. I'm not worried about it because I feel like he knows I'm a really honest person, and we've kind of hashed some of this out before. And I'm also like the most empathetic to his cause, or it's not a cause, but to his experience, because I talked to him when I was polyamorous, and, he asked me once, what would you do if you felt like you found your soulmate and you were already married? And I cried because I really felt for him. And I said, I don't know. And he also told me I would be okay if one of my kids or grandkids was gay. Of course I denied it. I was like, I'm not gay. Because at the time I was like actively dating women, but wanted to deny it. So it's just funny. But I feel like, I think he has maybe his own doubts about the church, and that he's keeping the family together and, not wanting to hurt my mom any more than he has. I don't know. He's never said that, but I have my reasons. But I honestly have seen him come to respect me more since I left the church. And I'm like, what is this? Now we have this amazing relationship. We even kind of work together right now. And it's like, what is this? I think that he really respects me, and especially having seen my work, and he's the engineer mind and I'm more of a designer mind. And he has come to realize there are different types of intelligence, and that I'm really good at what I do, and that he's really good at what he does, but he can't do what I do. And his mind doesn't work that way. And he's seen the, how symbiotic it can be. And I'm totally making this up maybe, but I think he's proud of me for leaving the church. I think secretly in his heart of hearts, he thinks that I did the right thing. I don't know. And I know because he asked me once if I was happy, and I said, yes, I'm happier than I've ever been. And he said, are you having sex? And I said, yes. And he's like, that's one of the things, you need to be happy. And I was like, wow. Ties in the whole story, but I'm just like, I agree. If you're not asexual, I agree. It's a fundamental part of life, and it's okay. So
yeah. Beautiful.
Yeah.
Okay. You've already talked about being a lesbian, being the best, and that you love your girlfriend.
Yes.
So I don't want to skip over that, but it sounds like we covered it. The last one you have is existential joy.
Oh, I love this. In fact, I have a sticker that says this.
We're going out on this one.
Yeah. Because, no nonsense spirituality, love her stuff.
Britt Hartley.
I skipped the whole existential crisis part and went straight to joy. To me, the church has always been a problem. To me, the church always hurt me. Not even just because I'm queer. I didn't even know that for so long, but it sucked for me. I never liked it. I never liked the social. I just loved the gospel and really believed it, but I wasn't even hearing the true version. So it's cotton candy. It wasn't even there. It melted in my mouth as soon as and I didn't realize when I was active and believing how much of a burden I was living under for so many reasons, like the sexism, my sexuality, just the control itself though, mainly, and like living a lie. And as soon as I realized the church was false, this huge burden was lifted from me that I never would have known was there. And I want people who are still in the church to know that. Look, you can always come back. You just don't know until you actually study the full church history. You learn and make sure you understand what you're really a part of. And even when you let yourself just be authentic and embrace what is there, you don't know what can be. And like, I thought the church was the most empowering organization for women too. Wow. It's ridiculous. And that burden was so heavy on me and I didn't know it. So I truly went from being Mormon, losing my faith, to feeling existential joy. And I did a lot of studying, for months and years after leaving the church. But like, I personally don't believe that there is a heaven, and it's truly joyful for me. I love making my own meaning. I think it makes the world even more beautiful and special, the universe. Like, I have more appreciation and respect for the universe than ever before because I won't have it forever. I could lose it tomorrow in a meteor, and that's okay. And I'm not afraid of death. I think it's a beautiful ending of a beautiful chapter if you have made your chapter beautiful. But it's your responsibility. No one's going to save you. And that is my opinion. I just don't think anyone's going to save me, and I don't think I need it. And that has made my life really, really great. I love it.
Beautiful. So last question, why in the heck did you choose the name Hell as your surname once you were able to choose your own surname?
That's a great question. I wanted to change my last name because I didn't really resonate. It actually was a hard name for people to pronounce. They always said it wrong. So that bugged me my whole life. And then I also didn't really feel a big connection with my ancestor who was a polygamist. There's a lot of ancestor worship in our family, but I'm like, okay, I'm not really connected with this man, so this name doesn't mean much to me. I also was like, my feminist, I was like, I'm not taking someone's last names. I'm going to choose my own when I want, which is now. And then I did want to keep my initials. And so my last initial was H, so I kept that. And I was looking in my heritage, like still connecting with my genealogy, just from a different perspective. I was trying to find some name maybe that had an H that I liked in my heritage. And then I was spending a couple years on this process because I didn't want to rush it. And at one point, Mitski, who's an artist, came out with an album called Laurel Hell. And I just was like, that's my name. I just saw it and I felt it. The spirit manifested to me. I was like, that's it. That's just it. I have no idea why she named her album that either. But I'm like, that's my name. And I just kind of back checked it against the languages that my heritage come from. And there were some really cool meanings. Like one of them was fortunate, and one of them was light. But my favorite one was an in-between place, which to me is like, it's really meaningful to me because since I don't believe in a heaven or a hell, I just believe in like making this life count. And that is my in-between place. Like, I love to respect this world and my very ephemeral experience in it. And I like to make the most of it. So I'm in my in-between place, and I was like, that's great. And all the puns are really fun too, straight to hell, like she's going to hell. That's my email. She's going to hell. Like, it's just really fun. And it makes everyone laugh. Like, every stranger, when I have to put my email in, it's really funny and satisfying. And it's a little cheeky.
I love it.
Yeah.
So your email is she'sgoingtohell@gmail.com?
That's it. If anyone wants to send me a message, that's where you email it.
I love it. Well, Laurel, would it be Mormon Stories blasphemy to say this is one of my favorite interviews?
I would be honored.
I'm loved
honored.
Today. I loved it.
It was so fun. Seriously, so fun.
Thank you so much for coming and for being so vulnerable.
Yeah.
But I love, you probably dropped the F-bomb more than any guest ever. But it was authentic and intelligent and fun and witty and wise. So
thank you so much. I had a great time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. Well, really quickly, thank you to the donors that make all this possible. And please, if you're not a donor and you value this type of content, please go to mormonstories.org and become a monthly donor. It's how we make all this possible. You can also subscribe to the channel. Please do that. Like the episode, share it, comment on it. All that helps. Please help us out. Huge thanks to Margie who had to bail. She's amazing. Also, thanks to Brooklyn and Julia and everyone who makes all this possible behind the scenes. And please email us at mormonstories@gmail.com if you have any feedback. And we're always looking for new people to interview. You applied to interview really early on, but I don't think you included a video.
It didn't work for some reason.
And I think that's why we didn't pick it up. But then I saw you on Radio Free Mormon Bill Reel.
Yeah,
and I'm
called in.
She's sharp.
I called in.
I'm like,
to chat.
And then I'm like, wait a minute, she's sharp. She's with RFM. I bet she's applied. And sure enough, I looked you up.
Yeah.
And you had applied.
Yes.
And so I
and everybody, Mormon Discussion, they rock. I love Bill Reel and RFM. They're hilarious and fantastic.
Yeah, they're great.
I had a great time talking to them.
Yeah. So anyway, please, the short of it is, please apply, but make your freaking 3-minute video.
Yes.
And don't send a link to some other video you made for some other purpose. What we want is 3 minutes of why you think your story would be good for the Mormon Stories audience in 2025. And we want to see that you understand our audience and us, and that you can explain why your story would be really compelling. If you don't do that, there's a close to zero chance you're going to be accepted. But if you do a good job, there's a very high chance you're going to get accepted. So please do that. And yeah, we love your comments on YouTube and wherever the socials are. So anyway, thanks so much again, Laurel Hell.
Thank you.
Hope you'll come back. You need to start your own freaking YouTube channel.
I had like a little queer podcast for small town queers because I was like, hey, we're not all influencers. But then politics, I was like, I'm not going to talk about politics for the next 4 years. So I'm not going to do it season 2 for now.
Plus you have a day job.
I have a day job and a side business and a lot of other hobbies.
Yeah. Smart.
Yeah.
Well, we'd love to have you back in some way sometime.
Thank you.
If that works out.
Yeah, I would love to. That would be so fun.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Well, thanks again for joining us today on Mormon Stories. Be good to each other. Be kind to each other. We'll see you all again soon on another episode of Mormon Stories Podcast. Take care.